My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
He have 4.2, not 4.7 at the like at the back.
It's me, I made a mistake yesterday.
Oh, we were looking for 300.
Comment tu vois qu'ils comptent pas les jetons du
So 210 pass.
Welcome everyone to the start of the final day of the Winamax Poker Open, and we have a new feature table. There are 17 players left. The average is around about 5 million. So we've got Jonathan, who we saw yesterday, saw a lot of him.
Yes.
With 6.2 million, and we have an all-in already with a short stack. Arthur with sevens. Benjamin, not that one. He's got Team Pro on his shirt. Maybe he's a footballer. Doesn't look like one. So Benjamin with Ace King has 10 million, 100 big blinds.
You want to count?
Wants to count, but he will go all in here. And Jonathan will have to fold his Ace-6 suited. We've only seen Jonathan of these 6 players so far on our feature table since day 1. Sorry, day 2A, day 1A, and day 2 yesterday.
1,730.
So we're likely to have a flip between sevens and Ace King. I'm pretty sure he will isolate or at least raise. So taking his time, but pretty sure that we are going to see at least a raise. And he's looking at the other chips behind him. May want the action, may flat call. It's an interesting way of playing Ace King. Wouldn't advise it, but it's a choice. Poker's all about choices. There's very little right or wrong. Both players trying to hide their mouths.
Pass, showdown.
So it's just a call. Ace King against sevens. We know one ace is out. Let's see if we're going to lose our first player from the final 17 at the Winamax Poker Open here in Banco Casino Bratislava. That's a good start for sevens. Arthur looking to double up. And there is 3 sevens, game over. So nice double up, good start for Arthur.
Can you give me 30?
T'avais dit que c'était une vidéo, tu vois.
Bah, il m'a dit, hein, moi je respecte ce qu'on me dit. Hein. Je pense que le monsieur va prendre beaucoup pour la rame.
Ce serait manger un bon travail de famille déjà. Vous avez 17 bornes? Non. C'est pas que j'avais passé, mais j'avais pas bien laissé passer.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
We have met Hugo in seat 1 yesterday, folded. But Arthur, again, sevens, followed by ace queen suited. Makes the raise.
Pass.
Blinds are 60-120. Sorry, I think they're 5100. Apologise. 5100.
Floor and deck change.
Oh, we have a deck change already.
Yeah.
So
Deck.
2 from 2 for Arthur. That's a good start when you're one of the shorter stacks on the feature table here at the Winamax Poker Open. 17 players left. We play down to the final table of 6. And first place, don't forget everyone, we haven't actually seen graphics of the payouts, which would be nice. Mr. and Mrs. Winamax would be good if anyone can hear me, to get some graphics of the payouts. See if we can arrange that for you. But 90,000 is up top.
Et là, vous le cassez ta dynamique
Ouais, c'est
direct.
ça. Mais c'est comme ça que ça marche en live.
C'est comme ça.
Ça, c'est les combos. Au bout de 2 mains. Dès que t'as un point tapis, les gars, je vais demander les changements de deck. Je vais marquer exprès la carte et je vous le donne. Au cas où.
Change de profil aussi.
Je mets que des buts. Pas de showdown tout de suite.
Passe, passe.
C'est quoi ton truc Fox stat là?
Quand j'arrive, je regarde mes cartes et que je t'explique.
C'est comme Sharkstop,
Passe.
Mais en mieux, avec les combos. On va faire le truc, c'est comme Shardstop, mais en mieux, plusieurs raisons. Déjà parce que c'est un pote à nationalité, que c'est français.
Ok, forcément du coup.
Que c'est français, c'est moins cher, plus beau. En plus, ça ressemble pas de
225.
Ok.
Voilà,
Tu peux pas te banner en plus, je crois. Ah, si tu peux.
sinon, c'est pas tu peux, mais il y a
Jonathan, who played very well yesterday,
qui sont au courant, et donc,
raising with the King Jack.
on fait une discussion comme ça.
Bon, tu sais, moi je peux parler
Raise.
sans problème. Vraiment.
900. Passe, passe.
Ok, et du coup,
In
c'est.
fact, re-raising there. So raise from Benjamin and a re-raise from Jonathan. Lovely play. Knew where he was. I do have the chip count, the payouts in front of me. 90,000 up top, 62, 43, 30.
Lines up.
And if you're knocked out in the next couple of places, you still take home 4,400 from a 550 buy-in. So, not bad for 2 or 3 days' work. I think we'd all take that pay rate. I know I would. Hint, hint. And if you make the final table of 6, you'll be guaranteed 16,000 euros, which is a very tidy sum to take home to France or Italy. Mainly French players, of course, here. And of the final 17, they're all French except for one Belgian, one Swede, one Russian, a German, a Dane,
250.
and a Spanish. All the rest are French.
Passe.
So 11 French out of the final 17. And here is the Belgian, Aloysius Staes. Like his hairdo. Not sure he's had time to give it a brush this morning. Probably just straight out of bed after a long day too, and down to the feature table. But he's got ace king and he's waiting to pounce. Jonathan, we saw his aggression yesterday, raising with the queen 7, raised with a few dubious hands yesterday. Got away with most of them, but I don't think he's going to get away with this one. Ace king will re-raise here, just a matter of how much. I think about, could be 550, maybe more. Looks like it's a lot more.
Raise. 985.
985, it's a very strong re-raise. Jonathan doing a bit of posturing and checking stacks and all that, but we know he's going to fold his queen 7. But he's here to win, he's here to play, and I love the intention, raising on the button and just happening to run into a big hand on the big blind. He should not be continuing this, but you never know.
Passe.
C'est quoi? Oh non, pour les infos, c'est quoi? Oui, mais ma merde, mais... Évidemment, mais pour les infos, quoi. Bah, t'as fait ça en une journée, mais... Je connais pas cet homme.
And as predicted, the ace king takes it down.
ça joue tout le monde, toi.
Non, j'ai pas joué monsieur Angar. Et j'ai pas joué contre toi aujourd'hui sur Winamax.
Il marquait pas grand monde.
Et de toute façon, c'est jamais joué en live, c'est déjà joué online.
Passe.
Je suis dingo fast.
Qu'est-ce qu'il est?
Structure d'indice.
C'est là on est les meilleurs. C'est là on est les meilleurs.
Ah oui, hein.
Passe. Passe.
Ouais,
Un point 9,
c'est bon, après, c'est pas grave, mais c'est pas grave.
C'est pas sûr, je dois peut-être call, mais je crois pas. Après, tu me fais call genre... Je sais pas, genre de value as dame sous.
On est pas cool, je fais pas moyen.
Ouais, en vrai, je pense que...
Raise.
Vraiment,
Parce qu'on prend en considération que ma range est un peu différente.
1,460. Passe.
Faut aussi que c'est un peu plus tight. Après, connaissant Ben, je pense pas à quoi que ça a un impact, mais. Je pense pas quoi. Je pense en vrai que j'ai trop en call.
Non, par contre, en vrai, c'est pas son meilleur code de peine. C'est elle.
Ouais, mais c'est la première main. Peut-être que je
Mais
me fourre. Hein.
en fait, je suis tout en call en fait, quasiment. Pas trop interactif spécialement. Peut-être genre 2 valets, peut-être. Mais encore, je suis pas sûr quoi. Moi, je pense que je joue comme en call quoi. Je pense que ça compliqué bien. Et de toute façon, si tu t'entends en ligne derrière, ça sera toujours.
Passe, passe.
Je pense que ça fait tout en call quoi.
Passe.
Another hand for Alyosha. That's a tough name. Don't know if it's a typical Belgian name. He's increased. He's won all the hands he's been in so far, and he's got a small pair on the button. Obviously, has to raise 250, I think. Hugo not played a hand yet, and Arthur could call with Jack 3 suited. Kind of hand that if you hit, you know where you are, and if you miss, you're happy to fold, especially against a raise.
Call.
So, yeah, makes the call. I think we saw Arthur yesterday as well. It might have been one of the day ones. They merge a bit into each other, and he has hit his jack. Not a good flop for a pair of fours, 3 overcards with no draw.
Check.
So, yeah, we did see Arthur yesterday. He had a massive double up, if I remember rightly, 3.4 million at one point.
Check.
Ouais, il a beaucoup plus.
Il serait plus beau ici aussi.
Check.
Non, mais après, c'est des petits fils, quoi. C'est rouille, mais...
So now 2 pairs. It's a decent card in one way, pairing the board, but also making a heart. So we may not see too much more action. Arthur, though, is having a stab at it. Raised pre-flop, repping either the queen, the flush, or the flush draw. So our original raiser from Belgium.
Call.
Toi, tu les as, ouais, mais quand ça je pense surtout que entre le Big One et le dernier, il y a une différence. C'est le late game, il va être très dur.
Ah, mais les mecs, par exemple, quand on fait l'heure du ciel, dans le truc, du coup, tu peux prendre ton mauvais dans ton heure du ciel, je sais pas.
Check.
Ouais, je sais pas. On peut jouer à on.com et tout, ça, effectivement.
So there are 4 hearts. And we're going to see another stab. So far, 1.2 million in the pot. I think he's going to need to bet quite a strong one to get this through. But the story is complete. He's bet every street.
610.
Doesn't mean Arthur's going to fold, though. But it's a really bad card for him. It makes the flush, and every street has been bet. He could be losing to a queen. There's a straight there as well. And more importantly, I think the flush. He also has a bad jack. So the 8 kicker on board would be playing. So even if he has it up against a jack, he's probably losing that as well from an original raiser. So I understand the fold. Very well played by our Belgian player in seat 6.
Allez.
Passe.
Ah, je suis une variation de mon dos.
Passe.
And another hand, this time in the cutoff. Ace-3 suited. He's certainly getting involved. And, well, Belgian player up to 6 million now. And yet
200.
again a raise of a similar amount. I think that's 245 from 240. Arthur cannot call. And what does one of our chip leaders in the big blind, Benjamin? Queen 2 offsuit. I don't think he's going to be doing too much calling with that. If it was suited, might be worth a look. But people don't like folding their big blinds to one bet, so often will get a call. And there it is. Only problem with calling, you are always going to be out of position. Bottom pair for the original raiser. More importantly, Benjamin has not hit the board in any way. No draws, no queen.
Check.
Okay, taking the conservative approach.
Check.
Both players not keen on putting more chips in this on this board.
Check.
It's the kind of board where one pair will win. Now straights have been made. 6-9, 4-6. Probably go check check, and the pair of threes will pick up 660,000. But an attempt, very small attempt, getting value to call here with no bets. Never think about it, but yeah, I think he needs to call also to see his hand. There's two things going on there. Lovely call with bottom pair, and I think Benjamin mistimed that. If he bet the turn, it would have been a lot stronger, turn and river, but just betting the river got, with a small amount, got the call. Well played, sir. He's won 4 out of 4 now in a row.
Parle à ton voisin de droite.
Prends ça comme un fleur. Et si vous me calez un fleur, vous avez le droit, vraiment. Mais faites-le bien par contre. Alors un truc vraiment propre quoi.
We've lost a player on one of the other tables. We are down to 16, top left of your screen. 16 out of the original 1,516. So we've lost 1,500. You see the maths there? Fantastic. I think that impressed you all there. Bit of maths by the poker commentator. I can do it, you know. Benjamin and the small blind against Jonathan, one of the more aggressive players, and I think that's a wise thing. And he has tens, so something I've always done is if I'm ever small blind, big blind, and if I haven't got a playable hand, I do fold, because the amount of players that can get in trouble with ego and small blind, big blind, quite often when both players don't have a poor hand, the amount of chips that go in the middle. So it's a rule I've made for myself. Perhaps you could use that yourselves when you play this wonderful game. And we're on to our next hand.
Il faut les festivals poker, il faut les festivals.
Ouais, c'est ça en fait. Option poker.
Line 60, 120, already 300 in the middle. Arthur folding. Benjamin, 5-4 offsuit, folds as well. Jonathan likes raising on the button. He's got a king. This time he's on the small blind. Engaging with the big blind. See what he does. He'll want to play it. He may call, he may raise. He usually raises here, this kind of spot, from what I saw yesterday. And true to form, he does raise. Checking the amount.
75.
Strong raise. Clement. 6-7 offsuit. Not a great calling hand. And it would be actually quite a lot of his stack. Be almost 10% of his stack. So,
Pass.
yeah, I think that's the right play. And we move on.
Je pense qu'il y a que 30 aujourd'hui. Hein.
Ça va, les gars, je vais avoir des mains quand même.
Il y a un dans les yeux.
C'est filmé, monsieur.
Ah merde, putain, j'ai oublié ça.
La première bonne ça marche plus. Hein.
Ah ouais? Non, mais j'ai besoin des mains au début, tu sais, pour sentir un peu l'adrénaline, la tension, tu vois. J'ai besoin de jouer un peu, tu vois. Après, je me tente. Il faut payer les mains, mais ça, en 6-5, ça va trop vite. Donc, on va jouer 5ème, monsieur.
Ça, t'as payé les mains pour les 3 prochains niveaux. Là.
Ouais, c'est bon, je peux fold.
Pass.
Merde, ça, monsieur.
Pass. Pass. $250.
Jonathan now on the button with an ace. Clement, nothing in the small blind. And Aloysia, nothing in the big blind. So he'll take down this pot. Oh. Maybe it won't be quite so easy. I certainly know his 8-4's live. Thing is, you know, you don't even want to hit. You don't want to hit your 4. Where are you? And you really don't want to hit your 8. So I think it's the right fold. But everyone likes taking their time on a feature table when it's live streamed.
Welcome. Hello.
Bonjour.
Yeah, of course.
Il a joué avec 75 millions, j'ai vu 100 millions. Parce qu'il y a 75 millions. Ah, je suis. Et après, je
Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, je prends 64, je le sens bien.
Ouais, c'est bon.
Ouais, je pense vraiment.
J'accepte d'être leader. C'est beau quand même.
Passe.
Un leader radical quand même.
Benjamin in the hijack, raising with the King-6 suited.
Passe.
You speak French?
Sorry?
You speak French?
Small blind with 10-9. Got a big blind behind him.
No problem.
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure.
And folds, but Hugo will not be folding ace-10. He's not played a hand. He's got 12 big blinds. The way he played yesterday, I think this will be a shove. And Benjamin is going to struggle to call it. Ace-10 in the big blind will be ahead of a lot of raising ranges. And he has 12 big blinds. So there it goes. And fold. True to form. Well played, Hugo.
Position 2?
Yep.
On est 15 du coup, ouais.
Oh, le 5,5 pour la partie en vrai, ça devient un point. Oh, je vais trouver un draw, c'est sûr. Mais nous, je te jure, si un flop il y a un draw, je te l'ai dit, on y va. C'était une paire en draw.
Bonne chance et j'espère à
Good leg.
Merci de même, puisse le sort être favorable. Et pas trop quand même.
Parce que le vent soit dans ton dos.
C'est facile parce qu'il y a rien à table.
Voilà.
Passe.
And I've just seen a player leave the table. They're balancing the tables. There's 15 left. So They've taken one from this table of 6, and they have 3 tables of 5 at the moment. Very interesting tournament this, played 6-handed.
Bientôt mes dents là. Hein.
Quite often you'll have 4 or 5 players
Mec, je suis en pleine opération.
whilst tables are being balanced, so it's very much short-handed
J'en ai tout.
poker. Ranges really need to be changed.
J'étais en PLS là.
So the
J'ai mangé, 2
reason Hugo's confident with his ace-10 there
Un passe.
is
des œufs
that
sur
it
le
is a strong hand.
Sur
Il y a
les...
eu un bon timing encore.
Oh les escrocs. Ah ça commence, ok. Ouais, une semaine.
En vrai, j'aurais limite,
Peut-être
j'aurais
que, du
pris
coup,
un
ouais,
400
je vais
000.
sauter le prochain palier.
J'économise 300.
C'est pour ça que j'étais là pour sortir. Tu vois, c'est pas un 8 et 9.
Ils m'ont charcuté en plus. Comment je fais de la gueule hein.
C'est où?
Du coup, c'est quoi, il te remplace tous
En
les temps
vrai,
ou
Budapest.
il te les remplace tous ou il te...
Non, en
il
gros,
te-
j'ai toutes les couronnes là, toutes les dents.
Ok.
Ouais. Et ça prend du temps parce qu'ils m'ont fait les gencives, tout enseigné, enfin bref, c'est un calvaire.
Ouais.
Là, ils m'ont mis un peu les dents, c'est pour pouvoir mettre les couronnes et tout.
Passe.
Et là, je fais pas d'anesthésie, moi.
C'est un dur quoi.
Ouais, et j'ai fini par faire parce que j'y ai trop quoi.
Passe.
Bah non, mais c'est juste, j'aime bien laisser mon corps réagir à lui-même.
Passe.
Mais là, c'est trop dur, hein, impossible.
On est 14 d'ailleurs.
5 ou 7.
Oh, we play John.
6-4 suited for Benjamin.
Oh putain, bien t'en frérol.
Started as chip leader on this table. In fact, he was chip leader of the
Je
whole
postillonne un peu, c'est normal. c'est-
final day, but lost a big hand to seat 2, who's just left us. Doubled up with 7s against ace king. This time 6-4 suited in the small blind against an aggressive Jonathan.
Tranquille, mais nous prend ton temps. Hein. Ah,
C'est pour le next clavier.
ok, ok. Ouais, calme-toi, oh. C'est tout le monde.
Raise 410.
Passe.
Un passe.
Tu joues au show one?
Oh, quel voleur. J'ai une autre en meilleure.
C'était quoi les comptes?
Un 4 de
4 de carreau.
Ah, ça y est, ça veut jouer au cheval, non hein.
C'est bon, quand
Ça
j'ai
y est, hein.
pièce,
Au bout d'un quart d'heure, ça y est, ça craque. Hein.
And takes down
Bien.
a small pot.
Bah ouais, on s'ennuie quoi. C'est pas drôle.
Au moins t'as retourné la bonne gauche.
Putain, j'avais 5 et 3, j'ai respecté.
We've lost another player on one of the outer tables. We're down to 14. When we get to 12, there will be 2 tables of 6.
Passe.
At some point soon, ICM considerations will come into play. And the next player out will get 5,500, but 11th, and you're up to 7,100. So each position will jump up a couple, 2,000 or 3,000,
Nice.
and then even
250.
more as we go towards the final 6. Plus, of course, everyone wants to make that final table, give themselves a chance of a shot of an amazing 90,000 euros, which is an incredible result for a 550 buy-in. Here comes Jonathan. He will be re-raising this. When he plays tough. I really liked the way he played yesterday.
100.
Takes no nonsense. Works out his chips, very confident, very assured in his betting.
Un passe.
Benjamin showing a
Prends la meilleure.
semi-bluff on the
C'était les deux mêmes, hein.
button, and Jonathan will not be showing his king 10, although it was winning.
Le cheval, ça va les gars?
Ouais, non.
Non? Ah, t'as initié en plus. Oh, t'es le pire. t'as
Non,
initié,
mais dans
en
les
plus.
petits coups, ça me dérange pas, mais dans les gros, j'ai pas envie, tu vois.
Ah, mais justement, dans les gros, c'est encore plus excitant quoi. Tu vois? T'es là, t'as l'adrénaline, t'es là en mode.
Moi, je choisis quand je le fais, tu vois.
Tu sais qu'hier, on s'est brain toute la journée comme ça, c'était incroyable.
Ah ouais.
Et pendant genre 4 heures, on n'a pas vu de paire. Vraiment, que les show et on n'a pas vu une paire. Donc, soit les mecs ont passé leur journée à bluffer, soit c'était le mauvais paire.
T'as pas regardé le stream pour vérifier?
Un peu, mais pas tout. Quoi.
Tu mens, au peu, je te voyais.
A slightly more attractive king 8 suited this time for Benjamin.
240.
He's not really been able to use his stack. doubled a small stack up earlier
Nice.
and hasn't
240.
really got back
Pass.
into the game.
Pass.
So let's see if this one works out for him. I think Big Blind will be folding the Queen 7. He's done well since we started. Alyosha from Belgium. Got the computer hand,
Pass.
but doesn't like it.
Passe.
C'est arrivé, hein.
Il veut cheval sans faire exprès.
Ouais, c'est ça, bah dis-le. Hein. Mais après, c'est mieux quand même.
Jonathan with a pretty 9-10 suited in the cutoff. Makes his standard raise to 250.
Passe.
Alyosha will know the value of an ace 5-handed, especially a connected one, albeit a 5. He will minimum call, if not re-raise. If he doesn't, it would surprise me.
Passe.
Wow, that actually does surprise me.
Passe.
If that was reversed, Jonathan would have re-raised with that, I promise. Different kind of player, more considered, more solid. With the Belgian, Jonathan will be playing to win this for sure.
Oh,
C'est payé dans le.
C'est libre.
C'est libre, quoi.
bien sûr, on va appeler le fort si vous voulez. Fold.
Passe.
Clement maybe coming in for his first hand. The hood's up. He's got ace-9 suited. So we'll see a raise.
Ça a mis la capuche, c'était pas trop
Nice.
Il fait froid.
Ouais.
Disait Jonathan hier.
245.
So just over the min raise. Blinds. Big blind is 120.
Le plus grave que j'ai joué, c'est pour ça.
C'est pour
King
ça.
4 suited. Very playable hand on the button. So he's got position,
Passe.
but not to his liking.
Passe.
Here you go, fair enough, King 5. And a pair for Benjamin. How does he want to play this? 20 big blinds, Clement's got. First hand he's played, so very unlikely to have a folding hand when he raises in relative early position. I mean, every position is late and early with 5-handed, but you know what I mean. So how does he want to play this? Does he want to raise here? Or look to set mine and reevaluate on the flop? Probably figures he's up against some kind of ace. Ace jack, ace 10, that kind of hand. Ace 9 suited, pretty level with ace jack and ace 10 offsuit.
Call.
Just calls.
5 more.
So we get to a flop
45.
Il manque combien 5. Oh, ok.
and
Yeah, thank you.
2 players
C'est 240.
in. So the 2 overcards suited against the 4s. And there is the suits. So not a bad flop for 4s, but a very good flop for Clement with the ace 9 suited.
Bet 1.8. Yes. Go. Check.
So no heart, the four's still winning, but Clement has not given up yet. So no flush at the moment. How is Clement going to play this? He kind of needs to keep firing to make the story believable. It's one of the things players miss, but this guy seems to know what he's doing. Just doing a count. There's 1 million in the pot.
Bet. 800 and pass.
And very nice bet on the turn.
Je rigole. Paul, montre pas. Montre.
Je garde mon EV pendant 30 minutes. S'il y en a eu.
First hand for Clement, and he takes a decent pot.
2024. Septembre 2024. Ouais, un peu poète, avec beaucoup de fautes d'orthographe, mais un très beau poète.
Passe.
Désolé, mais t'as bien la gueule un peu.
Ça,
Je sais que vous êtes désolé
je
d'ailleurs.
pense que c'est les cheveux bouclés, ça. Je pense, hein. Ouais.
Lunettes, cheveux bouclés.
On m'a déjà dit que j'ai une tête d'artiste. Alors je sais pas d'où, parce que je sais rien faire de mes mains.
Passe.
Donc bon.
Enfin, un artiste, c'est pas obligé d'être manuel. Hein.
Ouais, c'est vrai que tu me sauves un peu là, j'avoue.
Passe.
Ah bah tiens, on joue.
Time. C'est bon,
On aime.
Benjamin with an ace in the small blind.
Go.
Interesting way of playing it, just for calls. Is he reading Jonathan's aggression
What you play?
that he will look at raising with whatever hand?
6.7, 6.8.
They have similar stacks. Yeah, very similar stacks here. Ace 8 playing 10-4. Can Jonathan get lucky? He is in position. And that's a straight draw for the 10 and top pair for Benjamin, who will bet this. 360 in the pot.
130.
Just over the min.
Go.
Jonathan making a confident call. Benjamin covering his face. Not a good card for Jonathan though. Should see a follow-up bet here on the turn. He's got top pair. It's a dangerous board. There's straights. There's two flushes now. But he has the ace of diamonds, so it's less likely to be diamond flush.
Bet. 500.
Nice strong bet. Nice big bet and a fold. Very good. I think both players played that well.
Ça, c'est fun. Quand même. C'est mieux même. Non, j'ai pas
C'est de bet.
ça c'est autant.
10, c'est fort quand même.
Ouais, mais pas contre ça ici. Enfin, je raise qui a bien. C'est avec un pigeon.
Si tu collais, fallait être fort river pour coller.
Ouais, bah.
Passe.
Moi je sais améliorer la ça c'est surtout ma grande force.
Ça, c'est vrai.
Ça c'est, tu vois.
J'en ai déjà entendu parler.
J'ai pas trop besoin d'y recall parce qu'en fait je me fais souvent mieux, tu vois, river, tu vois, j'améliore quoi.
Tu fais souvent les backdoors, voilà.
Ah, ça c'est.
Hugo with an ace in the cutoff. 13 big blinds, but not strong enough for him to come in. Benjamin, an 8-6 offsuit on the button.
Raise 250.
Makes a raise with it. This time, though, Jonathan has a suited ace in the small blind. Usually we'll be re-raising here, but does have a player behind him.
1.1.
So
Raise
lovely.
1.1 million.
Just look at this. Such a positive, strong poker.
Pass and pass.
Takes out the variables and just picks up a raised pot.
Bon, j'espère que ça
I
fait pas
do
l'histoire
like
de-
his
d'équipe,
style. He's a very
sur
good young
Winamax.
player.
Ça ressemble à rien, non? On va faire un seul express. Tout qui s'est barré la table.
Pass.
A little bit of information about this young man, Jonathan Pastori. He actually has won over 2 million in live winnings,
J'ai timing, en vrai, j'ai les mains, les timings.
including Omaha. Played in Vegas this summer and had a few
Vraiment,
cashes,
vraiment.
including quite a big one.
Bah,
The
moi, tu diras, ah,
5,000 Champions Reunion came fourth for $130,000.
ouais, bah,
And also in April, the EPT, fifth in the EPT for 261. So he's had a very, very good year already. That's 400,000 there, just in 2 tournaments in April and May. So definitely one to look out for.
ça, quoi.
I've been very impressed with the way he's played.
3 sur 3?
Non, j'ai dit 1 sur 3 quoi. C'est bon.
Here we have Clement has called in the small blind with King 3.
C'est la balance, hein.
Alyosha has Jack 5.
Vraiment des folles,
Not
quoi.
quite sure what he's thinking here. Oh, okay.
400.
Puis il reste plus.
He's thinking a raise will work. That's what he's thinking.
Deux folles de cette fois.
He's picked up Clement making a weak call and has decided that he will come back at him, smack him around. Now, can Clement see through this and come back at him? This is what I mean. Small blind, big blind. Talked about it 10 minutes ago. Sometimes with pretty poor holdings, it can get ballistic. Never quite understood it. I think it's a good way of losing a lot of chips. And I think he's going to re-raise. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. You get egos come into it. Big blind, small blind, that neither of them have hands. They've seen the big pros do it. And immediate fold, so picks up a very nice hand.
Et du coup, je ressens mieux mes émotions et du coup, je prends plus de plaisir à jouer aussi.
C'est-à-dire que tu.
Bah, tu sais, en gros, je compte mes. Tu sais, j'essaie de rester super sérieux, faire en mode. À pas trop parler, de focus et tout. Au final, c'est vraiment pas forcément une bonne chose parce que tu gardes toute l'adrénaline en toi, toutes tes émotions. Et après, bah.
C'est-à-dire en parler de quelle manière?
Comment ça? Ah, bah, juste. Moi, je sais que. À Monaco, je diluais l'enjeu par. Je sais pas, je rigolais avec les coureurs. Enfin,
Ah oui, comme ça, ok,
là,
d'accord.
tu ridiculises un peu le moment.
Non, mais ça c'est vrai que c'est important.
Et en fait, je trouve que ça fait vraiment une différence. Quoi. Moi, ça m'a vraiment aidé. Quoi.
Ça, au break, pareil, j'évite d'être avec tout le monde et de parler de.
Ouais, bah après, c'est. Par rapport à rester dans ta carapace, par exemple, tu peux faire.
Et de rigoler avec.
Je trouve que c'est important. Et des fois, on oublie beaucoup de choses par rapport à ça. On oublie de prendre trop de plaisir à jouer. On oublie de. Et ça, c'est un truc.
Ouais.
J'ai besoin de prendre du plaisir en fait. Sinon. Il y a des moments où je prends pas avec focus, mais j'ai besoin de. Profiter du moment aussi, quoi. C'est important.
Déjà, c'est des moments qui se reproduisent pas.
Bah ouais, tu vois, c'est ça quoi. Donc, tu sais jamais quand ça va s'arrêter.
Raise 2.4.
Bah, j'ai mon mère qui est venu avec sa copine, j'ai un autre pote qui est venu. Il y a mon frère qui est venu, mais un peu trop tard, j'ai déjà bust. Mais, du coup, c'est la première fois que j'ai ma famille qui joue à des jeux de poker et tout. C'est assez incroyable quoi. Et, ouais. Mais ouais, je pense que le fait de partager ses plus proches, ça a vraiment une saveur particulière, tu vois.
There's an initial raise.
C'est vraiment plus fort quand c'est Vegas, parce que vraiment c'est l'explosion, tu vois.
Clement has made a huge raise to 2.4 million.
qu'à Vegas, j'étais loin de tout le monde, tu vois. Je
But-
des poker, c'est pas pareil, tu vois. En mode,
Aloysia has a very powerful king queen offsuit
c'est un privilège, quoi, tu vois.
and does cover Clément. So this could be a big hand again between the two of them. Just had a spat when they were small blind and big blind. Now we've got
it's all
button.
in.
And it's all in. This is really a fantastic
Pass.
hand brewing.
Pass.
And Clément folds. He made a huge raise and folded. Wow, what a hand.
Il a l'air un peu dur, hein, bien sûr.
En fait, on va partir de maman, je rentre au tournoi.
Tous les coups, quand même, voilà.
Bah ouais, en fait, je fais pas trop de. Je parle les tournois. Bon, là, j'ai dit que c'est un peu particulier, mais sinon. Ouais, bah là, en fait, du coup, je joue les zones que j'ai envie de jouer, quoi. Donc, du SOP, et des zones comme ça, j'ai envie de voir mes potes et tout, et voilà, quoi. Mais ouais, après, je fais pas trop de différence, quoi. Évidemment, il y a des bracelets plus prestigieux que d'autres, tu vois, en termes de.
Oui, il y a deux niveaux et tout.
Mais je pense surtout premier à gagner qui est important, quoi. En gros, lequel tournoi t'as gagné en premier, quoi. Au final.
60
Le 5006 max. Ah, c'était le premier. Ouais.
and 10 more.
On a augmenté ou on est sur le niveau d'un?
60. 5 more. Yeah, that's it. Race.
Ouais, je pense que c'est le. Ouais, c'est
Next
le
time?
répéter, je
I
pense
didn't
que
see.
c'est
Yeah. Yes, still 120. Yeah, yeah. And race 275 and pass.
Aujourd'hui, c'est plus sur la recherche de titres, ce genre de choses.
Ouais, bah, tu fais aussi.
Well, small blind was mistaken chips. Yeah,
Mais
it's okay.
optimiser plein de trucs.
Pass. Small blind pass.
Performant.
Prendre du plaisir dans son métier, quoi.
Ouais, prendre du plaisir, mais allier, tu sais, trouver le bon compromis entre être performant, prendre du plaisir. Parce que du coup, des fois, tu t'extériorises un peu, tu peux te défocus aussi, c'est pas arrivé. Hein. Ça m'est déjà arrivé, et toi, à Monaco, à un moment donné, il m'est arrivé un spot. Avec ton demi, je me
Big
suis
hand
dit,
here, brewing ace king with Jonathan, queen 10 with Benjamin. Neither player's hit.
Check.
We have 730 in the pot. Jonathan, who hasn't stopped talking, is checking behind. And it's not a bad card for ace king.
Check.
If there's no pair around, you really are winning. So may decide to bet this.
Check.
Doesn't need to. No, being sensible. And the ace king gets the tick box.
Check.
Only a bet really can win it, but
Showdowns.
Benjamin didn't bet, and the ace king will pick it up.
Les papiers, voilà.
C'était la première fois.
Je voulais juste showdown pour montrer cette main, tu vois, genre. Sinon, j'en fais roi river, j'aurais même pas misé.
So blinds up. 70, 140.
Il a poussé avec le niveau des blindes. Après, c'est 75, 150. 80, 160.
C'était 80, 160 d'abord.
Mais non, sérieux? C'est marrant, le niveau des blindes.
C'est quoi?
Je pensais que ça allait être moins
Passe.
assez,
Il n'y a pas de 75 avant, quoi.
quoi. Ouais, c'est 70, 140, 80, 160, c'est bien lissé déjà, je crois. Ouais, ouais. Bon, c'est pas quand je suis bien là-bas, je vais bien. Hein.
Alyosha has been involved in a lot of pots on this feature table, and he's got a very pretty suited ace, and will be raising again.
280.
Hugo looking for an opportunity to get his stack in, and 8-3 is not it. Benjamin, king 6 of suit. We are round to the big blind of Jonathan. He is a brave poker player and may peel one off here with 6-5 off suit. Kind of hand he'll know how to play post flop. No point raising. Alyosha has shown that he is not a player to be bullied, so I'm sure Jonathan has read that. So 2 to the flop, 770k in the flop. Can Jonathan hit? That's a pretty good flop for 6-5, but also top pair for Alyosha.
Check.
This is looking like an interesting pot already.
Bet 200.
Je peux t'en demander un deuxième, s'il te plaît?
C'est gentil.
So something for both players here. Up and down for Jonathan with the 6-5. Again, he probably won't want to raise here because he'll know that the ace is there. But he
Raise
doesn't play
700.
like me, and so he does raise. He's got the draw, he's raising. He's also getting information. If Alyosha comes back at him, he'll know he's up against an ace at least, and then can make a decision. How is he going to play this? I'm actually surprised Jonathan has raised here. It's his game, but
Cool.
and now even more surprised that there's just a call. There's a flush draw there, there's a straight draw there, and neither Alyosha doesn't want to see it, and the straight comes in, and there's no redraw for Alyosha. He does not have a club. Very impressive player, this Jonathan. 100% confident and 100% positive.
Bet 500.
It's an enticing bet of 500 on 2 million. He's put himself into this spot though, to be honest. May have been a very different scenario if he had put up more resistance against the raise on the flop. The club's got there, the straight's got there, and Alyosha will not be liking life at the moment. May well fold. He may feel, what is he raising with? And a lot's got there. You could also feel he's up against ace-7 or ace-8. That's another possibility. Certainly clubs. Oh, I think we're going to get in trouble here if he puts chips in. Maybe he's just doing a count to see what he would have left if he folds. Very interesting pot. Trying to work out what he is up against.
Okay.
This will be a great fold if he can find it. He can't.
Call.
He calls. And unfortunately for him, he's hit his other ace, but that may slow down Jonathan. Board has now paired. If Jonathan bets and gets raised, he will be in trouble. And Alyosha may raise, representing the house. I think all options.
Check.
And Jonathan checks behind. It makes sense.
And check. Show, please. Straight.
Great pot for Jonathan there. Hitting the straight. Alyosha could have lost more. So, very good pot.
dame, mais je te rebloque encore.
Yep. Let's change the good luck.
As our chip counts, Jonathan moving up to the chip lead on this table. Hugo and Clement, two players at risk. Hugo hardly had any hands, only played two, but it all in twice, won the blinds. Clement made a big misstep with a very large re-raise with the 9-10 against Alyosha's King-Queen, who snapped an all-in back at him. So
As 9 suité.
C'est amateur. C'est pas le même prix.
Est-ce que tu avais? Je savais que ça t'emmerdait déjà la paire en effet.
Passe, passe.
Ah, il y a des counters chez moi et tout, il y a des give-up et des counters.
Elle est dure à bluff aussi.
Ouais. Oh, t'as gagné par tuer ton et tout. Bon, vraiment.
300.
Il a une top.
Passe.
Je peux dire ça parti.
raised with a King-8 by Benjamin. Clement now 7.5 big blinds because the blinds have gone up. Short stack on the table has King-3. This will be a bad timing for him to shove here.
Call.
Just calls. Does not want to hit his king. Unless it's accompanied by a 3, of course. There's quite a lot of split pot possibilities here with both players playing the king. Benjamin, though, was the original raiser.
140.
140.
And bets 1.4. Clement calls with the King-3, looking for his king to play.
Check.
King-8 still winning at the moment. Another bet may be enough to win this pot. Both check, and it is a split pot as predicted. As soon as you see a pair on the board and they both got similar hands, it can often go that way. But the betting might be interesting because they both got a king kicker. They've got the nut kicker, nut to no pair. I think Benjamin may look to bet this. And there's the bet. It's going to be hard for Clement to fold this hand.
470.
470,000 is the bet. Clement trying to work out what he could have, and they both have the same hand.
Split.
The pot is split.
Personne qui a fait une paire encore.
C'est un nom 2 là.
Oui, pardon, ça. Oh, j'ai un 10 proche finalement.
Non, j'hésitais à prendre plus cher entre le split ou essayer de value Queen High.
Ça fait 7 calls, 7 check, 7
J'essaie la King BG.
Ouais.
4.
Ouais. Non, c'est bien. Tu veux des. Ouais, non, peut-être filer des bleus quand même. Ouais, c'est bon. Filer des bleus quand même. Manque de réflexe, ça. J'ai fini pile de bleus, tiens. Une shit.
King Queen now for Hugo. This is good enough to get his 9.5 big blinds in. Even though he's in early position under the gun,
Ouais, c'est ça.
All in.
he can't wait for Ace Queen or whatever. So King Queen is a good enough hand to get it in. Jonathan though has an ace, and he knows the value of an ace. 2 players behind, 1 short stack, 1 bigger. That's the problem. So can't really call. Clement, very pretty, but can't call. 10-8 suited could call, but it's quite a significant part of his stack, and he doesn't need to. So Hugo picks up the blinds and is probably fairly grateful for not having the call.
Ça me va si tu veux bien.
Ouais, cool, on va
T'as payé ton tour de blinde.
Ouais,
beau.
j'ai servi un tour de plus.
Quel voleur.
$280.
C'est quoi cette petite feinte là? Oh, passe.
Pass.
Regarde tes cartes.
Benjamin raising with the ace-7, 240k. Alyosha with a very playable king-jack, and he's in the small blind, so he does have some chips in. Having a good think about this.
Pass.
Decides against it, and Hugo will probably fold his 10-7.
Pass.
Bien, à montrer les papiers quand même. Hein?
J'ai une page de club avec moi, j'ai oublié.
Tu veux pas le patch Poker Pro?
Pass.
C'est vrai? T'es plus avec?
Ouais, bah ouais.
Pass.
Tu sais pas?
Ah non, je savais plus.
Ouais, depuis Vegas. Ouais.
Ah, Vegas, c'est le dernier?
Ton petit patch? C'est une page de Lorient. Orléans.
Comment ça se fait?
Bon, on a arrêté, mon contrat se termine genre octobre, on l'a arrêté un peu plus tôt. Enfin, je l'ai arrêté plus tôt.
Mais tu restes il te prend toujours des points ou...
Non, on a
tout
quelques sacs. Ouais, ouais. En fait, je
280.
c'était bien. Et au final, j'avais oublié, je me rappelle plus de cette phrase. Et ouais, du coup, on a arrêté à la fin de Vegas, quoi.
Ok.
Ouais. Du coup, le petit jeune que j'ai coaché, il a repris le coaching. C'est cool, tu vois.
Ouais.
C'est lequel vient à Vegas et tout. Ah, un autocollant, là.
Lèche.
Ah ouais, il était pas mal là. Il est bien, hein. mais il voit pas méchant après, c'est chiant quand même. Là, c'est bon.
Ouais, on sait que c'est you.
Comme ça, je pense que c'est bon.
Alyosha this time with the big aces. Hugo's raised with ace 4. May be committed to this. Sorry, Alyosha has raised with the aces and Hugo gets away from it. 10-9 suited in the big blind. Benjamin may well want to have a look at this one. Is he going to all in against aces? This is a ridiculous hand. What has Benjamin done against one of the other chip leaders? This is a real mistake. Unbelievable. One club on board. Alyosha has been given an early Christmas present, everyone. This is a very, very strange hand. A queen would give a straight, drawing to a queen now. If he does hit a straight, it's the luckiest hand I've seen for quite a while. No, and what a double up for Aloishi. 13 million.
Jamais ça. Hein.
Faut pas être tranquille.
Ça tape télé, c'est normal, il n'y a jamais de.
Déjà, toi, je pensais que t'allais tout mettre là. Je suis long.
Wow, this is a ridiculous hand, to be honest.
J'ai un million 3, j'ai 9 blindes.
T'as évité le point.
Ouais.
Biggest pot of the tournament so far.
3 million, 3.5, 36, 37, 37,
Wow,
35.
what a hand.
Can you give me 35?
And not a flicker of emotion from Alyosha.
3, 7, 35.
He's focused on counting. He must be jumping up and down inside. And a massive error from Benjamin.
This is 3 million.
3 million, 3 1.
3, 6, 35. Yeah.
Merci, c'est très fair-play.
En Belgique, on est comme ça. J'aimerais qu'on me le fasse, donc. Ça va être malheureux.
Benjamin now down to, I think actually that chip count's wrong. Our screen said he was down to 4 big blinds, but we can see he has a lot more. But a huge double up there for our Belgian player in seat 6. Seat 3 actually has a lot more chips than the graphics show. I'm sure that'll be refreshed at another point. What a hand. Everyone take a breath. It's not often that happens when you've got a big hand that someone just shoves all into you. Ironically, Benjamin still has a very playable stack. Is he coming back to play the ace-2? Just calls on the small blind. Jonathan covers him. That's right, we can see now he's got 25 big blinds. 3.4 million Benjamin. Jonathan 9.1 million. So I think those graphics are correct now. As Jonathan wants to keep up the pain by raising him here, making it a tough choice for Benjamin in the small blind with ace-2. He does. His instincts are really strong.
450.
This reads a bit of weakness, plus Benjamin's head will be scrambled with the last hand, losing 6.5 million chips unnecessarily. Very strange play, just a shove with no information.
J'ai la doyle.
Passe.
Benjamin goes all in though, no nonsense, and wins the pot. Jonathan smiles.
Oh, j'aurais tellement voulu t'aurais folle, j'aurais chaud. Les gars, ils ont pensé que c'est de la collision.
Ah, parce que vous savez pas?
Indirectement, on peut pas le dire. Quoi, 2, 3 2, comme ça,
Frérot.
t'as le droit de me faire de deux. T'as le droit de me le dire, hein, on verra en stream de toute façon. Peut-être
Tu regarderas d'ici une demi-heure?
Donc t'as pas mon temps, c'est beau. Alors que moi je t'ai montré, t'as vu?
Non, en show one, je te montre un 2.
Ouais, on est en show tout maintenant, je t'en ai montré deux.
Passe.
C'est beau quand même, Isolis.
Ah, je voulais juste te montrer quoi. C'est le pauvre, après juste la demande après, c'est pas le 17, c'est mon foirette.
Hugo now with another ace 10. 9.5 big blinds. The chips will go in. Let's see if anyone has a hand to call him. We are down to 14 players. 2 tables of 5 and a table of 4.
Toujours important pour celle de en face.
Tu sais qu'il y a un truc bizarre. C'était
All in.
3 600,
All in announced.
125. Putain, je vais avoir ça.
Benjamin
Là, j'ai moins.
on the button. Plus the blinds to get through.
Alors je blague, mais
5, 700.
I think Alyosha is still concerned about the chip count from the big hand.
60, 70, 80. T'es sûr qu'il m'a payé assez?
Peut-être qu'il a peut-être trop enlevé par contre.
Ah, je sais pas, il y avait que 100, je voudrais regarder au stream ou à la caméra.
I think he thinks it's short.
J'ai vraiment compté, j'avais 3 600 et 30 ou 35.
Le truc c'est le fort, je pense qu'il voudra rien savoir vu que c'est passé et tout, on peut demander mais c'est comme vous voulez les gars, mais je pense que ça va être dur de...
Jonathan will not be calling with Queen 2. Let's see if Clement has a hand to defend his big blind with.
If he gave me 3 million and 600.
Well, could do, but he won't.
60 and I had 6.9 and I didn't play any hand. Plus the small guy.
Ok, we'll check.
Parce que moi j'ai pas vérifié ce que tu
Ouais,
m'as
j'ai
donné,
pas
mais en
vérifié,
fait c'est qu'il manquait.
Moi j'ai posé.
We're going to have a slight pause here, guys, while the cameras are checked about the payout on the 13 million pot.
Yeah, sure.
Or at least it's being checked, and I think we will carry on whilst someone from the tournament directing staff check the cameras and do a count.
À mon avis c'est parce qu'avant
Luckily, Alyosha does keep his chips in clear, defined columns of 20, so fairly easy to work out what his stack was.
You know the situation?
Yeah, we know the situation. You can keep dealing. We're gonna solve it.
Okay.
T'es sûr que c'est les piles devant? Juste vérifier.
Ouais, je viens de vérifier.
Ok.
Doing a quick count.
Parlez, continuez.
5 et demi, 6 et demi, 6, 7, 6, 8, 6, 9, 6, 9, 80. Ouais, 6, 9, 80.
Et tu vas avoir cette M2 non? Tu vas avoir cette
So big blind.
Ouais, c'est ça.
250.
Plus la small guy.
Ah ouais, ah ouais.
Moi je sais pas très compliqué entre temps.
2, 3,
I am
3, 8, 9, 4, 5.
J'ai 37, 3, 8, 3, 9.
4, 3. 4, 3.
Désolé, mais je pense que
Ça fait
c'est
normal.
normal. Je compte toujours en plus.
Passe, passe,
Non, moi
passe.
je sais pas, il m'a rendu 200, je sais pas quand j'ai posé. Donc c'est ça, c'est les 200 là, tu vois.
Passe.
Bah ouais, ils sont récupérés.
Il est fort quand même, hein. Il rend 100 pour me prendre 200.
T'as vu?
C'est malin, ouais.
En plus, je connais aucun belge malhonnête. C'est tout seul.
Non, mais c'est vrai que c'est agréable de jouer à Namur.
Alors la Belgique ne se résume pas à Namur.
Non,
mais...
non, mais c'est vrai. Non, mais c'est vrai que c'est agréable de jouer là-bas, tu vois. C'est
C'est comme si on dit.
c'est la seule destination en Belgique que j'ai fait. Et franchement,
pareil,
c'est rien à voir avec la France quand
Depuis
même.
2 ans, c'est vraiment génial.
C'est une ambiance, c'est une ambiance qui n'a rien à voir avec le reste des destinations de manière générale.
Vous venez au CPS en novembre, là, juste avant Prague.
Je suis pas sûr. À voir.
C'est pas mal. T'as 500 000 garanties, t'as un main à 2002,
Ok,
1 million garanti.
Il y a un 3003 aussi, il y a plein de trucs.
Ouais, il y a
Ouais. C'est juste avant Prague.
Ouais, normalement,
Ok.
ouais.
Le niveau il est vraiment.
Il est vraiment.
Il est vraiment.
Ça, c'est un 8-9 max. Je sais pas. 8-9, ouais. C'est ça qui est dur. On peut retourner sur des.
Race, all in. Pass.
And the Osher now using his stack, pushing all in with a 5-3 suited, making it very hard for Hugo, who's one of our short stacks, to call. Hugo, you can see on the screen, and Clement both under 10 big blinds, because the blinds are now 71-40. And Jonathan up the top, followed closely by Alyosha. Benjamin started the day as chip leader, over 10 million, and now has lost half of his stack.
Ça force tout, là je suis un peu. J'ai envie de rendre, mais je trouve. Je suis bleu. On me demande juste pour chaque fois rendre, tu t'aurais payé le
Alyosha sitting pretty and won 4 hands in a row earlier on, and then 13 million pot with aces against Benjamin's push. King Jack here with 9.5 big blinds in the small blind. I think Hugo may well push here.
All in.
And does.
Non, je pense que si on peut vérifier que je les ai rendus quoi.
Benjamin hoping for a hand. 7-3 is not it. Shows his hand. Hugo doesn't need to bother. It'll pick up again. He's surviving, but needs a double up at some point. Even he will want to be called because he needs a double up.
Et puis on me dit, ah oui, on doit vous rendre 300. On me rend 300, je me rassure.
Moi, c'est trop armé. C'est fini.
Donc en fait, moi j'ai juste respect que tu bosses sur cette main pour regarder les dessins.
Après, bon,
On vous laisse en BGV, les copains.
t'as fait peut-être le tour 10 aussi, bon. Hein
Pass.
Ça pourrait être incroyable. Oh, t'aurais clic, j'aurais refit. Ça va être incroyable ça.
J'aurais cliqué, j'ai hésité à cliquer.
Ah ouais. T'as le roi de. Oh, t'aurais clic. Tu sais que j'aurais clic, j'aurais eu.
Ouais,
je touche. C'est trop signe ta reine. Je sais pas. Tu sauras jamais moi.
Pass.
Ah oui. Il est pas parti.
Bah ça dépend s'il y a les 200 ou
C'est
pas.
officiel actuel.
Benjamin calling in the small blind with Queen 10 offsuit. Jonathan, very similar hand, Queen 8, but he has been known to raise in this situation. See what he wants to do here.
Check.
Jonathan has more than twice the stack of Benjamin. Not a good flop for either player.
Check.
But that doesn't stop Jonathan betting in position. 150.
Pass.
And gets it through. Picks up the small pots as well as some of the big ones.
Passe.
Benjamin raising with 9-6 suited. Jonathan giving him a look, but can't come back. But Clement, small blind. Clement, I'm sorry, 20 big blinds. Does he have that? Yeah, maybe he does. 2.8 million. King, Queen. And the hoodie goes up, which means he's ready to play a hand. That's his sign. Seen that 2 or 3 times. Not had that many cards to play, to be fair. And this is a good opportunity here.
Call.
Doesn't like putting too many chips in pre-flop though. Obviously confident in his post-flop abilities. That's a good flop for 9-6. And not a very good flop for a red king queen. 3 black cards, all low. Benjamin raised to start with, and will be feeling pretty good about this flop. Should bet about 300 into it, 770. In the pot so far.
225.
Slightly less than 300, 225.
Yeah.
It's really not a good flop for a red king queen. Clement may fold this and wait for a better spot. Could have re-raised pre-flop, chose not to. But he's got 2 overs and doesn't want to give up quite yet. He's getting a price for it. Let's see if he can hit on the turn. He can't. It's a pretty bad card. Might slow Benjamin down as well.
Ouais,
C'est ok, je pense, non?
ça va. C'est un peu gros, mais ça va. Je pense
Copédie, quoi.
qu'ils veulent mettre. Ils n'ont pas l'habitude, donc ça va.
75.
Ouais, ça va.
Again, smallish bet compared to the size of the pot. But a pretty bad card for Clement. Makes spades, it's an ace. And red king queen really not looking too good here.
Passe.
Yeah, and he has to pass. Nice hand there for Benjamin.
I put my phone in my pocket.
Pair of 6s for our short stack with 12 big blinds. Again, he can fold it. I think yesterday he was in a similar position with 5s and folded. So lots of ways of playing this one. He's early position. He'll get respect for having a hand. There are only 5 players on the table though. I prefer this approach, and if you get called, you still have a pair.
Passe.
Ace, jack and above will definitely call, and obviously any pair will call.
J'ai 300 000 de plus là, je peux payer.
And 7-5 won't call. I don't think Hugo would mind, but gets his 6s through.
Attends, on est en train de vérifier, je pense que ça va le faire, ça peut le faire. Hein. Ils sont partis là, donc a priori ils sont en train de vérifier.
Tu vois le coup avant. Je suis en train de imaginer genre all in call, machin, un truc, puis ah mais je peux raiser, tu vois. Genre, là je t'ai circulé de partout. Parce qu'il y a bien un moment où ce sera trop tard.
Bah attends que je la vérifie, bah ça sera trop
Ouais,
tard.
t'es en train de dire que je vais sauter quoi, c'est
Quand
ça?
quelqu'un va
Non, pas
baisse,
du
quoi,
tout.
ce sera trop tard.
Oui, c'est clairement ce qu'il vient de dire. Ouais.
Les autres, t'aurais pas pu sauter. Ouais,
J'ai combien Hugo?
imagine que tu tombes un peu short, on va t'enlever genre 2 blindes et demi, ça fait chier quand même, tu vois.
Ouais.
10, 1 730 000 sans la blinde. Avec la blinde.
280. Pass. Passe.
Ouais, y a pas de palier en vrai.
Jonathan raising with a Queen 8 280k. Hugo considering his options here. 10-7 suited. He has enough to make Jonathan fold, but decides he wants to see a flop with suited connectors, and I don't think that's a wrong thing at all. He's hit the up and down, and Jonathan's hit bottom pair. I think Hugo will be going for this. This could be an interesting pot.
Check.
And better card for Jonathan with a Queen 8 than Hugo, who has the same draw. Jonathan may well look at betting this one if Hugo checks. Oh, sizing up a bet. He's a very brave young man. Jonathan, though, is a very good player
475.
and has two pairs. May not want to fold.
Passe.
The floor recover to say something?
Ah non.
Pas convaincu là par contre.
Si tu avais des piles de 21, ça fait pile la somme en plus. Ça fait 260.
Blinds up. Nu check line.
Hold on, Nick.
Je pense qu'il vérifie peut-être ça, tu vois.
Ah, c'est des
Parce qu'en fait, il manque 260. Si t'as des piles de 21, tu vois, ça fait 200. 10.
Welcome. Yep, we have a new blinds level. 8160.
Ils sont peut-être en train d'essayer de voir, de compter le jetons, tu vois.
C'est que je suis dit, mais quand même.
Même si toi tu l'as vérifié, tu vois, c'est peut-être ce que vous vérifiez.
Tu veux faire gagner du temps ou faut que je regarde le stream?
Ça te fait bien, je m'en fous. Et tu me dis ta main, évidemment.
J'avais dame 8.
Il y avait 7 et 10.
Le carreau?
Pass.
Ok.
Pas sûr que je prenne.
Pass. Pass.
Comment tu joues
Je suis en train de compter.
Je vais leur demander comment on répond.
2 millions 2 et ça, donc 1 million 250. 2 millions 250.
Raise all in.
La première est très belle. Hein.
All in and call. All in and call.
We have an all-in and call. King 8 has pushed all in, and Benjamin wakes up with the Cowboys, pair of jacks.
Messieurs, bonne aventure.
This could be
On peut avoir le plein avant.
a double up for King 8, but he's in trouble really against Benjamin.
Oh là 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 là.
2 clubs though, he's got runner, he's got 2 hits for a club.
Oh, c'est beau.
Ah, c'est pareil, hein. C'est pareil.
And hits his 8, it's not good enough. And hits his club on the end.
You find
Everything is good.
everything is good.
So 2.360. 60.
Vous parlez tous les deux français, hein. Je dis ça comme ça.
Ah ok.
Vous avez dit que vous étiez malade au stade au début de janvier.
2.360.
En fait, depuis, il a rendu les fameux
Pas là, hein.
Ok, c'est Ah non, par contre.
Non, mais il va arriver. Ah oui.
Yeah, he said stop dealing.
Okay.
Même là, je chatte.
Flor set or who?
Yeah, yeah.
Bah,
Because,
il stop the clock, ça va.
Okay, thank you.
Ouais, putain. Si, c'est ça.
je pense que je vais m'en remettre. Hein, mais...
Là, je pense que c'est clairement les 200, 250 qui ont été rendus. En fait,
oui,
je pense
c'est
que
ça.
le compte était bon.
Ouais, je pense qu'on peut être bien.
Ça ferait chier de lâcher. En fait.
Putain, c'est la merde mon spot en vrai.
Tu veux que je fasse quoi, vite dessus, je peux pas faire grand chose.
Oui, non, je rigole.
Ouais, tu sais
Ah,
que
ça vit, hein.
je peux être best la main d'avant, hein, tu me call
En réel, je vais être en frérot avec les chicots, je suis refait. Hein je suis là, ça vit, hein. Il y en a qui bossent, hein. Faut bien payer le bail heureusement, je te le dis. Bah,
C'est pas notre âge.
dit-il.
Ah bah là c'est bon hein.
Tu vas quand, Rosval, hein?
Je sais pas, je suis en train de voir, mais mon je crois qu'il veut partir demain, mais il a prolongé une. Allez Joe, t'as besoin de quoi que ce soit, tu me dis. Allez mon cœur. C'est bon, on achète un réglisse, c'est quoi? Allez mon cœur, allez Joe.
And there are 13 players left. I'm not quite sure what's happening because I don't think it's an official break. Maybe there's an all-in on a table, and because we are about to go to 2 tables, there might be a bit of a reorganization.
I don't. Okay. I'm just waiting, yeah, you know, for myself. Yeah. Okay, okay.
Tu vas faire un chute contre. Ouais, il va se Q. Ouais, il est là. 5.5. Il a 5.5. Il va se Q contre toi, il va craquer au bout de. À 14e. Ah, 8 sur 1. Il va faire deuxième.
Non mais ah non bah
On n'a pas gros.
toi je pensais c'est rare. C'est rare. Bah attends mais
Looks like
We are. Yeah.
si, ils ont même pas fait ça.
we have 6 players. We have a new player coming into the feature table, and we are down to 12. So there's been a
Okay,
bit
small
of a
blind.
reorganization. 2 tables left. We are not at a break yet. I think we've got about 35 minutes to the break,
Thank you.
which will be a 20-minute break.
Together.
So
We can flash our stack like 16 million if we play together.
Yeah, I mean, it's Andrea and Matteo seat. So,
Oh really?
yeah, and
Sorry
I'm
for
sitting
you.
here.
Sorry for you.
Pass.
into seat 2.
Pass.
Reste 12 left.
Hugo, after that big double up,
Pass.
has a queen 2, and our new player has also... No, he wasn't in it because he came into the small blind. So Benjamin with a very pretty 5-3 suited on the small blind, but he has one of the better players on the table, Jonathan, behind him. He's already lost a lot of chips so far, and he's down to 2 million from a 10 million start. So final day has not gone to plan. He'd hoped to increase his lead. Was the chip leader of the whole tournament when we started today with 17 players. We are now down to 12, and he's one of the short stacks. And that's the reason he has to fold that hand.
Je vais faire au bout d'un moment. Ah ouais merde. Putain, on voit bien là. De quoi? C'est bien.
Pass. Pass.
320.
Big hand here for Oscar, who's just arrived on the table. Kings in his first hand, raises to 320. Min raise. Benjamin will fold. Jonathan doesn't like folding and has Queen 9. Don't know if they know each other, these players.
Pass.
And folds. Clement, our short stack. So Oscar is from Sweden. Our Swedish player started with 4.4 million. That's why they spoke to him in English a bit earlier. So he's one of the non-French on the table, along with the Belgian in seat 6, who of course speaks French. I doubt Oscar speaks French. Nice to see a Swede. I would say a fellow Swede, as I have a house in Sweden, be on our feature table. Mixes it up a bit. And we have our next hand.
Pass.
So 12 players left. Next player
Pass.
will receive 5,500, and then we get a nice jump. 11th will get 7,100, and the ladder starts in earnest. Queen 7 for our short stack, Benjamin, with 13 big blinds. Queen 7 suited. Problem here is if there's a raise and a re-raise, he's not really going to be able to call off his stack. So it's like risk here, risky hand to raise with 3 players behind. Jonathan looking intently at his stack with a 7-9 offsuit.
Pass.
Folds it. Clement, another one of our short stacks. This is a playable hand, but he doesn't like it. King 9. Alyosha will push with ace jack though. He will put maximum pressure on Benjamin, and that's what I said. If you raise with Queen 7 suited and are re-raised, you've got a really, really tough spot. To be honest, you kind of have to fold. And that's the problem with a short stack when you try and play kind of normal poker. You can do this kind of thing with a large stack.
Raise all in.
Yeah, all in announced as his hand dictates, and Benjamin running really badly.
Le mec est cassé complet quoi. Ben non, ben là on vend mes dents remboursés. Voilà. Oh le vrai free roll quoi. Je suis que pour ça.
C'est la perruque, ça fait combien?
La perruque c'est beaucoup plus cher. Je préfère pas parler du prix, ça m'a coûté très très cher.
Ça a vu mes cheveux, j'ose me moquer avec des cheveux comme ça.
Oscar, our Swedish player, doubled up from where we started at the beginning of the day. King Jack suited, very pretty, raises. Jonathan may be interested with a suited ace. He's in the cutoff, so he will have position on Oscar if they're the only 2 players in. And he does like a re-raise. His logic is if he's going to play a hand, he might as well raise. 2 ways of winning. What will Oscar do when it comes back round? Not seen him play yet, so hard to predict.
Pass.
Alyosha, a little bit of TV time there. Hugo will fold, or has folded.
And call.
So immediate call with the King Jack suited. Needs to hit his cards or a flush.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
There's a reason why I should bet.
Yeah.
Oh, bit of verbals between these 2.
Check.
Top pair for Oscar, who does a lovely check, leaving Jonathan, the original raiser, to at least think about betting. 2.2 million in the pot already.
Bet 500. Go. Check.
Gut shot now for Jonathan, having bet the turn. Oscar reeling him in.
Please take your seats. Back in 40 seconds.
Jonathan measuring out what looks like quite a big bet. How will Oscar?
Bet 2 million.
Wow, he is here to play. 2 million into 3. It's a massive bet.
And call.
Oscar just snap calls. Jonathan needs to hit his ace or a 6 for a straight. Oscar showing no fear at all. And that is not enough. But it may well be that the flush is made. It could have been a flush draw. How will Oscar play this? Is he going to check call? Because Jonathan could bomb the river here. Fantastic hand. If Oscar's going to call, he might as well bet. Get in trouble. Well, he's checked. He's opened the door for Jonathan. Does Jonathan have a third bullet? $7.2 million in the pot. Jonathan, 5 behind him. Oscar just covers him. This is a fascinating hand. He knows his ace can't be any good. He's been called twice. Got to assume Oscar has at least a king. And it is an all-in from Jonathan. What will Oscar do? Fantastic play here. It's a very simple one. He's either bluffing or he's got the flush, possibly the straight. This is an incredible move by Jonathan, giving Oscar the stare.
Yeah, I'm confident. No.
2, 3, 3.2, 3.3, 4.3, 4.8, 5,085,000.
Wow, 5.1 million bet on the end. What does Oscar do? He's called all the way so far. He's felt he's ahead, but this 8 of clubs really does make 2 hands, the straight draw, the flush draw. Albeit runner flush and runner straight. Ace 6 gets there. Ace 4 of clubs gets there. Not likely to have ace king. Could have had king queen of clubs, king jack of clubs. Possible hand to have been betting. Tricky spot for Oscar.
5,085,000.
Wow, he's looking like counting it. Probably trying to see a reaction from Jonathan, and we could lose one of the best players of this final day so far to a Scandi. Usually the other way around, it's the Scandinavian doing the bluffing. This time it's the Frenchman, and it's the Scandinavian that has the difficult decision. He knows he will be on air if he's wrong. Simple decision though. Wrong or right?
Is it, huh? It's the moment.
Trying to get a read. Engaging Jonathan.
Can I spin it up? That's the question. Will you bluff?
And he's even asking the question out loud. Would you bluff? Well, yes he would. And it's a fantastic play. Even if he loses this pot, Jonathan is playing all the poker. Oscar new to the table. What a hand. Maximum pressure on Oscar. This is the kind of situation you have to back your instincts. What is his instincts tell him? Told him that he was ahead. Oh, and he folds. What a play!
Ah, c'est en stream, c'est bon.
Nice. I'll see it on TV.
Yeah. J'étais pas beau, hein, mon dieu. Les gens peuvent tout en dessiner.
Absolutely amazing play there by Jonathan, and the sigh of relief was a real one. Fantastic pot.
Ok, devenez ma main. Le point qui met ma main, j'ai fait 100 balles. Non. Ah, j'ai pas. Quand vous vous trompez, c'est 100 balles pour moi, pardon.
Ah, ouais, je joue pas alors, c'est en jeu.
C'est bon, c'est bon. Non.
As-dame avec as de trèfle.
Non.
Big blind.
Non.
Pass.
J'ai vraiment pas tenu quoi.
Four. Please, on the number cards, we have to see it, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Blinds.
Okay, so pass and pass.
Now a punishing 61-20. And pair of 8s for Alyosha.
Raise 320. Pass and pass.
Le stack après lui.
Raises on the button with his 8s and gets it through.
J'étais pas content du backdoor push comme mais bon.
Ça bluff sans trèfle.
Ça, je le trouve intéressant, justement.
Ouais.
Donc du coup, t'as
C'est un dingue.
As valet de 40.
Je passe de 40.
Ace spade, hein? Ace of clubs.
You are not blind.
Hein?
Ace of clubs, you had it, right?
Non, ah, il a no clubs. No clubs.
So you are not blind.
Voilà.
Par contre, tu peux gagner.
And small, please. Yeah. Cards on the number, please.
Regarde pas, je lui demande s'il faut la payer.
Thank you. Raise 325. Pass.
Yeah.
Pass. Pass.
Call.
Call.
Voilà, vous m'avez dit, ça doit bien s'exciter.
Ouais, clairement. Fort possible.
On va finir en reel, le champion du monde 3 variables.
Putain, j'étais pas sûr.
Putain, c'est qu'il y a des grands highlights là.
Ils m'ont dit ça faisait longtemps. Ça faisait longtemps que j'avais pas été comme ça. Ouais.
Pass.
Ouais, que je sois excité un peu.
Heads up.
Ouais. What are you doing?
Non, t'as open.
Ouais, just kidding.
Oscar calling with the jacks. Jonathan raising with the ace-4. These two going to battle again, but this time Oscar's lost half his stack to a wonderful bluff on the river by Jonathan. Perfect card to represent, even though he didn't have it. So this time Jonathan playing things a little bit more conservatively. Got a big stack now, 12 million, one of the chip leaders, 75 big blinds. If the king comes, he may feel his ace will play. In fact, it will play. So Oscar does not want to see a king. Won't mind seeing a queen. Doesn't want to see an ace. But Jonathan going to bet this. How is Oscar going to play? There's 2 overcards to his jacks. He will be feeling a bit bruised, but he does make the call. And a 6 on the ends changes nothing. Will Jonathan bet again? 1.8 million in the pot.
And check. Showdown, please. 2 pairs.
And doesn't. Jacks takes it.
Hey, John,
Yes, that was the moment for you to go.
I get an ace.
But so why you don't jam? Put it in there.
I fold an ace, but
Yeah, thanks. Change the 8, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
a little ace of shoot and
Come.
I'll get call and happy. And I think you have some trap.
I don't know if Jacks is considered as a trap, but a little bit. Mini trap. Against you, yeah.
You are happy when I jam and you jam.
C'est avec son avance, je pense que I don't know about that.
Pass. Pass. $320.
Hugo with queens, Oscar with fours. Could be trouble again for Oscar. Hugo raising with the queens in early position. Fours call. Benjamin has a suited ace. Is this the hand he pushes on? Probably, he'll certainly get called by Hugo. And Oscar, I think, will have to fold his fours. I'm guessing Hugo will isolate if Benjamin shoves. And he decides to fold his ace-2. Good survival instincts, I would say. Jonathan doesn't like folding. He's getting very good value, 160k into 1 million. But would need to hit his king to win this pot and maybe knock 2 players out.
Cool.
He's not raising though. He does like raising, but this time doesn't. Then he hits his king, but Hugo's hit a set of queens. How is Hugo going to play this? He raised pre-flop, so we expected to see bet. He's got almost perfect flop, albeit there's a straight there and a flush draw. Oscar will be folding his fours.
Check.
Wow, he's looking to trap with the queens. Is Oscar going to have a pop at this? For his sake, I hope he doesn't.
700.
Oh wow, it's a big bet, 700. Jonathan's hit top pair and doesn't do fold. So I'm expecting either a call or a raise, and then we might see Hugo all in. This is a very, very big pot.
Pass.
And Jonathan folds his top pair. Wow, that's a very, very good fold in this particular case. Doesn't know it, but he's up against a massive hand of Hugo. I think we'll see a raise here. Don't know how much. Even if there's the made straight, Hugo has the redraw with the set of queens. Been very patient. Gone all in with ace 10 a couple of times, not been called. Finally doubled up. I think it was sevens against ace king. And Jonathan will be feeling a lot better about his fold with this raise.
Passe. Je suis frais si je go all in. Hein.
Je sais pas. Je pense que t'es mort. Je te le dis, t'es mort.
Je suis un peu froid, donc
T'es pas mort.
mais
Son size, il m'a sauvé. Hein.
À lui?
Ouais.
deux grands rois. Deux dames.
Compliqué que les deux rois. Compliqué que les deux rois.
Attends. Je suis mort.
T'es mort.
Il y a un grand valise, ça.
One change or
Non.
Ça arrive en 1-2.
160?
Oh,
Ah, c'est
Put
le
two on.
ouais, tu vois, j'ai...
I'll change.
Oui, bah oui, évidemment.
Il s'amuse, hein, ouais.
Action continues. Ace 4 suited for Alyosha. Hugo now up to 6 million. He was on the million mark for a good hour of today. Very patient, and then had a double up and has moved on from there. This is an all-in situation for Benjamin with tens. Tens on the button, only 8 big blinds.
Race.
Doesn't quite push all in, kept a few chips behind just to play with, but it's an effective all in. Let's see how Alyosha wants to play it. He's already made a raise, he has him well covered, and he has a suited ace. I'm not quite sure what he's checking out, maybe the leaderboard. Or the clock. He won't like it, but it's a strong hand. 890 to call. He's getting 2-1 on his money, and he has a suited ace.
1 to 10 or 1 to 10.
Yep, 1,210,000.
Benjamin looking confident, and with tens in front of him, he has a right to be. He does also need to double up, but he has run pretty badly. So almost expecting Alyosha to win this pot, unless he folds, of course. But Benjamin has been running so bad, and that is a factor sometimes. I think Alyosha is going to fold. He does fold.
T'as montré quoi?
T'as 30% sur moi.
Tu peux pas mettre 700 000 de dead money, toi?
Le spot il est trop vraiment. Ouais. Le spot il est trop vraiment. Je t'entends même pas ce que des trop de check avec par contre. Il a 2 tirs quoi. Il a genre 65% quoi.
Sorry, he looked at me.
Un go. Il a genre
Allez, non.
He looked at me. He likes you.
comme ça, 2 tirs même.
T'as fait quoi
No, it's his turn,
Ah,
but
okay.
it to fold, it's out of position. So 320, sit 2 pass. Pass. Pass.
Finally, Clement has a hand. Ace King with only 10 big blinds. Hugo's raised in front of him with Jack 9 suited. The hood goes up. I'm sure the other players have picked this up. That means he's going to play the hand. It's quite a big tell, to be honest. It's like, I'm putting my hood up, I'm going to play the hand. And he will shove with Ace King, for sure. It's an effective shove, he's just raised.
1,480,000.
7-3 for Alyosha, just fold my friend. Let's not hold the others up.
1,480,000.
And I don't think Hugo will carry this hand on with Jack 9 suited. Clement's been very patient, played very few hands, and the book works.
J'ai fait ça de DM, tu vois.
Ouais,
C'est ça que je veux faire.
c'est exactement ce que je dis. Là, je dis tu vas faire 2 M ou là. En vrai, je pense que le seul mot qui me fait faute, c'est.
Ouais, mais je pense pas du tout.
C'est la visée.
Je pense pas dedans.
Pass. Pass. $350. Pass. Pass. Call. Check. $225.
Interesting matchup here. King 10 has hit the flop. King Queen of Jonathan, who does not back down, is up and down.
Call.
Hugo calling him.
Check.
And Jonathan not hit yet, but not afraid to bet, as we've seen earlier. Massive bluff got him a 7 million pot against Oscar. Jonathan's still up and down, but Hugo's a different player than Oscar. May not go away with second pair, may not go away so easily. So check, and the King Queen gets the tick box. Unfortunately for Hugo, can he lose minimum by not getting in trouble? I'll probably check this, and then there will be a bet by Jonathan. Looking to get value out of this 1.4 million pot already.
Check.
Jonathan looking to get value. Will he overbet the pot in the hope that Hugo's hit a queen high straight or even a jack high straight? He's got the nut with the king queen. So could go for a big bet, making it look slightly bluffy, and also hoping that Hugo has enough to call him, or the normal kind of 500-600k value bet. All the options available. like it's the big one.
$1.7. 1,700,000.
It's a big bet, 1.7 million. Hugo working out where he is. It's an over bet to the board.
Comme ça, parce que c'est très surprenant.
Tricky spot here for Hugo. Over bet made. He has second pair, but no straight.
Call.
Wow, and he calls and gets the bad
Straight.
news. $4.8 million pot going the way of Jonathan.
Donc on va laisser en aggro, non?
What a hand.
Ah, c'est qui, c'est comme
Ouais.
And we are on a 20-minute break.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back everyone to this feature table at the Winamax Poker Open. 12 players left. Jonathan dominating this table with some fantastic poker. He's either hitting or he's making massive bluffs. Alyosha, Queen Jack, 35 big blinds. Blinds are 100, 200 now. So
raise 400.
Min raise to 400 from Alyosha with the Queen Jack. And Hugo with 16 big blinds has Ace King. He'll take his time as usual. but he has decided in his mind already that his chips are going in. He's had good hands at the right time, not many of them, but another check of the cards. Looking like he's taking time to make a decision, but I promise you, he made a decision as soon as he saw his hand.
Raise.
And he's not quite raising all in, but it's an
Pass.
effective all in.
Transforme-toi.
And pass.
And a quick fold with the queen jack.
C'est là, c'est là que le premier, ça c'est là.
3.1
Bon, un 4
was raise. Okay.
Je me demandais pourquoi il comptait. Mais...
Sorry, we speak too much in French.
C'est pour dire que là-haut, j'ai raise 3 points.
Parce qu'avant, ils se sont trompés sur les stats. C'est dans l'infographie. Quand j'ai déjà trouvé, ils ont marqué avec 50 blindes.
Je veux dire,
En fait, apparemment, c'est depuis que lui a lancé un moment bouton. 240. Ils ont des 2.4 et du coup, ils ont écrit 2,4 millions par an. Ah oui, c'est pour ça qu'il y a eu apparemment parti en couille derrière. Prochaine fois, faut...
Ouais. Au pire.
Pass.
On va pas emmerder.
Pass.
dans un boosto, j'ai mes dents enflées.
Ça va, non?
C'est vraiment mon accomplissement. Je pense que je peux tank. Ça peut aller vite. Alors pour le palier, il faut le faire. Oui, pour le palier, là-haut. Là, ouais, super. Après, je peux les donner, hein, dans le spot down.
Ouais, ouais, ça va.
Ça peut aller vite. Hein.
Ok.
Exact.
Passe.
Quand t'as Colmac, il avait dame.
Il avait roi dame.
Roi dame, encore mieux.
Les noix de pécan.
Sir,
Imagine, je me
please.
levais et je commence
Cards on the number, yep.
en disant je dois roi
Je
dame.
te reste le rôle.
Better?
J'aurais défoncé avec mon petit corps.
On the number. You just.
On the number.
Yeah, on the number, yeah, that's it.
Je dégueule. En vrai, c'est un bon prospect, je pense.
165, right?
Mais
En
bon,
vrai, j'ai un bon catch aussi.
ouais, mais contre mon side, je pense que ça sert à rien, je pense.
Allez.
Raise all in.
Ouh, la première est très belle.
An all-in push by Oscar with Queen 4, putting pressure on the short stack. 9 big blinds, 8 big blinds really, with King 10. And he's very close to calling this. It's a great opportunity to double up. He's 70-75% favourite with this hand against Queen 4. And Oscar is from Sweden. This is what we call a Scandi raise. Oscar really not wanting to get called with this hand, I promise you. But trying to show strength with the hands. Look at the body language there, the hands in an arch. With the chin on his hands, it's a strong pose. He's read some books. King 10 is as good a hand as any to get it in with. You don't want to go 3 ways, but he's only up against 1 player. Always looks good when you know it's ahead, and when you've got to play it, it always looks like a weaker hand.
Foreman. Time, please.
Désolé Denis, mais c'est bien.
Yeah, play on position 4. Ask for the time for player 3. It's no,
Je
no.
sais, mais je te laisse
1.5 max. Position 4.
Je me doute, t'as de l'intérêt aussi.
Ouais, je suis obligé de le faire. Oh le rencard. C'est qui? Oh le rancunier, ça.
Allez, monsieur, je démarre la cote. Vous avez 30 secondes pour prendre la décision. On va faire la dernière seconde de la manche suivante. On est parti, 30 secondes.
Is there a countdown? Or?
Yes, sorry, we'll count it. The last 10 seconds. Yeah.
And call, all in and call.
And we have a call. So Queen 4 against King 10.
Feels like a 4. It's been a 4 tournament.
Okay.
Oscar looking a bit sheepish there with the Queen 4 push. Will he get lucky? He's got a gut shot draw.
I'll still take the 4.
Gut shot draw with a 4. Needs to see a 5, a 4 or a Queen. And they're only now a 5. Only the straight will beat the King 10 of Benjamin. And we could see a double up. And we do see a double up. So badly timed move by Oscar. Losing 8 big blinds in that unnecessary coup, I would say. Not the best move. Really made a very big and wrong fold, but totally understandable against Jonathan's aggression. And now loses more chips in his quest to dominate. Nice call by Benjamin with the King 10. And there's our chip count. So Clement still a small stack. Oscar now going towards the danger zone. A double up for Benjamin. And along with Hugo on the 20 big blind mark. Alyosha and chip leader Jonathan way ahead.
Je te laissais mieux, d'habitude je fais un 30 secondes.
Ouais, il t'a dit que c'est même une minute 30, je peux pas...
Ouais, mais c'est la première fois, mais pourtant il va être très vite, je continue à le faire.
Mais je l'ai jamais fait avant.
Il a rigolé quand je dis ça.
Passe.
C'est la toute première fois que je prends mon temps. Yeah. Si
C'est vraiment un escroc. Hein. Si on a pris 15 secondes, 20 secondes tout à l'heure. C'est croix, je l'ai pas vu en plus.
Passe.
Si on avait fait 11, la décision aurait été plus simple. Je l'avoue.
Oscar maybe straight back in the game with ace-8 on the button.
Call.
Just flat calls though. Strange way of playing it.
Ça va, c'est assez rapide.
Prochaine fois, j'appelle.
And Jonathan with 10-3 offsuit. Actually lives in Mexico, Jonathan. Is French originally, but lives in Mexico. Along with an English poker player friend of mine, Adam Owen. Don't know if they know each other. Adam is a very good mixed game player, as well as No Limit Hold'em. Jonathan has had Omaha results. Travels around playing poker, as does Adam. Mexico is a lovely place to live. In fact, they even look quite similar.
Check.
It's a little bit strange.
Bet 200.
So Oscar's hit his 8 and immediate fold by Jonathan.
Il met la pression.
Je suis le pire en plus. Hein, Roseva, la boule, j'ai fait un truc, je leur avais dit, vous avez 30 secondes. Et si vous prenez plus de 30 secondes, c'est la première fois non, mais au bout d'un moment, on commence à tanker. Et du coup, j'ai appelé le fort, il est resté derrière la table. Mais c'est pas le choix, stratégique, t'as pas le choix, quoi. Malheureusement, le jeu est fait comme ça, quoi. Ça me fait d'accord, tout timé 3 mois. 3 mois.
Passe. Passe.
Oscar with another mid ace
J'étais pas sûr, ouais, mais non, mais j'étais pas sûr qu'elle est.
in late position on the cutoff. Don't think he's looked yet. Does he know it's his turn? Not completely tuned in to what's going on. Our Swedish friend, or at least not that worried about taking his time.
Raise 400.
Raises to 400 with the ace 7. Benjamin, no interest on the button. Jonathan on the small blind with Jack 3 offsuit. And then our short stack
Pass.
He's in the big blind. Any kind of playable hand. King Queen suited, and that is a playable hand. Let's see if the hood goes on. Hasn't put the hood on yet, but if he's going to shove, he may not put the hood on. Usually puts the hood on, then plays the hand. It's a tricky spot though. He's covered by Oscar.
5, je pense, ouais, non, je sais pas si je sais pas. Il me dit 14 000 en full graphique.
T'avais 14 à la pause.
Ouais, mais... 8, 10, 12... En pleine forme. Ouais. Je suis content, c'est une bonne prépa pour Rose, quoi. Je comprends ce qui se passe là, quoi.
Du coup, c'est quoi ton plan pour la suite? Faut jouer 100% d'action sur les tournois après ou c'est bon?
Je vais voir, je sais pas trop encore. Ça dépend de plein de trucs, mais peut-être trop en deal, comme ça, je peux utiliser mes rois pour faire autre chose, quoi. Je vais voir.
Could just call here, doesn't have to raise. Reassess on the flop. If he hits his king or queen, could check raise or just bet it. And he's hit top pair with the king. Very nice check here. Is Oscar gonna... He can't really put him on a king with just a flat call. So we're going to see a bet from
300.
Oscar. And there goes the hood. Now we know he's playing. He's definitely calling or raising this. The hood is up. It's like the Green Lantern. I think he's favouring the shove here by the look of the body language. And Oscar may have to fold his ace-7, having lost 700k. And he's on the wrong direction, Oscar. He's losing these flips.
Call.
Just calling, reeling Oscar in. Doesn't want to see an ace though. And he hasn't, but it's another heart. 3 hearts, this board is getting dangerous for top pair. How is Oscar going to play it?
And check.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Can he get a lucky heart? He certainly can. He's nearly got the straight flush as well. I think Clement missed an opportunity to bet big with his king, or even to raise the flop, and has got himself in trouble. I can't see Oscar folding a flush when there's been very little action beforehand.
Check. And check. Showdown, please. Yep, flush.
Well, Clement is annoyed, but he should be annoyed at himself, really. He had 2 opportunities to take down the pot on the flop and on the turn, even pre-flop arguably with the raise, and he let that develop for Oscar to win with a small flush.
Il a payé assez fast en mode ne me pas le dernier frérot.
Maintenant que tu sais, vous pouvez me trigger comme ça. Mais...
Ouais, maintenant ça sera fait.
Ouais, mais je pense que...
Mais j'arrive pas à faire de paire les gars, donc au bout d'un moment...
Là tu fais des strikes, c'est mieux.
Ah oui, ça m'arrive aussi. En fait, soit j'ai des bluffs, soit j'ai des strikes.
Les grands,
passe.
Ouais.
Ouais, des... Ah, moi aussi. Moi je vois le bluff, je suis... Oh. J'ai soulevé la table quoi.
Pas beaucoup, je l'aurais vu quand même.
Small pair in the cutoff for Benjamin. Doesn't like it. Wrong position, right hand, wrong position. on the button. He's raised with Queen 7 a few times. In fact, he's raised with Queen 5, Jack 5. He's raised with quite a lot of hands. When he raises pretty big. Yeah, 525. It's a lot more than, 425. It's a lot more than a lot of players. Alyosha with an ace though on the big blind. Should not be automatically folding this one. Has to think it through. I think favouring the call. Yeah, it's a call. So ace 5 against Queen 7 offsuit, but Jonathan in the button. Alyosha's hit his ace. May well check this and let Jonathan bet. He knows Jonathan's an aggressive player, but then equally doesn't want to get into too much trouble. Jonathan will be representing the ace, ace, king. Very small bet though. Not calling too quickly, taking his time, creating less certainty for Jonathan as to where he is. Probably see a check again. Really can't see a lot with Alyosha in terms of his body language. Gives nothing away from his look and his demeanor. Very hard to tell whether he thinks he's winning or not, or his holding. Really is tricky player to play against, I think. Jonathan just tends to bet every hand aggressively. So wow, very big bet. 1 million into 1.6.
T'as vu ce qu'il avait ou pas? T'as vu ce qu'il avait? Quand je check raise de dame, t'as pas vu? C'est sur le stream. Ça s'est pas encore passé?
Non, non.
C'est bizarre, hein. Ah ouais, si, peut-être. Hein.
T'as check raise quand toi? T'as check raise quand?
Le dame. Quand? Il a pas se rejeté d'un coup, qu'il faut le roi dame.
Ah, t'as vu le dame?
Call.
Pas mieux de chaud.
Hein?
Pas mieux de chaud.
Ouais, je sais pas. Mais lui, je sens qu'il est un peu chaud là. Après, c'est sûr, si ça vient valer ou Eastern, bah ça intéresse.
Non, mais c'est pour même.
What card
Moi, j'avais un poil pour.
on the river can make much difference? I think we will see another check. I don't know whether Jonathan will fire a third bullet or not. He has done a fair bit of bluffing on the end, but you've got to choose your player. Alyosha has shown very little weakness, and if he thinks he's winning, he will call. I think Jonathan has to be very careful here, not overplay his hand. On the other hand, he's got nothing and has missed, and so the only way he probably thinks he can win is by betting. Just depends if he puts Alyosha on an ace or a king with his two calls, It's obviously got something.
Mais j'étais pas bien valet.
T'es pas mort comme toi.
Non, t'étais pas mort du coup. Mais en vrai, t'avais la meilleure main possible, mais c'est pour toi. À part valet 10.
Ouais. On va les trèfles, c'est la meilleure. Après,
And check. Showdown, please. Pair of ace.
And the ace wins.
de loin, on est plus le troisième.
Ouais, trop de blocs tertiaux.
Il y a des petits jeux quand value river maintenant.
Bah là, c'est la strat maintenant. On m'a mis des river, j'ai tout le temps, je vous le dis.
Moi je suis beau, je te colle.
Change dealer, good luck.
C'est vrai ça.
Yeah, thanks.
Voilà, tu l'as bien attrapé.
Welcome.
T'as payé alors
Quoi? Il avait 4 cartes.
Ça aurait collé. Ah, le diable. J'ai vraiment la main bleue.
Pass.
Non, c'est une bonne carte. Mais je trouve avec ma main, mais
Pass.
on était chaud à coller.
$450. Pass. Pass.
Jonathan raising in the cutoff with a king-8, but Hugo has a premium ace-jack suited, 20 big blinds. He will have noticed how aggressive Jonathan is. Pushes all in, that's a lovely spot for him. An immediate flop, fold by Jonathan. Nice play, Hugo, and he's increasing in the right direction every hand he plays. Don't think he's lost a hand, he's been involved in.
Ah ouais, d'ailleurs, monsieur les 200.
Si je gagne le tournoi, je te donnerai 200 € pour comprendre.
C'est déjà ça, c'est déjà ça. Ah ouais. Allez mec, va chercher.
Non, ça vaut 200 balles. Ça vaut combien? 4 stars.
Ça vaut plus, hein.
Ça vaut plus?
Ah, 1000.
Attends, 200 000. Ah ouais, c'est 4 stars.
Ça vaut plus, ça va bien, là.
Jonathan this time with a proper raising hand in the hijack, king jack.
400.
Min raise to 400.
Pass.
Clement the short stack on the table. Well, the Osh will fold his 10-9. Got players behind him. It's on the button. It's not a great call because if someone re-raises, where are you? Yep. Hugo with an interesting 7-5 suited, but in the wrong spot. And Oscar will fold his big blind. Jonathan raising again with ace-7. Clement looking for the right hand and the right spot to get his short stack in. Jack-6 suited will fold.
Pass.
Hugo tempted by the Jack-10, no doubt, but again will fold.
Pass.
Benjamin, this is a more difficult decision. King Queen against Jonathan, one of the more aggressive players on the table. The King Queen is likely to be a fair bit ahead. As it turns out, Jonathan's got an ace. Doesn't mean he calls off with ace-7 though. I think looks like he's just calling. He's taking the more conservative route. King Queen against ace-7. Massive flop for the King Queen. He's got second nut flush and top pair. Very happily checks it, hoping Jonathan will come through with a C bet, and he obliges. Only a small one. The hoodie is up. Doesn't really cover much. Doesn't cover the eyes, which I think is the most important part of non-verbal communication. It's very hard to lose this pot. He's now made the flush. Checks again. Jonathan, will his spidey instincts kick in and check behind? Worst scenario for Jonathan is if another club comes on the river, because then he is going to think that he's splitting the pot.
$600.
And 600 bet. How can Benjamin style this out? He knows he's going all the way with this hand. Just a matter of what he puts Jonathan on. I mean, it's possible Jonathan has the ace of clubs. Definitely in his range. And there's the ace of clubs. So the queen flush is the nuts.
Check.
A lovely check by Benjamin. Lovely check. Jonathan could hang himself here. Can he check this as well? He checks, and Benjamin doesn't get fully paid, but still wins a pot of 2.7 million.
Je sais pas si je peux donc traitement.
J'ai déchaté quoi.
Can you move a little bit to the right?
I think.
No.
Hein?
Passe.
Je me troisième à quel prix?
C'est très bien.
Passe.
Oui, non. Bah ouais. C'est à faire, je pense.
Passe.
Ouais, je vais
Call.
Posker's on the button and got an ace. He really should be raising. He's letting hands like the King 10 suited come in, or even put pressure on him by re-raising. It's not the best use of an ace, I don't think. I don't know where everyone's going. They're all looking at the other table. 11 players left. A very playable King 10 suited here in the small blind for Benjamin. 6 players on this feature table, 5 on the other table. I think Benjamin is sizing up a raise because of the weakness that Oscar shows on the button.
Raise.
Makes a very big raise. I've got to hope that Jonathan hasn't picked up a monster. He's picked up a pretty good hand. King Jack suited. How does he want to play it? So big raise by Benjamin. Jonathan may not feel too good about his King Jack suited now. So Benjamin trying to get Oscar off the pot. Oh, the full hood. That's quite a strong message that he doesn't want to be read. Don't know whether that will confuse Jonathan or embolden him, but he does fold, and so does the A7. Nice play by Benjamin.
Vu qu'on lui dise tout le temps du pinceau, quoi.
T'as bien fait de faire ce size. T'as bien fait de faire ce size.
Pourquoi?
Hein?
Pourquoi?
C'est le même.
J'avais pas envie de flatter de dire que t'as pas dit.
Ah, j'aurais fait ça.
J'ai pas envie de jam parce que c'était bien.
Passe.
Oui, j'ai compris, ouais. C'est que tu veux faire ça.
Non, si tu veux taper, on dit
400. Pass. Pass.
Oscar raising with the ducks, pair of twos, and Alyosha calling in a big blind with 10-9 and hitting second pair with the gut shot draw for the straight. Is Oscar going to follow up with a C-bet, 1.1 million in the pot?
Check.
Checks behind. 6 doesn't really change a lot. I think Alyosha probably feeling better about his 10-9 now with no bet on the flop. But he doesn't need to be betting into it. He can just check call, check this down, call if he needs to. But he's decided to make a bet.
450.
And I think Oscar will just fold his twos. It's too connected a board to be too adventurous, but he is wow, he's calling. He's looking to make a play here on the river. That's not a good card for him though. Makes a few straights, some of which are already there. A lot of over cards to his twos. Let's see what Alyosha does, because he was called on the turn. Is Oscar lining up a raise on the river with whatever card comes?
475.
Non, je l'ai déjà pris.
Has he got the gumption to do it?
Probablement, je l'ai pas vu.
Is he lining up a raise?
Non,
Quart de 3.
He can't call. There's just no value in calling on this board. So the only way he can win this is by making a big raise.
Ouais, mais. T'as vu les mots aussi?
oui, tu voulais le faire.
He has enough to take Alyosha off the pot, but does he have the minerals? Does he have the heart to do it? Just calls. It's a very strange call. I really, that is an odd call with someone betting on that board. There you go. That's not great play by.
Wait.
Ouais.
Faites ça comme si vous avez 15 blancs, mais vous avez 10 blancs.
Mais c'est pour le bras, c'est mieux. Quoi.
Ouais, il vient de buzz.
Ouais, on est quand même 4.
Changement de tableau.
Quand même 4 copains là, qui vont voter.
Hein
4 copains quand même, c'est beau.
Passe.
Le devenir.
Voilà, exact. Ouais, quoique, une voiture 200 000.
Laisse-moi gagner ton match, je dois
Cette histoire qui dure depuis 4 ans.
400.
Je comprends pas que ça remontait.
Jonathan raising with a suited ace, and Alyosha thinking of calling with a suited king in the small blind.
Passe.
Folds, you go. Well, folds is 5-3.
Passe.
C'était facile, non?
Ça, c'est carbone.
Prêtez.
Parce qu'il y a que 6.
4 millions. 4.2.
4 millions là et 4 millions par
$400.
Raise on the button with king 5 suited.
Call.
Only 2 players to get through. Oscar on the big blind will call with queen 9 suited. Ace 3-6. Neither player is hit. Alyosha has the position and was the original aggressor,
250.
representing the ace. Oscar immediately folds.
C'est 25 240.
Et tu après, c'est 153 ça.
Avec Marseille, les deux là, enchaînement. Après 240, 240 ça va.
Ouais, mais la brèche, il est toujours à 35. Hein.
Il va baisser là. Après il va y avoir le main par an.
Passe. 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 Passe.
Vous avez quoi, 10 et 2? Ça va.
Ça, tu le fais bien. C'est ça que je crois que t'as une bombe. Tu le fais bien.
Mais santé.
Non, l'intonation de putain, t'as vraiment l'air hyper deg.
Je vois, c'est ça.
Entre les soldats. Allez, dites tous. Oh putain.
Passe. Passe.
On a le droit
Passe.
de dame, dame, dame.
Alors, en fait, t'as le droit de faire construction. Oh,
Avec quoi 2 as.
Sur un call, de fold, de raise, de jam.
À 7 off, tu veux call là un passe oreille à 7 off.
Un 2-9.
T'es en blind, hein? Eh! Si t'as aussi. Ah non, trop tard.
Tu dois 200.
J'espère que ma carte est passée.
Je t'ai appelé, hein.
Merci, c'est gentil.
Ça rattrape les 200 000 d'avant. C'est 500 quand même.
Ah oui, clairement, c'est bon. Vous êtes à jour, les gars, c'est bon maintenant.
Let's down reason.
Je te sens ça.
C'est gentil, c'est bon, là.
Tu dois même 50 000 d'ailleurs maintenant.
Si tu gagnes le tournoi, je veux 20 000. Voilà. C'est dit.
Comment ça coûtait cher ces conneries?
C'est quand même ralent de rater sa grosse blinde comme ça.
Ouais, clairement.
Franchement, j'ai été
Ça
super.
fait sur la bouteille d'eau.
Déjà, j'en ai marre, 350, 350.
Ouais, c'est pas possible.
Passe.
C'est un troisième round d'affilée quand même.
Passe.
Tu sais que s'il est pas là, je jam.
Faut que je colle. Je me craque. Ça a aucun sens, ça.
Terrible.
Ça a aucun sens.
Je l'avais pas quand
Bon, merci les gars.
Eh, ça va encore plus cher du coup, parce que t'étais là et t'as volé la SI.
Ils sont ça, ouais, ils ont dit.
Passe. Passe.
T'avais une bonne main?
J'ai pas vu.
Ah,
Passe.
J'ai pas regardé.
Il y a 2 rois, c'est sûr. C'est pour ça que j'ai fait.
We're down to the small and big blinds. Useful hand, 10-7 suited.
Je vois 50, Julien, je vois 60. Donc le tournoi, il va me coûter plus cher quoi.
Moi, ça.
Ouais, 5. Ça commence à 132 pour 200,
Call.
ça commence à faire beaucoup. Ouais, ok, ça marche.
Call with a 10-7 suited. Hugo with Jack 3. Just to try and read the situation. Not necessarily play his hand, but he just checks behind.
Je crois que je vois de la carte belge tout le temps.
Top pair for Alyosha
Ah non, c'est moi qui l'ai mis là-bas, c'est pas grave.
against pretty well nothing. Checks though. Looking for Hugo to bet.
Check.
And now he's hit 2 pairs and a kind of gut shot, a bad gut shot draw for Hugo.
Ils sont cachés là.
Check.
De moins en moins.
Well, we know he's check calling at minimum.
Là, c'est mon père.
Ah, ouais.
Ouais, mais il m'a pas
Is
dit.
Hugo going to be tempted to bet this?
Check.
Keeping his discipline. 2 pairs for Alyosha and nothing much for Hugo. Should take this pot even if it's check. Should really have some kind of bet. Perhaps should have bet the turn.
400.
Excuse me. Ten seven, top 2 pairs. Here you go. has made some interesting calls. Called against Jonathan's nuts. So, not quite sure of his view. Ali Osher has underrepresented his hand throughout this particular battle. I think we're lining up a creative play. Looks like a raise. Ali Osher may not like it. There's clubs, there's straights. However, there's even a 6. He may not be able to fold top 2. Wow. Hugo making a lovely play here with nothing.
1,425,000.
This is a very interesting hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, showdown.
And a call. Hugo shows the bluff, and Aloysia shows the winning hand.
Ça fait quoi l'action flop qui a été
Ça fait peut-être plus long.
Ah ouais.
Il a dit, il était parti pour surprise.
Allez, 2 streets.
Pass. Raise 600. Pass. Pass. Call. All in. Call, showdown.
Jack 10 suited. This is a big one. Jack 10 suited with 2 hearts. Overpair, 2 pairs. So any Jack, any 10, any heart. Lots of cards for Oscar to hit. But Jonathan runs pretty good. So we shall see. That's no good for Oscar's Jack 10. We may lose a player here unless he spikes. Oh, there's the Jack. Wow, a double up for
Jack
Oscar.
ball. Corner pocket.
1,275,000.
Ouais.
On jump de comptoir encore, on joue à 4, en fait.
Non.
24 et 5, il est gros belle.
Neuvième, c'est bien aussi.
Ouais. Bon.
C'est dans la gueule, ça. C'est le même prestige.
Pass.
Voilà.
Pass.
Hugo with a pair of 8s himself this time. Pair of 8s moving around the board from Jonathan to Hugo. He's only got 8 big blinds. Back to where he was about 2-3 hours ago.
All in.
All in announced on the button.
Pass.
Oscar with Queen 10.
Fort là avant de faire tapis quand même.
Pass.
And no action.
C'était quoi un 8?
T'étais vraiment pas content t'étais...
Putain, je vais le faire à chaque fois, ça va marcher tout le temps. Je vais juste voler les blindes tout le temps.
Non, c'est juste pas de ouf. J'ai senti que c'était presque censé être.
Pour le coup, ça peut...
Welcome.
Je reste le référence.
Attendez. Oh. Oh. Faut dire ça pendant le coup par contre.
J'avais une belle maille à montrer. Je peux plus me les escomptes de cette table.
Ah bah c'est des voleurs.
Raise 500.
Alyosha raising with the Queen Jack suited, and Hugo has the same spades but to the ace. Always preferable to be raising here than committing your stack, but it's a shovable hand for sure, especially when you only have 11 big blinds. Alyosha will probably fold his Queen Jack if Hugo does shove.
Hey, you do.
I'm waiting for the all-in announcement because I think it's coming.
Pass.
No! Passes.
Pass.
Wow. Decides against it.
Il y avait quoi? Oh, t'es fort. Hein.
Better to be raising with it than re-raising or shoving. Alyosha, 12 million chips, one of the chip leaders at the moment, gets his Queen Jack through.
C'était payé si je le faisais taper.
J'ai encore 2 jeux sur le tapis.
2 millions 5.
C'est payé le coup.
Ah.
C'est bien beau, non. As de shoot contre Dame Valet off, un truc comme ça.
Roi Valet off.
Enfin, va les suiter.
Ah, quand même. La maison est sérieuse.
La maison est sérieuse à l'oral.
À l'oral, pardon.
Pas visible.
J'ai hâte de voir le 7 et 2 au stream.
Pass. Pass.
T'as dit la vérité. Je veux dire, avec la table de carreau,
Passe.
t'as dit la vérité. J'ai été vérifié.
Ah oui.
Call.
Il lui reste 9 de carreau. J'ai dit la vérité aussi, je sais pas si t'as vérifié, mais.
De quoi?
Il reste 9 de carreau. T'as 5 et 6.
Ouais, ça sert pas grand chose de mentir quoi, avec le stream et tout. Franchement,
Check. Check. Check.
Interesting turn. The King Jack giving Jonathan the nut flush. Plus, Alyosha only has an underpair. Maybe a good moment for an aggressive player to bet.
Bet 500.
He does. We saw twos earlier from Oscar call, I think it was Alyosha, with second pair. It's a hard hand to play without hitting a set. You're losing to pretty well everything. So although technically he's with...
Pass.
c'était une ensuite un peu.
C'est pas très stable.
On était en fait.
Tout est passé par ma tête.
Ici, ouais.
Et dans la tête d'Alvaro.
Ah ouais, ça tire à balles réelles ici. On voit que c'est la fin de journée, les mecs ont plus rien à foutre.
Ouais, parce que hier on a rigolé de ça.
Hier il a mis sa série, j'avoue.
Passe.
Je n'empêche, il a fait 10 fois sur 10 quasi, 9 fois sur 10, donc bête.
Ouais.
Je le passe.
Quand je suis arrivé, il a tout envoyé en tête.
Raise 500.
Jonathan raising with the Queen Jack suited. Dropped a few chips in the last orbit or two. That picks up the blinds.
Aujourd'hui, on va décoller un as-7, tu vois, sur 3 strips, d'en prendre 3 et prendre le pétard à river.
Attends, c'est quoi la main du coup? Parce que
Bah, bon, bah, par exemple, du coup, moi avec, tu vois, c'est genre, je donne as-3, il flatte au bouton, je donne hijack, il flatte le bouton, Alvaro dépend du bien. Le board vient as, dame 7, avec un peu droit après. Donc, bet pot, payé. Turn, c'est un F4, quelque chose comme ça. Deuxième barrel, épée de ouf,
Passe.
payé. Et river, je fais le roi, tu vois, mais si je fais pas le roi, genre, il me refait 1,5 million, et là, le tour à 3, genre. Ouais. Et que je connaissais pas, je venais derrière la table, j'ai aucun arrêt. Je me suis dit, bon,
ouais.
Passe.
je pense que j'aurais bien payé, tu vois, mais.
Il est à 7.
J'ai jam, du coup, river.
Il a pas
Enfin, à 3.
Il avait rien quoi. Il a fait la même, l'autre la colle 3 barrels au ligne aussi.
Tu l'as vu?
Ah oui, j'ai entendu cette main. Attends, ouais.
Ah, ça, suite 10 3.
Ouais, mais il peut te retourner à 8 là, tu vois, c'est terrible.
Ah ouais, il peut. Parce qu'il sait pas trop ce qu'il fait. Moi, je te dis, là, j'ai un coup contre moi où je peux faire un petit match, ça vient passe 2 3. Check cool. Turn du bet 2 quoi. Check clear 7.
Raise all in.
Moi, tu veux?
Il a une chaîne, je fold et il monte paire de 5. On remplit la bouche.
Yep, 2,125,000.
Hugo making a play with Jack 7 on the small blind. Oscar on the big blind with King 2 suited. Even if he thinks Hugo might be at it, it's a tricky hand to call an all-in with. It is suited, it is a king,
Passe.
but he has to fold. So Hugo got away with that one.
No, just kidding.
And then told a little bit of a lie.
I predict what you said, and I say.
He had a good hand?
You say the good hand. No, I'm just kidding. You say. You didn't say.
It was such a nice card to see. I saw only one card. It was almost enough to call.
Oh, so the queen.
And you still didn't see the second one?
The what?
You still didn't see the second
No,
one?
I left it for the tension.
What was the second?
Good.
Moi je parie qu'il va mentir.
Not good enough.
Passe.
Ça fait combien? 6 ans. Hein? Je suis 6 ans.
Non, j'ai 8. 2 millions.
On reste focus sur la table alors. Hein?
Non, non, non. 9.
Passe. Passe. And passe.
Oui, je joue tout derrière.
Beaucoup trop.
7, 8, 8 pour 5, 8 pour 5.
7, 5, 8. Ouais. J'ai bien bossé, mais je me suis fait.
Passe.
Ouais, j'ai bluffé, c'est pas possible. Enfin, le coup pour pas
Passe.
passer quand même.
Passe.
Celui qu'il fallait quoi. Sinon c'était. Je serais dans le train, je pense. À cette heure-ci. Il y a des chances. Tu vois, te faire un terrain pendant qu'on fait? Non, pas vraiment. Tu pourras te toucher, je pense.
Call.
Small blind, big blind action, but Jonathan has a premium hand in the big blind and will not let Benjamin in cheaply. Benjamin come back to 20 big blinds from 8 at his lowest point. Started off the day as chip leader for the whole final 17. Let's see if he can make his way back, but there'll certainly be a raise here.
Raise 1 million.
It's a proper raise as well. Benjamin probably having to fold his queen 9. Really not sure what this very late covering of the face does. Maybe it gives him comfort. Doesn't do anything to do with reading a player. But, you know, why not? Jonathan not going to be too worried what he does, as he has premium hand, especially 5-handed. Very powerful ace king 5-handed. And I'm pretty sure he'll fold, but he hasn't folded yet. Does he think he can get a raise through? We know he can't. He made one very bad move with a 9-10 against aces earlier. Is he going to make another one? He's thinking about it. He is thinking about going all in. If he does, he will not have learnt from his previous experience. On the other hand, he's 35% and live. He passes. That's the better way of playing that hand, sir.
Ça aurait été. Plus c'est cher, plus c'est de la caille normalement.
Tu verras en stream.
Je sais pas.
Pass. 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 Go. Check.
Non, t'inquiète. Bon, au-dessus, on peut pas répondre.
Jonathan's 8-7 against Alyosha's 8-4. Neither of them have anything to do with a king queen flop. This has split pot probability all over it.
Bet 250.
Although I'm pretty sure Jonathan's aggression will win the hand, and it does.
Sur le coup pour la vidéo.
Hein?
J'ai mis les espions sur le coup pour le DVD. J'ai mis les espions du stream.
T'as pas le dernier, c'est 6, hein?
Non, je l'ai fait.
Ok. Ça va alors.
Tu m'as pris pour un.
J'ai pas le droit de dire. Non, mais je sais pas, t'as le droit d'avoir un raise.
Jamais de la vie je fais. Mais
Ah,
j'ai.
t'as le droit
je sais
qu'à
pas.
Je pense que t'as aussi d'ailleurs. T'as 5 aussi maintenant.
Passe.
J'ai eu 4 dames préférées.
Passe.
C'était payant à fond. Vraiment.
C'est vrai ou pas?
Tu verras le stream, je te jure. Hein. Tu verras le stream de toute façon. Pas au bac, non? C'est bac après. Je vois pas qu'il y a un monsieur.
Non, 52 minutes.
2.5.
2 millions, ça reste ça.
Ça va 20 minutes.
Je reste 3. Le roi. L'as. 3. Voilà, exact.
Call.
Les dames de flop. Pas plus à faire. Attends, j'ai l'impression que dans le midi, ça va
Là, je peux pas te le dire malheureusement. Mais le cœur y est, sache-le.
Check.
On verra si ça ira en France.
Non, je t'ai pas menti maintenant.
Ok.
On est en stream. En fait, en gros, j'aime pas dire des mains pour dire des mains. J'aime pas hors stream, donc soit je le dis pas, soit j'ai vraiment la main en fait. J'ai la flemme de. Ça sert à rien de. Parce qu'on se connaît et tout. J'ai la flemme de. Non, soit je le dis pas quoi, tu vois.
Bet 250 and pass.
Ouais, tout simplement sur du call. Mais ça va amener les films.
J'ai bien senti.
Ça peut aimer ça.
Hein? T'avais une main? Je à 3. Faut gagner du temps, les gars.
Mon espion me l'a dit, mais il est dans le studio, c'est pour ça.
Dans l'oreillette.
Ils sont en train de changer, ils sont en train de changer ta main.
Ils vont mettre S2, tu sais.
Passe. Raise 500. Pass. Pass.
Jonathan
Raise all in.
raising with ace 2 and the push with ace jack and immediate fold. All went to book there.
I think like 4.
Pass. Pass.
Noted.
Hugo all in, I'm sure, with sevens on the button. Only has 8 big blinds, 2 million chips. The blinds are 125, 250. He has 2 million. Always takes his time, about the same time.
Raise all in.
Never rushes it
Pass.
and makes the shove. Ace 4 suited, Benjamin. Could see a call here, but it's almost half his stack.
C'est cool que la première.
He likes one. He likes the ace. The other one does go well with it, but he's only got one overcard. Depends if Benjamin is looking to survive or chip up. Ninth place gets 9,000, as does 8th. So pretty good return already, 9,000 guaranteed to every player. Then it jumps up 12,000, 16, 21, and etc. So big jumps from this point onwards, well, from 8th onwards. It's a tricky decision. Ace 4 suited very much on the line, but 5-handed suited ace. Certainly be raising with it, but it's much harder to call off with it. And Hugo will certainly get respect. He's always raised with good hands, and I think Benjamin will know that.
Yeah. Please stand straight, yeah, because you're blocking the camera. Yep. Sorry, sir, but it's like. Yep.
Ah, t'as un beau pull.
Je préfère celui d'hier, mais non, faut que je me change quoi. Sinon,
C'est merdeux. Tenu.
pareil tout, non. Bien des gens sont comme ça. Quoi.
He really doesn't want to call. But it's a good opportunity to knock a player out, move up the ladder and double up at the same time. Well, not quite double up, but add a big amount to his stack. On the other hand, if he loses, he's the one down to 10, 11 big blinds.
Tu veux te payer ou pas?
And call, all in and call.
Ah ouais,
Tu vois?
ouais, j'y vais à 100%. Je pensais que t'avais As-2.
Ouais, moi aussi, je me dis.
And he has called ace 7, sorry, 7s against ace 4 suited.
On va se bien payer.
As clean as it gets.
1-2, non.
King 3, 8.
T'as fait beaucoup de cartes, non?
And 9 of clubs no good, only an ace. He's pushing the chips towards Hugo. 4.4 million pot.
Sevens.
As-2.
Non, mais je suis pas content de payer tout le temps. Quoi.
Ah, mais là, t'as
Ah,
pas.
c'est
Et encore, là, t'as dans la main, quoi.
Ouais.
Il a tellement moins bien, quoi.
Bah, j'ai mon élève là.
Eh, coach, ça va? Ah, tu vis, hein. Enfin, tu survis.
Ça me va. Hein.
On va. Prends.
On we go.
C'est 25 ans.
Ouais, moi je lui donne plus aussi, mais.
C'est ce que tout le monde me dit. C'est rigolo, bah. Son BR, j'étais avec Malcolm. Il a 25 ans aussi.
Ah, mal que putain.
Alors que,
Il est fait tellement pas, putain. Il est fait tellement pas.
Passe.
c'est rigolo.
Hugo, another very playable hand. He's got kings with 18 big blinds now. Certainly raised, just working out the amount. Been mainly min raising.
Raise 500.
And there is the min raise to 500. He's hoping someone goes all in behind him. Oscar has an ace. May want to have a look, and he's on the button. May feel he can get it through. He has bluffed a couple of times.
Pass.
Nope, decides against it. Too many players behind him.
Pass.
No good for Benjamin, and probably no good for Jonathan. But he does not like folding hands. He does fold this time though. So unfortunate for Hugo, but his kings did not get to win a big pot.
Ah, tu pars? Ah bon. Ah bon. Ah bon, tu pars, toi. Je retiens, je retiens.
Pass. 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 Price 750.
Jonathan making a cheeky raise with 5-2 suited in the small blind, putting pressure on Alyosha with a very playable 9-7 suited. Checking how much he's got.
Ouais, à peu près un peu moins, je crois. Un peu dans le genre, ouais.
Alyosha has him covered.
Call.
Makes the call. Jonathan hits his bottom pair. Alyosha has hit nothing. Runner flush maybe, runner flush, or straight possibly, but it's a long way out. Jonathan first to act.
Bet 500.
The bet is 500.
After this hand lines up, 150, 300, 300.
Very hard for Alyosha to continue this
Blind
hand.
level after this hand.
And the blinds are about to go up. Folded.
Pass.
Makes sense.
J'ai bien des cabasses là.
Ouais, là, c'est un peu tournant. C'est sûr que à ce niveau-là.
La table de 4, il joue à quoi là? Il n'a toujours pas un cabas, je comprends pas.
Ils ont tous un gros stack, c'est ici les petits stacks là.
Ouais,
C'est nous qui devons.
c'est vrai que là-bas.
Tu stack et nous on bosse un peu quand même.
Pass.
J'ai vu sur des fesses
Passe.
tout à l'heure, ça me perturbe. tu regardes Hugo, il y a.
Ah oui, ça a l'air.
Pass.
Vous avez vu la vue que vous m'avez donnée quand même? Ouais, mais moi j'ai bien compris pourquoi vous m'avez positionné. Regarde sur. Comment je. Regarde. Sur quoi j'ai vu là depuis tout à l'heure. Sérieux.
Call.
Pas trop quoi. Ouais, j'avoue, après, ça se voit qu'il bosse, hein. Ouais, c'est vrai. Mais c'est moins, y'a personne, tu vois, y'a personne à regarder là-bas, tu vois, c'est froid.
Raise all in. And pass.
J'ai hâte de l'avoir en stream quand même.
Ah ouais? Tu crois que tu vas gratter l'info comme ça?
Je peux me faire pas 30 minutes, tu vois, mais bon. C'est pas grave, c'est l'habitude.
Change it on. Good luck. Yeah, thanks.
Ah, j'ai quoi? Je vais pas les deux. Peut-être pas.
Pocket 3.
Ace 4 for Benjamin under the gun. Got Oscar in the big blind, Hugo in the small.
Race. Welcome.
It's an
Bumper
effective all in. He's got to hope no one wakes up with a big hand, but Alyosha has King Queen suited. Doesn't need to get involved, but
Yes.
Benjamin only has 2.5 million chips, so he has 10 big blinds in total. Tricky spot, even though he has the chips. Yep, he is shoving. And Benjamin will not like this at all. He's made an effective fall in and been shoved on.
Call showdown.
He's not going to feel good, but has no choice but to call. He's technically in the lead with the ace 4. And we could see a double up if Alyosha does not hit hearts, king or a queen. So good opportunity for Benjamin to double up. We'll double down and go home in 9th. Ace still holding, no king or queen at the moment. Big smile on his face. Does come over as a very friendly, jovial face, and he's even hit a 4. Doesn't really affect anything as Alyosha must hit a king or a queen to win the pot. And a double up for Benjamin. Up to 20 big blinds now, and a little hit on Alyosha's earlier victorious
2,575.
Oh les gars, vous êtes immortels ou quoi?
Roi dame suité, je me suis dit, oula. En plus, dans ma tête, quand j'ai entendu all-in, je me suis dit, j'espère qu'il y a roi dame suité. Je crois que c'est la seule loi qui colle.
Il y a qu'un 2-3.
C'est la seule loi, hein.
Non, c'est la seule loi. On va aller shoot, faut voir ce qu'il fait avec, quoi. Mais sinon. Ici, je suis là.
La vraie, il est en dessous de 30 blindes.
Bah ouais, il n'y a pas de bust depuis un moment. Hein.
Passe. Passe.
Ça fait combien en doublé?
Je passe à 6 millions 100 avec montée et la BD. Donc 100 € derrière.
mec, et ça mérite d'être puni, je te jure. Les mecs qui appellent leur carte quand ils n'ont pas besoin d'appeler des cartes, franchement, je te jure.
Si, 80 c'est réglé quoi. C'est pas être drawing dead quoi,
Plus quoi. Moi j'aime trop souhaiter.
Raise 600.
Si un moment je peux me faire fourrer, tu vois.
Pass.
C'est un peu vibré quoi.
C'est pour ça que j'ai dit.
Call.
Hugo raising to 600k with ace 5. King 6 to Benjamin, and he's smacked the flop with King 2. Just to try and get maximum out of this. Both similar stacks, 5 million. Hugo betting quite
300.
small. Benjamin just doubled up and has hit a flop from heaven. Poker gods smiling on him at the moment. Virtually can't lose this pot unless it's a very strange runner straight or runner ace, which would be highly improbable.
Raise 675.
Okay, he's taking an interesting view on it. He's raising as opposed to just flat calling in the hope that Hugo has a pair and will come with him.
Can you move a
We
little
know he
bit to the
doesn't,
middle and
but
try to be
Hugo
straight?
has overplayed some hands
That's why also you asked me of this.
so far on this final
cameras,
day.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just got it.
How's he going to read this raise? I think Benjamin's playing on that. He's hoping that the raise looks weak and he's trying to bluff Hugo off the pot. What will he do? The hoodie's up. Looks like Hugo does feel he's bluffing and is measuring out a raise.
Raise.
And this is not going to be good news for him.
Yeah, you need to raise 1.350.
No,
It's okay.
it's okay. You just need to put 375 more.
I think it goes as a call.
It's correct. 1,550,000. 1,050,000. Yeah.
No, it is a raise. 1.1 million. But it does go because it's like a min raise.
Cool.
And smooth call by Benjamin. This is shaping up to be an interesting hand. And wins it on the turn.
575 plus.
3.8 million. Pot to Benjamin, who's on the way back.
Ça aurait été incroyable. Oh, si t'as un roi, je te jure.
Tu veux un roi quoi?
Si t'as vraiment un roi, je te fais un gros cadeau. Voilà.
Tu veux jouer avec un roi ou pas?
C'est diabolique. Ouais, avec un roi, ouais, c'est vraiment, c'est marrant.
Under the gun with Queen Jack suited for Alyosha. He's going to like this.
Comme il a dit, qu'il a intérêt de mentir.
Min raised to 600.
En fait, j'ai pas une tonne de rois, c'est pour ça que je raise. Et je veux te chauffer, mais quand tu cliques, je sais que tu l'as pas, tu vois, donc...
Il y a un sortant. Je crois. Non. Pas du tout, en fait.
Hugo, 12 big blinds now. Lost a big pot there with the bluff. Trying to bluff top sets, quite tricky.
Si je check, tu vas check back turn.
Ah bah de toute façon une fois que t'as collé, moi c'est plus rigolo.
And looking at the other table, maybe someone at risk on the other table. They only have 4 on the other table. When they get down to 7 players, they'll all be on this feature table, but we will not be able to see their cards. Makes it more difficult for me. I'm kind of guessing what people have got. So we'll be 7-handed for a bit, and then we'll see the cards again from the 6-handed. Round to Jonathan with 8-5 suited.
So yeah, you have to...
Focusing on this table and this hand, which is the right way around.
Because they've had...
Flat calls with a suited connector. Two diamonds for Jonathan. Nothing much for Alyosha. He was the original aggressor. He's bet 400. Repping the ace.
Can you please sit or go away? Call.
Flat calls, smooth call with a diamond draw. Alyosha now has hit his queen. May put a stronger bet into the 2.5 million pot. Going to feel more confident with just the flat call. Probably not putting Jonathan on an ace.
Check.
And this is bad news for Jonathan. He's hit his 8, but Alyosha has underrepresented his queen. So we could see possibly a bet and a call here.
Check.
No, it might be check, check. Queen wins.
Check.
And Queen takes it down.
Yes.
And we are down to 8, so we lose Alyosha to the other table. 4 on each table at the final stages now of this wonderful Winamax Poker Open here at Banco Casino. Lots more value tournaments coming up here.
No, it's not. It's half empty. It's not that right. We play.
You get a discount now.
Yeah.
Ah, ça fait plaisir par contre.
C'est le main par main là.
Is it hand by hand?
No.
We've got the Cash Game Festival from the 3rd to the 6th of October,
Right,
following on from this wonderful tournament.
Continue play.
The Italian Tanner della Tigre from the 7th to the
Even if
13th
there is
of
page on
October, and then the festival. I will be playing at the festival, 500k guaranteed main event with about 45 fantastic side
Raise
events.
750.
But back to this tournament. Benjamin raising with Queen 7 suited. Jonathan may well re-raise with King Jack. Just lost a pot, down to 28 big blinds. Covers Benjamin. Yep,
Raise.
lining up the raise. Does not take prisoners, this young man. Here you go, taking his time. He only has 10 big blinds.
Pass.
Can Benjamin continue with Queen 7 suited? I think he was in this spot about an hour ago. Similar hand. May not even. Yeah, I think it was suited as well. It's very hard to continue a re-raise.
Il n'y a pas de main par main.
Taking his time, but can't really see anything but a fold, unless he feels a jam will get through. He knows Jonathan's an aggressive player. Be an interesting move. Great way of picking up 3 million pot. We know he's got the heart for it. Made some big moves. Trouble is, most of his big moves have not worked out. So I think he'll probably end up folding this.
All in. Pass.
Oh, what a great move by Benjamin, and he shows the bluff. Pushes all in, shows the bluff. Jonathan's smiling, he's done it himself. So these two, I think, enjoy each other's company, and they're both playing games with each other. Fantastic play there by Benjamin.
Amusant ce showdown, je dirais.
C'est combien de temps là
4, 5, genre 6 je crois. Il y a 8 au début du coup, genre 6 je crois.
This time, the winner of the last pot has a premium hand.
1, 2, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Back up to 10 million, which is where he started his final day. He had about 100 big blinds then. Now only represents 33 big blinds, but he's back in the game, as they say. And he'll be raising with this.
750. Pass.
Here you go, taking his time as usual with the Queen 4 suited.
Pass.
And now Oscar will be folding his 8-2.
Il m'a pas donné de main en 4 mon SD seulement. J'avais encore la même main, je te prenais 3 fois avec la même main. Non, j'ai vraiment encore.
Tu relèves encore?
Ouais.
Il est devant.
C'est cool, j'ai hésité. Éviter sous les folds. En plus, tu vas prendre tes cartes, je suis resté même claqué à ce 4 fois. Ah non.
Ah oui, je sais. Aussi le cas?
Which one? No, no.
C'est 300, hein.
I didn't see anything.
Oui, yes. Pardon.
Passe.
Ouais,
Passe.
tu vois, tu prends des cartes, c'est pas grand, sinon en général.
Tu fais les sous-bouches, tu arrives à les claquer. Marrant.
750.
Ah, comment ça
750.
On a vite les 600 000.
Ouais.
It's 150.
Il y a un Santé, mais ouais, à 4 appliquants. C'est ce que. Ce niveau-là, il va être pas ça.
Ah non, mais là, c'est avant la fin du niveau, on est. Enfin, où vous êtes peut-être.
Hugo, 10 big blinds, Jack 8 suited, may decide it's good enough to get it in. But he's got 3 players behind him. Does not want to get called with Jack 8 suited.
J'ai envie de dire ça maintenant qu'il faut être le mec avec le
And
du karma.
folds.
T'as déjà fait la stun double en tournoi?
Non, j'ai fait une très.
So far you've got it through.
Avec la bulle, ça compte pas.
Ouais, mais la vraie. Tu fais faire une bulle, Benny, ou pas? En vrai, je t'éteins, mais je fais le karma en fait, je crois.
Cool. Raise 1,200,000. Plus.
Jonathan making a big raise there with the ace queen suited, right hand, right position.
J'hésite avec ça.
Oh, t'aurais tellement mis. Je crois que t'avais pas mis tout à l'heure, hein. J'ai vraiment mis encore. Oui, t'as le droit de fourrer, ça.
Et ça,
Ça n'a pas de prix.
ça, c'est la spécialité de la maison.
Oh, pas tant que ça aujourd'hui, hein. Franchement, ça va, hein.
Bah non, aujourd'hui,
Ouais. C'est un peu rageant aujourd'hui. Hein. Je sais que ça peut être le spot de trop, mais. Je vais pas manquer les spots en fait.
Il te semble.
Non, pas là. Non, on va faire le spot de SP.
Oscar now
Ça qui me donne les combos à chaque fois.
under the gun with 8-7 suited and only 8.5 big blinds.
Je suis parti du temps.
Ouais,
Pas trop parce que. Ouais.
en fait, je suis ta value, elle est trop slim. Tu vas aussi call trap une partie du temps, peut-être. Ou faire moins cher avec genre. Tes top mains. Je me trompe peut-être, mais. C'est tellement.
Je pourrais pas te le dire.
C'est tellement plus.
Ouais.
Taille.
4-1.
So you have 30 seconds to take a decision. I remind you the last 10 seconds, then the hand will be dead. 30 seconds.
Oscar taking his time, maybe too much time.
Faut pas y aller travailler. Hein.
Raise.
And virtual all in. Has one red chip behind him. Just gonna have to hope no one wakes up with a big hand.
Vous avez dit quoi?
Il aura pas de décision.
Ouais.
Jonathan
2.5
folds.
Ces trucs-là, là.
Hugo.
Je vais trop les récupérer en fer.
Well, he could call with ace-8 suited.
2.5 million.
Got a very similar stack.
All in.
Ace-8 suited is pretty big. All in, and Oscar has to call. We've got
Automatic call.
Call. Showdown. Yep.
a big hand here.
Bon, il est important celui-là. Allez, Hugo, good luck.
7?
Tenir. Allez, mon Hugo.
7.
Non, pas de dollar. Voilà, ok. Ok.
Draw d'alterne, please.
Allez.
Draw d'alterne.
On appelle quoi du pic?
Le 2 de pique.
Voilà.
Non, t'es.
J'ai pas fait combien.
Tu vas partir au.
Ace-8 still holding, and we lose Oscar.
Sit open.
Fais gaffe qu'il y a gunshot.
GG.
T'es injouable à tapis toi aujourd'hui, t'inquiète pas. Non mais arrête, il a failli faire le zoom de l'année mec. Allez. Oh les swings, ah je dois être dernier là. Je suis dernier alors que j'ai eu le plus grosse fréquence de 3 bêtes, c'est pas...
Après j'ai commencé le JCL.
J'ai même ça comme je suis tombé à 1,5 million, ça va.
It's 700 final.
So, guys, 7-handed final. We'll be back with you in a bit once the table resets.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
2024 Bratislava, 3e édition, 7 magnifiques joueurs qui sont ici présents. Quelques petits chiffres sur ce WPO, incroyable, 1516 joueurs, c'est une chose. Nous avons accueilli, tenez-vous bien, 45 nationalités différentes au départ du D1. Il en restait encore 31 au départ du Day 2. Et aujourd'hui, en table finale, on va quand même montrer c'est qui le patron. On a que des francophones, quasi que des Français et un ami belge et un cousin qui nous a rejoints pour cette table finale. On va pouvoir parler français tout au long. Vous allez suivre les divers échanges qu'il peut y avoir à table. Tout le monde va se comprendre. On va tous parler français. Sans plus attendre, je vais appeler les joueurs, les finalistes de ce WPO. On va les faire venir comme de tradition du short stack au chip leader. Le premier à venir prendre son siège, il a 25 ans, il est normand, émigré à Malte, connu en ligne sous le pseudo Miss Dominique. Il a fait 4e de la 3 Million Week la semaine dernière. C'est un joueur qui joue régulièrement en live à Malte et pas mal online sur Winamax. 5 millions 6, soit 19 big blind. Il sera assis au siège 4. Hugo Menant. Il sera assis au siège numéro 5. Il a 30 ans. Il nous vient d'Aix-en-Provence. Il est parti chercher le soleil au Mexique. Il est arrivé un petit peu tard sur le D1D. Il a joué le turbo. C'était facile. Ça lui suffisait. On ne va pas égrener tout son palmarès, juste les titres. Tout le monde se souvient de ce magnifique bracelet à Las Vegas il y a 2 ans, des places de runner-up à Rosvadov, des places à l'EPT Monaco. En table finale encore, ce sera un client très solide. C'est pas parce qu'il est seulement, j'ai envie de dire, devant 22 big blinds qu'il ne sera pas dangereux. Merci d'accueillir Jonathan Pastore. Accueillons ensuite un jeune homme de 26 ans qui nous vient de Saint-Raphaël et qui lui aussi est allé chercher le soleil à Malte. On l'a découvert chez un confrère, il avait gagné la Pro Dream PMU en 2023. Que dire, il a fait très belle TF sur le WT Prime, il a aussi gagné au WPO Madrid le Battle Royale, si je ne dis pas de bêtises. Il est très en forme en ligne actuellement, on n'en dira pas plus, mais tout se passe bien. 9,2 millions de jetons, 31 big blind au siège numéro 1, Dylan Sejkowski. Le suivant, c'est notre francophone, pas français, mais c'est un beau cousin. Il nous vient de Belgique, il a 35 ans. Les joueurs qui se rendent régulièrement à Namur peuvent le croiser très souvent, il est un régulier là-bas. Membre de la team Poker One. Il a un double merci, un double bisou à faire à une certaine Tiffany, ou à 2 certaines Tiffany, la croupière qui lui a sauvé la mise en fin de D1. Et sa fiancée chérie, épouse concubine, j'en sais rien, mais bref, c'est l'amour de sa vie. Il sera devant 31 big blind aussi, 9, un peu plus, 31 big blind, 9,4 au siège numéro 6 là-bas, Alyosha Stas.
J'ai gagné à Madrid.
Accueillons maintenant. Lui, il
fait premier, moi je fais 3.
Mais c'est pas grave. C'est ma faute. Allez, accueillons un Alsacien maintenant, immigré à Malte aujourd'hui. Il a 30 ans, il porte un petit patch d'un super confrère, le Barrière, Conso Barrière. Tu as gagné 2 BPT, je dis pas de bêtises. 2 BPT, mais pas que des BPT, parce qu'il avait fait un doublé ici même à Bratislava en 2022 en gagnant 2 sides. Le battle, voilà, c'est ça, c'est quoi? J'ai inversé. Le battle en Madrid 2022, c'est du solide, donc croyez-moi. Il sera au siège numéro 7 sur la dernière pointe, devant un stack de 10 millions de jetons. Benjamin Allen.
Moi je vais jouer sur le fil.
Accueillons un jeune homme, un compatriote à moi, puisqu'il est bordelais aussi comme moi, même s'il est parti faire un petit tour du côté de Bordeaux, il porte le même prénom que mon fils, le nombre de points communs qu'on a, c'est incroyable. La nouvelle pépite bordelaise, après 6 coups, après Romain Lewis, deviendra-t-il la star de la Nouvelle-Aquitaine? Il est assez récent sur le circuit, mais déjà 3 ITM chez Winamax en live. Un stack de 16 millions, 52 big blind au siège numéro 3, Timothée Labassa. Et allez, il reste un siège vide, il n'en reste qu'un. C'est celui qu'on dédie au chip leader, celui qu'on appelle en dernier. Il a 22 ans, il vient de Corse. Lui a immigré jusqu'au continent à Toulon. Faut pas aller très loin quand même, hein, t'as juste traversé. Qualifié sur un 10 € rebuy sur Winamax. On aime ces belles histoires. Il est venu avec un pote pour kiffer. J'imagine qu'il est dans le rail et qu'il doit kiffer un maximum. Accueillons le chip leader devant 19 millions de jetons, Valentin Albertor. Il est temps pour moi de fermer votre grande bouche et de vous souhaiter un très bon moment. Profitez-en. Je remets les clés de ce tournoi à notre directeur de tournoi, Mickaël Le Sage. C'est Julien, je pense qu'il sera autour de la table avec vous. On rajoute une petite chaise au croupier. Bonne chance à tous, dealer. Chapeau la pandi.
C'est carte down du coup là.
Là c'est card down.
Le
Card down, il y en a deux, il n'y a que des Français. On en perdra un, puis on repassera sur les cartes LSD. Il y aura un tout petit break, on va juste remonter les stacks et mettre le filet en place. Vraiment 5 minutes.
Button.
Ça, tu vas le payer très cher.
C'est pas grave, putain. Oui, c'est vrai, je peux prendre pour ça.
Passe.
C'est de la vérité toute la journée. C'est ce qui m'arrive. Ouais. C'est la bonne franquette.
$625. Pass.
Welcome back to the final stages of the Winamax Poker Open. We have 7 players on the table and we will not see their cards until we are down to 6. So Valentine we saw on one of our feature tables before. Looks like we have
2,150,000.
a re-raise.
Pass. Pass.
Hugo's got there. There's a pot for Valentine on the 3-bet. Young man we can see opposite played very well yesterday. Lots of courage, trying to make moves where he could. And there's 3 on our right from today's feature table. Jonathan, Alioshi, and Benjamin, who is back on the upward route rather than the downward one.
Raise 600.
20 million for Valentine. Looks like he's our chip leader at the moment. Hugo with the right hand will put it in. Anything under 20 big blinds, but folds.
Il enchaîne. Tu sais qu'il n'y a pas les cartes up, donc on peut pas voir ses guesses. Il en profite. Il est vif.
Pass. Pass. 625. Passe.
Ah, je t'ai vu là.
Passe.
All in.
All in.
Love the contest?
Sure. $4,975,000. 4,975,000.
Jonathan seriously considering calling this all in by Hugo. Has Dylan got a hand? Did he raise with a hand? We'll soon see. He'll snap call. He snap calls. He's got a big hand. Tens. Hugo, king, queen. Hugo needs to hit a king or a queen to survive. Otherwise, he's out in 7th for 12,000. He's done well to get there, though. He was on 10 big blinds a lot of today. Doubled up. Quadrupled up at one point. And then went back down to 10 big blinds. So king, queen against tens. And there's a king and a queen on the flop. So Hugo looking pretty good at the moment. Running clubs or a 10 or a straight possible for Dylan. And there's a club. So now a jack, a club, or a... No, 10's no good.
Straight.
A jack, oh my god. Runner straight for Dylan, and we lose Hugo in 6th spot, sorry, 7th. Round of applause for him. 12,000 euros for the young man. Big hug for Dylan. I think they're friends. And now we will have a short break before we reset the final table where we see the cards. Back soon, guys.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gonna get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back. There's our payouts. Sixth place finisher on this final table will pick up a very useful 16,000, but they're all gunning for the first place of 90,000 euros. 550 buy-in. All the players are coming back to their seats. Chip leader Valentin, who we haven't really seen much of over the last few days, with 70 big blinds. Dylan and Timothy, very healthy, 50 big blinds. Benjamin and Alyosha, over 30. And Jonathan, a very playable 20. Certainly the player of the tournament so far. Played a fantastic game during our featured table so far today. And played well yesterday as well when he was on it. So we are down to the last six. 1,500 100 players started, 6 left, and the big money is all available. Maybe a deal towards the end. Usually, don't know if a deal's allowed on this tournament. Usually 10% is kept back for first place, and we have our first hand.
Pass.
So Dylan, who
Raise 600.
runnered the King Queen of Hugo in our last hand to hit the Broadway straight. King Queen hit a King Queen blank flop against tens, and then an ace and a jack came in to make a Broadway straight for the tens.
Pass.
We should be seeing their cards now. There we go. Thank you. So Dylan raising with a pair of sixes. Alyosha from Belgium.
Pass.
Folding on the big blind. Blinds are 150, 300.
Can you move a little bit to the left, like, yeah. And you to the right, yeah.
Sorry?
Can you move a little bit to the right? Yeah. Thank you.
Dealer just getting everyone organised. They need to put their RFID cards on the number so that the chips in the cards can be read by the computer and we can see the cards. We are, of course, on a half-hour delay, so no live information. And Dylan has a pair of tens again. Min raising to 600. Our chip leader, Valentin, will not play 5-3 suited, out of position.
À mon avis.
Pass. Don't forget to put cards on the number. After that you can put it anywhere, but start with it. Pass.
Small blind folds, and Benjamin will fold the big blind of 7-3. So a bit of a waste of tens there, but no action. And takes a small pot. Shows the tens again though. Big smile on his face after the last pair of tens did so well.
Excusez-moi, c'est possible
C'est possible de voir le tableau?
Merci. Il n'osait pas vous le dire.
Pass. Pass.
Jonathan will not be shy here, raising in the cutoff with ace-3. A slight jump to 700,000.
Pass. Pass.
Dylan with King 9, playable hand. He has Jonathan covered and wants to have a look.
Heads up.
Plays very well, King 9. It's one of those hands. Of course, there you go. Hit a king. If it wasn't for that pesky ace, he'd be winning. So Dylan hit second pair. Jonathan's hit first pair. Jonathan does not like betting small pot when he thinks he's winning, and he is winning at the moment.
$700.
It's not too bad. It's a smallish bet into 1.9 million. I think Dylan will certainly come along for the ride here with second pair. Not a lot of point him raising now. And he will need a bit of help. If a king comes, Jonathan may be able to slow down. If a 9 comes, it'll be too disguised.
Cool.
You may also think Dylan has an ace. It's a good card for the ace 3.
Check.
Jonathan only 4.4 million behind. Pot already 3.3 million.
Check.
Under 5. So the ace should take this down.
Check.
Jonathan want to try and extract some value.
Check.
He's got aces over 4s with a king kicker. Shows the ace and takes down 3.3 million pot. Dylan can afford it at the moment. I don't want to start giving Jonathan chips though. He will use them as weapons.
Thank you.
Sorry. Shiny. Pass. Pass.
Alyosha now with a suited ace in the cutoff. Should see a raise coming in here. Blinds 150, 300.
Raise. 600.
Min raise again. Seems to be the pattern.
Pass. Pass.
Valentin, our chip leader at the moment with King 7 offsuit.
Raise. 3,900,000.
Wow. Valentin
Yes.
using his stack, re-raising with King 7 offsuit. Big 3-bet to 3.9 million. Is Alyosha going to do anything but fold here? He's made the standard raise and Valentin has pounced. Not playing his hand here, he's playing the player.
Pass.
And plays him very effectively.
C'est que si je tapis, je sais pas si je fais du coup pas.
T'as sauvé le misclick, je te jure.
Ouais.
Ouais. J'étais plus sûr que tu fais.
Ça en joue derrière un écran, c'est plus simple. qu'on doit pas dire ça là.
En plus, il l'a dit.
Ouais, il l'a dit.
Oh putain,
Mais tu fais quoi?
Passe.
Je sais pas. Je pense que je bluffe pas.
Non,
Il a l'air vraiment honnête,
Ouais,
ouais,
ouais.
genre,
mais même si c'est honnête.
Passe.
Genre, tu sais que derrière il peut être
paye
comique,
du coup
tu
quand même
peux
4
fuck
millions,
call,
ouais, c'est ça, ouais.
t'as un dame, genre t'as tilt.
Passe.
Je vais faire un peu
Passe.
attention. Je suis 70 ans.
50.
À 350, 350? Ça fait
Ah,
4
ça vous
minutes.
télé.
Et we
Ouais, ça joue.
low level, it's 4 minutes.
Yeah, but
Ça joue, ça
Like
joue.
that?
Trop tard.
Yep.
C'est posé maintenant.
C'est-à-dire quoi?
La malheureusement été donnée.
Manu?
raise 1,050,000.
Ouais, je te jure.
Tu l'as plus cru parce qu'il. Parce qu'il a fait ça.
Parce que là, du coup,
T'as pas envie qu'il me clôt,
hein?
t'as pas envie qu'il fait call, Rodan.
Ah ouais, c'est ça. En mode, là, tant pis, j'ai déjà trop mis.
Passe.
C'est super dur à estimer.
On met 4 sur le 8.
So blinds up 150, 350.
Hein?
Je vais m'expliquer quand même. Parce que t'as trop de jetons. Ouais, c'est ça. Ça donne un peu.
Je serais essayé là. Mais...
Ouais, j'essaie. C'est un cadeau.
Passe. 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 Raise 700. Pass. Go.
Tu vois?
À peu près 7 millions, je crois, un peu dans le genre. C'est un poil moins maintenant.
Check.
King 4 against 8-7. Neither player has hit. Both aggressive players, Jonathan and Valentin.
Bet 425.
Valentin has the chips though.
And pass.
Small bet, and that's enough to take it down.
Sixième simple. 475.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Valentin needs to be careful, not get too busy with his stack. Has to respect that there are other good players around the table. Timothy now with an ace on the button. Will raise.
700.
Been raised to 700. Blinds now being 150, 350. Alyosha will come back at him with an ace-jack suited. It's a big hand six-handed. Question of how much. He hasn't been overreaching himself. He seems a very considered, solid player. One Belgian amongst many French.
Race all in.
Okay, he went all in. And immediate fold from Timothy. That's a good read of the situation. Very strong hand. And putting maximum pressure on. Well played.
Race 700. Race 2,100,000. Pass. Pass.
Ace 3, 3 betting. Dylan's ace 2 suited. Benjamin with an ace 5.
Pass.
Won't like it with 2 bets in front of him. Valentin very effectively putting in his 3 bets. How will Dylan respond? Second in chips on this table, 14 million, but Valentin has him covered with 21 million. However, at some point you have to make a stance. You can't let someone bully you or any of the table if you can help it, but you need to make the stance at the right time. If he did 4-bet, he'll probably get it through, but he feels the ace 2 has to fold. Great play by Valentin, showing why he's our chip leader. Not seen him in the feature table before, but looks like he plays a very tough game.
Race 700. Pass.
Valentin opening up his range, raising with the 8-7 suited, but Jonathan with 20 big blinds and 8s will almost certainly re-raise here, possibly shove. Does have 3 players behind him though, but it's very strong hand, 8s, 6-way. May just be a re-raise. Nice way of picking up the blinds and the raise.
Raise 3 million.
And it's a very strong raise instead of an all-in. Half of his stack,
Yes.
even stronger. That's going to take hands like ace 9 from Benjamin away from this hand. Very hard to call with ace 9 with a strong re-raise, strong 3-bet. He's played pretty well to come back.
Pass.
And will fold his
Pass.
ace 9.
And pass.
And Valentin will almost certainly fold his 8-7. Great play by Jonathan. Has to work hard now to get back to being one of the chip leaders, but he certainly has the game. Timothy with a raising hand under the gun, Queen Jack suited. Here he comes. Not seen much of him today, but played a very good game when we did see him on the feature table. It was either Friday or yesterday. Can't remember. Each day merges into the other. And Button will not be calling.
Pass. Pass.
Valentin on the big blind. Does he want to see a flop with 8-6? Does he want to use his stack and try and raise Timothy off it? Decides against it. Early raise, usually indicating a strong hand. In this case, it wasn't that strong, but hard to play back against.
Il y a cards up en plus. Avoue que t'as envie.
Tu veux prendre des infos, toi, t'es malin.
J'ai 20 blindes, mais un peu plus peut-être maintenant. On les infos, on les aura. Hein.
Vas-y, bonne chance, tu les chercheras. Hein.
De quoi?
Bonne chance, tu les chercheras.
Non, mais t'inquiète, j'ai un comité là. Ils sont 8 à travailler.
Tu es dans le demi-heure.
Très bien. Tu veux jouer? C'est sûr?
Je les amuse. Il faut jouer sous les faces, ça me pose aucun problème. Ah, ça passe, au moins le coup.
Parce que c'est la TF que vous voulez tuer, c'est ça?
J'ai toujours refusé, moi, depuis le 17 là.
C'est vrai. Oui, faut jouer ça.
Tout ce qui peut potentiellement me sortir de ma zone de concentration, je le refuse. Les informations que je donne, j'ai envie de les contrôler.
Souhaite qu'il en soit ainsi. Je jouerai tout seul.
Dylan on the button with an ace, but doesn't want to get involved. Valentin, I'm sure, will want to get involved on the small blind with 10-8.
C'est compliqué dans cette position là par contre.
C'est clair.
Very pretty 5-6 suited for Timothy. Does he want to raise and represent a bigger hand? No, just wants to see a flop instead and hope he hits. Valentin looking at his hand, neither player's hit. But Valentin will not let this go.
350. And pass.
Takes it down. You can see on our screen, Tanadella Tigri, 250k guaranteed for a 250 buy-in. Ever popular Italian tournament coming up in a week or two's time after the Cash Game Festival returns to Bratislava. Lots of high value events, usually 2 a month here at Banco Casino. Plus, of course, if you play cash for 6 hours, you get a free hotel room worth about 120 euros at the Crown Plaza above the casino or at the AC Marriott next door. Amazing value here at Banco with jackpot hands, hit quads, hit straight flushes and things, get immediate payment from the guys and girls who run the cash poker here at Banco. Pair of sevens, Valentin raising, Jonathan with King Queen, almost certainly will play back at him, doesn't like calling. It's also out of position, so better to raise. Raised to about 3 million last time with a similar hand. Just shoves this time.
7 millions, je prends tout.
Valentin wanting a count. He has a pair. It's 5-handed.
Okay, call. Showdown.
And a
please.
call. We have a flip. A really big flip here.
Non, attendez-moi.
GG,
Ouais,
c'est un beau parcours.
merci. Allez, ciao les gars. On me désoute un peu quand même. Ok, ah merci, peu importe. Moi, je vais
Up and down for the king queen.
Je vais vivre un peu quand même.
En 2-7, ça perd jamais quand même, c'est normal du jeu.
100% turn. Oh, full deck. Oh, je me fais sur le roi.
Another 10.
Ça fera 7 millions.
Any king, any queen, or counterfeit jack, or 9 or ace. So a lot of outs still, and that is no good. And we lose Jonathan in 6th spot.
J'avais vu toujours un 7, je pense.
T'inquiète, ça fout avec tout et ça fout 2-7 quand même. Hein.
Pas trop mal, hein.
Il y a 2 sets.
Sérieux, il y a 2-7 en plein.
8.4.
We have only big one.
Ah, déjà gagné la dame à 3 avant. Ouais, ça fait vibrer un peu, ça fait plaisir. Je parle un peu.
Pass.
Voilà.
Dylan now with a king
Raise,
queen.
700.
Didn't work last time, but that shouldn't change anything. Raises to 700. Valentin now a big chip lead on this table. Doesn't like calling either. Prefers a 3-bet. This time he does call.
Pass.
Kind of hand king 3 suited really needs to hit. Alyosha with a pair of 6s. Good hand to squeeze with. Got 2 people, a raise and a call. It's a good hand to squeeze with. Well, he certainly can afford to see a flop and hope to hit a set. But I quite like the raise here. Put the pressure on the other 2 boys.
Can you please
He has
include
23
it
big
tonight?
blinds,
Thank you very much.
and neither player has the hand to call.
Thank you, guys.
5 players left. Next one out receives 21,000. It's a lovely push here. Great squeeze play with the 6s. Whatever, even if he gets called,
Pass.
which I don't think he will.
Pass.
Fantastic play there by Alyosha. Picks up a nice 10 million. Well, makes another 1.5 million on top. So 5th place worth 21,660 euros. All 5 players, though, more interested in the 90,000 up top. Seat 6.
5 mains, je peux jouer 5 mains. Même pas, hein, je pense.
Benjamin has had a very roller coaster day. Was right up there at the beginning. Massive chip leader, 10 million chips. Went right down to 10 big blinds, 8 big blinds at one point, and has come back to being a contender. You've got to be in it to win it, as they say. Valentin in the hijack. Chip leader now with 32 million and not slowing down.
700. Pass. Pass.
Aggression is normally the #1 weapon in poker. Benjamin with 22 big blinds. Has to box a bit clever. He's one of the shorter stacks at the table now. Still a playable stack.
Call.
And he does so by just calling. 2 to the flop. Queen 10 against a 9-7. Chip leader and the shorter stack.
Check.
The 7 actually hits bottom pair, but he representing the ace or the king, so well worth a bet.
425.
Queen 10 with a gut shot draw.
Call.
Benjamin calls. Needs to see a jack. Great card for Valentin. 9-7 improves, and it will not be put on a 7 by Benjamin.
Bet 425.
Là, ils sont tout petits.
Valentin now must know he's far ahead in this hand. It's a great card on the turn for him and represents possible trouble for Benjamin. I think we'll see a raise because you've got clubs, you've got diamonds, you've got straights, so he doesn't want to get to a river without getting value into the pot. Each place now 21,000 goes up to 30 for fourth, so 9,000 difference, or 8,500 difference between fourth and fifth. The money really jumping up. I think here we see the raise being measured out.
900.
Nice timing, nice raise. Benjamin only has a draw, so he knows he's losing to any hand. Valentin doesn't have to have the 7 here. He's losing to all other possible hands here, and only has a gut shot draw. I hope he doesn't try and push Valentin off this, because otherwise we will lose him in 5th place, almost certainly. He has an 8% chance of hitting a jack. So I hope he doesn't do what he has done earlier today when he lost a massive 13 million pot. Still calls though. Wow. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Oh my God, there's the jack. Somehow Benjamin has hit his Broadway straight. There is of course a flush there, but whatever happens, he is calling. Valentin only has 3 7s. I say only. He's going to be thinking he's still well ahead. Wow. What a river. Both checked. Valentin will get the bad news. What a hand.
Dommage du coup, le valet. J'ai hésité à double bet all-in la river d'ailleurs. Je me dis qu'on t'a rien. Putain, ça avait le 7 hein.
C'était de la river, hein.
Je te jure que je paye le tapis river au Turnham.
Change the good luck.
Me dis pas ça. La snap colle pas, mais je la colle quasiment 100%. Ok, chat, c'est ouais. Je peux parler avec ton 10 river avant.
Mais tout sérieux là, tu vois. Ça va encore le check là, il y a 5 heures.
Passe.
Putain, il a folle. Ça y est. On ira bien ça.
$700.
Pass.
Timothy in the cut-off, raising with a 7 suited.
Allez, rentrez comme dans l'Uber.
And Dylan
Pass.
not calling.
Mais ouais, mais il va conduire. C'est Cocktail River. Moi je suis boss toi? Non mais j'imagine qu'il faut que je valide mon set quand même. Pour le valider. Ah bah oui, même sur la fleuve je m'en fous.
Pass.
Non mais là, ce que j'ai fait là. Oh, tu dois, je pense que le valider. Je me dis que tu payes pas un as. Enfin, que le greenage, je pense que tu perds.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
8 et 3. Hein? Un valier au-dessus que je fasse juste comme ça. C'est gourmand. C'est gourmand le valier. Non, ils sont plus là les 10 prochains. Ils sont plus là.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Valentin on the small blind with ace-3 suited. Will raise here against Timothy.
Raise 1,200,000.
Timothy with a fairly sad looking 9-6 suited.
Pass.
Folds.
Il se valide ici comme dans l'Uber. Moi je suis CF, tu verras.
Benjamin, king queen offsuit under the gun. I think we'll see a raise here. He has 32 big blinds, so lots of play yet.
Raise.
Can he get back to the top
Pass.
where he started today?
Pass. Pass.
And queen 2 will fold.
Allez là, faut qu'on se battle nous deux là. Tu peux regarder la main de Omar?
Ouais, si tu veux. Mon mec il a buzz, je vais faire cheval.
Là, il pète les plombs là.
Ah, c'est vrai.
Ah,
Pass.
Remington, king 9 suited. With his stack and his aggression, he'll definitely be raising. Makes the same raise, 1.2. Sorry, 700. Small blind, 3-2 suited. Nice if it hits, but very hard to play out of position. Benjamin, the 10-5, the Doyle Brunson, although in this case suited.
Oh.
Wants to have a look. Two suited hands. Benjamin against Valentin. Neither player has hit. King 9, 10-5. But the original aggressor is Valentin, and he will continue. It does work most times until it doesn't.
Seven.
Big pot brewing here. Tens against Queen 9 suited. Valentin raises. I think Timothy will 3-bet this.
Call.
Just calls with tens. That's a strange way of playing an aggressive player. Another option might have been to raise, hoping you get re-raised and find a way of doubling up with a big hand. This way, he's kind of allowing... Oh, and Dylan's got ace-king. So we're going to get some big action for sure.
Million.
Raise 6.5 million. Passe. Tu fais combien en tout
Quelque chose comme 10 ou 11 millions.
This is a tough spot for Timothy.
To the right.
Got tens. He covers Dylan. Just. So very similar stacks to start the hand. Dylan making a very big 3-bet with ace-king. Timothy with tens though, and he's underrepresented them at the moment. He's underrepped them just by calling the original raise. He may feel this is his opportunity. He knows that Dylan's not folding though, so he probably will be in a flip situation against ace-king, ace-queen, and got to hope he's not up against a bigger pair. That's the problem here with the tens. Could even fold.
All in.
No, he shoves all in and calls. We've got ace-king against 10. Massive pot here, biggest pot of the night. Who's going to take this down? Ace-king against tens. The ace-king at risk, got slightly less. Queen, 6-9, 3 diamonds. The king of diamonds is drawing to a flop. a flush draw. Four on the turn, does nothing, and a 6. So the 10s hold. We lose Dylan with the ace king in 5th place. Great hand there for Timothy. Great hand there between 3 players. Timothy benefiting and winning a huge 23 million pot.
13,300,000.
And we are down to 4. Dylan picks up 21,000. 4th place next one is 30,000. Here in Banco Casino, most of the first places are around 45, 50. Here that would only give you 3rd place. 62 for 2nd and 90 for 1st. So there's our stacks, all playable stacks, but Valentin and Timothy are the runaway leaders. Benjamin and Alyosha have held on very, very well so far to ladder up to 3rd and 4th. No one's going to be unhappy about the results from this point.
Half empty.
Que des flops à espérance à chaque fois pour le shop.
5 2 en plus. C'est un tour en fait. Ah, pardon. C'est pas grave. Je comprends que tu prennes le temps.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. $850. Pass. Pass.
Vous savez combien vous êtes, les deux ou...
Ouais. 9 175. 75, ça veut dire en France.
10 800. 75. 10 millions. 10 millions 875.
Ah yes, you push short, yes.
Et toi? Attends, il va compter après. Il compte après le coup.
Alors 60 blindes de
En plus, ça, je suis là-bas, je sais.
So,
Mais he likes you.
Il faut que tu te décales plus gros parce qu'on frappe les genoux en fait.
yeah.
Moi, c'était ma vie.
Combien de tout?
Moi, je veux bien me mettre là.
Ah ouais. Vous voulez qu'on se
You
décale?
said 2 million too?
3 millions.
3 million 200.
Ouais, je suis né le 5 mars.
It's because there is camera, so that's why.
Yeah, I understand.
On se donnera.
Pass.
Sinon, je vais
Lines up.
Bonne chance, hein.
25 belles blindes.
Ça vaut beaucoup, ça vaut beaucoup. J'allais faire, je te jure, j'allais faire un live de son il vient de partir.
Big blind.
C'est une USB quand même.
Ouais, il y en a quelques
It's only half. $825. Pass.
And Alyosha raising with ace-5 suited. Only 4-handed now.
Pass.
These suited connected aces become that much more valuable. Timothy may well want to see a flop with King-9. A couple of players saw flops on the big blind with King-9 earlier.
Go.
And he does indeed call. 2 to a flop. There's the ace though.
Check.
Should be game over. Alyosha sometimes slow plays his top pair, but he did raise pre-flop. It would be odd if he didn't bet this flop. So he indeed bets 725, and Timothy has missed and will probably fold, which he does.
Allez la Belgique, alors ça dit.
Pass. Pass. Go. Guys, 1,350,000. Pass.
Donc là, si jamais il fold les deux, tu veux les lignes dans le droit.
On swap
a
alors.
un stack pour rivaliser.
On swap un peu alors.
Ouais, on swap un peu.
Sinon c'est nul.
Je te laisse avancer le d'abord.
Et je regarde mes cartes avant. Petite faute. J'avais fait une photo géniale
Pass.
en 2019 à l'Oredelman. Comme ça dans la piscine, là. Elle est extraordinaire cette photo.
Ah bon?
Ah ouais.
Timothy with Jack 10 on the button makes a raise. Min raise to 800. Aloysia with the King 9 doesn't want interested, but Benjamin with Ace Jack will almost certainly come back at him with a 3-bet here. And Timothy, I guess, will probably have to fold his Jack 10. See how much Benjamin comes back with. That will be a lot of chips. That's all of his chips. There's a lot of chips. So very clear. I think we've had more pushes with Ace Jack than any other hand on a 3-bet during today. So picks up a nice pot. Well played, Benjamin.
Merde, j'ai oublié full long en plus. Heureusement que j'ai gagné le coup.
T'as mis full entier.
J'ai mis full entier, heureusement que j'ai gagné le coup. Il vérifie, il a dit que
Ah, parce que toi, il aurait fallu te les prendre, les 200 000
Passe.
c'est belge quand même.
Ah, c'est ça.
Pass. Fold.
Comment il parle fort. Belge.
Benjamin calling with a 6-5. Valentin on the big blind with Queen 8. Hits his Queen, but Benjamin hits his 6. This could get fruity. Interesting. Valentin taking a different tack. He's now got the Queen of Clubs for a flush draw. Benjamin still with a pair of 6s. It's a good flop now for Valentin. He's got the Queen, he's got the Queen flush draw, and he is going to bet.
600.
Benjamin will like his 6, but will not like the turn of the club.
Call.
Glass half full, calls. Needs a 6 or a 5, and he's hit his 5. 2 pairs for Benjamin. Checks it. This is nice. We're going to see a check raise here. Valentin, though. There's a straight made. There's a flush already there. May decide just to check this and hope his queen is good. Let's see what he does. No, he is going to bet
1,500,000.
1.5 million. Benjamin must think he's ahead with his 6-5. It's very disguised. Only really losing to king, queen, or a lucky flush. And there wasn't much action. So I think he will feel confident that he's in the lead. Minimum call, but I'd like to see a raise here for value. Doing a count, but very comfortable. Not even put his hoodie on. Not worried about. May just call. No, I think he's gonna. Is he? What is that? I have no idea how much that is. So it was 1.5 million to call.
Raise 3,375,000.
Thank you, dealer.
3,375,000.
3,375,000. He could have made that easier for all of us by using his white chips. Tricky spot now for Valentin. So lovely raise, really well measured. Very difficult to call with just the queen here. Valentin not loving life at the moment.
Call.
Calls and gets the bad news. Lovely pot there for Benjamin with the 6-5.
375. Pass. Pass. Call.
La logique se calme. Je chauffe ta bestie, deuxième shot, j'avais 200 000 il va me mettre avant moi.
T'es en train de jeans là.
Ah, t'avais plus que moi. Sérieux.
Valentine now with a premium pair of kings. Queen 5 against kings. Valentin hoping that Timothy hits something here, but he's missed completely.
$600. Pass.
And Kings takes down the pot.
Pass. Pass.
Je combien 10 toujours. Là, il y a 9. C'est la grosse balle.
Ace-9 for Timothy in the small blind.
All in.
Pushes all in. So initial. Queen 10 suited, very hard to call an all-in push here, four-handed even. Checking stacks, but I think we will see a fold. Oh, is he really? He has 25 big blinds. Timothy 22 million, dominating the stacks as well, and he takes it down.
Raise 8. Pass.
Raise 10 million.
Raise 10 million.
All in.
Ouais. C'est exactement 10 millions.
All in. Pass. Call. Showdown.
Big hand here, eights against aces. Valentin, chip leader, has the aces. Massive hand here. Aloysi needs to hit an 8 and hits an 8. 3 8s against 2 aces. Wow. What a hand. And drawing only to an ace. Otherwise we're seeing a big double up here from Aloysia. Wow, what a hand. Big hand.
Ah, j'imagine. Même moi, je serais pas pour moi. Il me donne la petite malheur.
Ouais,
Je rigole.
Moins ça.
Je vais vérifier cette fois.
Combien?
On l'attend pas.
Toi, t'as 16 ans.
Anti-big blind, regarde.
That has changed the dynamics of the table a fair bit. And Valentin, for the first time, has lost a big pot. Wow, what a hand. Eights, hitting a set on the flop and doubling up against aces. Stacks a lot more even now.
Ouais, non, c'est mieux. Hein.
Je suis content avec mes boulets, toi. Je me revends en ligne et.
Ah, j'étais
Ouais, j'avoue.
pas mécontent non plus.
Ouais, t'as aidé, bam, oups.
Pass.
Toujours
14, genre 15. Genre 16, un truc comme ça.
un truc comme ça.
Tous les deux 16.
En plus 15.
Pass.
Ça joue carrément bien.
Call.
À peu près pareil, je crois.
$1,400,000. Pass.
Benjamin with a small blind, but Valentin putting pressure on with the king 10 takes down the pot.
Hello. Welcome.
Another pair of eights for Alyosha. He's got to fall in love with them after beating the aces of Valentin 2 hands ago. Makes the min raise. Benjamin, ace 9 suited. Very nice hand. Both very deep though. 40 blinds and 50 big blinds respectively. So no one needs to go mad pre-flop.
Call.
I think this is good play.
Pass.
There's a lot of play left with the blind stacks. Timothy 55, Aloysia 50, Benjamin 37, and I think still our chip leader, just about. Valentin has around 60 big blinds. Good flop for the eights, 3 undercards. I think we'll see a C-bet coming here. Gut shot draw for Benjamin with the ace. Also a 9 will give him the lead. If he calls whatever bet
Bet. 800.
Aloysia does. 850 is the bet. Fairly standard. Fairly standard if you're winning. And Benjamin has gone full hoodie. Just the eyes peeking through. And the king is not good for either player. Aloysia may still continue betting here. No, he doesn't like the king. Does Benjamin want to represent the king? $4 million in the pot already.
Check.
And a set of eights for Aloysia. Does make a flush, but I think the eight's looking pretty good.
bet 2,125,000.
So, strong bet on the end with the set of eights. And Benjamin has nothing to fight back with. He doesn't want to get too creative here either. I can't see Aloysia folding a set of eights. There's been no indication that runner flush is any good. However, he's not going to win by calling. So fold or raise are probably his only two options. Looks like he's looks like, is that measuring out a call with an ace? A lot of hero calls about today, and most of them have been wrong. In fact, one who should have made the call a long time ago, Oscar, when he had the best hand against Jonathan's bluff, he folded it. Not quite sure what Benjamin's thinking is here. There's not a lot that's been missed. I mean, a straight's been missed, but a king is hit, flush is hit, raised in the first place. Is he just hoping that Aloysia, who hasn't bluffed anything, I don't think, I haven't seen one bluff from him all day, is suddenly bluffing on the last four? Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Time.
Time? Floorman?
I think he's calling his own floorman. He's calling for time on himself. I know players that do that. It just helps them make a decision. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes players literally just don't know which way to go. They're in stasis, and someone on a clock actually helps force them to make a decision. Not a bad idea. Some people resent it when other players on the table call the floor. That's a good fold. Well done.
Regarde la main sur le stream après.
Vous me la direz aussi si vous voulez.
Je t'avais dit, tu me l'as dit. Hein.
Bien passé.
C'est vrai?
J'ai la même que je craque deux as.
Tu fais des... Dis pas, vas-y, tu m'aimes toi.
Pair of little ducks for Benjamin, pair of twos.
Pass.
And he doesn't like it, he folds.
Pass.
Non, je joue là.
Ouais, passe.
Ouais, quand on a balai, je prends peut-être la même main.
And a little pot there for Aloysia.
Premier instant, j'étais parti pour CS. Je me suis dit, tout le monde sait que je suis 5 CS.
Passe.
Big hand here for Timothy. On the button, ace queen.
800.
Makes the standard min raise to 800.
Pass.
Benjamin on the big blind with 6-5 suited, may want to have a look. Not costing him too much to see a flop. Kind of hand that does well if it hits. And he does indeed call. Ace queen against 6-5 suited. Not a great flop for either hand. Timothy may well c-bet this with the gut shot draw to the ace queen. Doesn't want to show weakness. Covers Benjamin by about 7 million.
Bet 550.
J'aime bien cette main.
And pass.
And Benjamin folds and shows his 6-5 suited.
C'est borne. Ah, c'est dans la main. Ah ouais, il y a 3 cartes, c'est juste.
Pass. Pass. Go. Raise 1,400,000 and pass.
Raise and take for Valentin. 17 million, 44 big blinds, so second or third I think in chips now. 4 players left, big money ahead.
Pass. Pass. Go. Check.
Jack 3
Bet 400.
against 10-9. Valentin sit bottom pair. Timothy with a gut shot draw to the jack.
Go.
Five doesn't really change things. Valentin first to play. Timothy in position. If either reads weakness, they will pounce, and that's a sign of weakness. Timothy may bet this, or may just check behind and hope he hits his jack or queen. 7 outs. or maybe able to bet Valentin off this flop.
Bet 1,400,000.
It's a strong bet, very strong into 1.8, 1.4 into 1.8. How is Valentin going to interpret this? Wow.
Call.
He calls. Big pot brewing, 4.6 million now. And a 10. Valentin takes the tick. Does he want to check? He does. He wants Timothy to hang himself. He can't think he's behind here with 3 10s. Be very unlucky if he's up against Queen Jack. Timothy pretty well has to bet to have a chance of winning this. We know he'll get called.
Check. Showdown, please. Trips.
And delivers the bad news. 4.6 million pot there. Valentin on his way back.
Tu gagnes à l'arrière? Comment? Tu gagnes à l'arrière? Tu fais. Ah, je te demande la main. Je veux savoir si c'est une saloperie ou pas, tu vois. On n'aura pas de répondre. Ça me pose comme ça.
Pass. Pass. Call. Check.
5-4 suited on the big blind. Timothy just calling with the ace-5. No raise. And the 4 is hit. 2 diamonds. Both players with black cards, so not a lot of flush draws around.
Check.
Both with very playable stacks. No one under pressure here with the blind structure at the moment. Lots of play to go on this final table. The 4 still winning.
Check. Bet 570.
Alyosha betting his 4. Timothy at the moment has missed everything. No draw, only an ace, and that may not be any good. May have to give this one up. Not a big pot in the scheme of things.
Pass. Raise 800. Pass.
$12 millions, monsieur. 12 millions d'euros.
Quasi 20.
Quasi 20. 16, 17, 18.
Raise 3,100,000.
Three-way, big hand coming here.
Pass.
3-bet with the ace-king. I can't see Valentin getting away from this with ace-queen. Not four-handed.
Go.
Two to a flop. Both hit the ace. Both are going to be confident they're ahead, but Valentin has the backdoor flush. 50 big blinds and 42. They've both got big stacks, but they're both going to feel they are winning this. The two's folded and would have had a set on the flop. Ace Queen against Ace King. Ace King leading at the moment.
Bet.
It's a big bet, 6.8 million.
2,800,000.
2,800,000. Valentin, he's going nowhere with Ace Queen plus the backdoor flush. He's got to think he's ahead. Looks like he's just going to call though.
Call.
It's a call. Pot now up to 12. We had a 23 million pot earlier. This could get bigger with these two stacks. A club brings Valentin the nut flush draw on the turn. Still Ace King leading. This is very, very tricky this. Valentin is going to want to raise, or at least certainly be calling. May well raise if there's a bet by Alyosha. Still got Ace King. So what kind of bet are we going to see coming in? It's a check. Check on this board. So three clubs has made Alyosha
Check.
just slow down a bit. Check, check. Valentin looking for the flush on the river. No flush. So this will be, if it's a check, check, the Ace King will win. Alyosha now confident with his ace-king. Aces and sevens with a king kicker. It's a big bet. Valentin has to call this. He can't fold. He could even raise. He doesn't like it. 6.5 million. But there's no way he's folding. It's a great size bet, this 6.5 million. Alyosha, ace-king against ace-queen. This is a crucial pot for the eventual result of this tournament. It really is a big pot. If he calls, it will be the largest pot we've had all tournament. Not unexpected towards the end of a tournament. Can Valentin get away from this? Wow, is he really? What a fold! What a fold! He put him on the exact hand he had. That is an incredible fold.
Okay, blinds up, 250 and 500.
That really is exceptional poker, guys.
Only half empty.
It's a joy to see that kind of play.
Sir? Only half empty.
Mes tapis, je te dirais, dans un... Voilà, avec son as-roi là.
Vous m'aunez les gars.
Passe.
T'avais as-roi?
Vous me cassez les couilles.
T'avais as-roi?
J'avais as-roi.
Tu folles si je fais tapis?
Oui. Passe.
Je pense pas.
Ok.
À voir, à voir.
Ouais,
Franchement, peut-être, mais...
Peut-être avec un sac, mais bon.
Faut la passer.
T'as raise.
On call.
Y'a que toi qui raise, hein. Dans les batailles de voir.
Check.
On va aller voir des flops. J'ai la dame en plus. Hein.
La dame carrément, ouais, ça je suis
pas de trèfle. Ah, tu verras.
Check.
Ça fait beaucoup.
Ça fait beaucoup pour fold.
Oui, ça fait beaucoup.
Ah, que
j'avais le 7 aussi. Quand tu es venu, j'avais le 7 aussi.
Vite les gars, il n'y a aucun souci. Check.
Check.
8-2 against 10-4. Up and down for the 10. 3 hearts as well. Benjamin winning with the bottom pair. And a straight now for Valentin. This time it's his turn to be ahead. Only a small pot though, 1.3 million. He'll make a bet and hope he gets called. I'm not sure 8-2 can call really. It's a very connected board with 4 big overcards. I think Benjamin will fold, but we will see.
Presque 30. Tu me donnes 50 000, j'ai 30.
Je réclame les 200 000.
Ouais, bien sûr, les 200 000. Vous vous rappelez les 200 000 là tantôt, il y a toujours pas mal de... Il y a longtemps là. Ouais, pour le principe.
Je fold une paire.
Passe.
Juste la zone de trade.
Pas de trade,
As-Dame avec la Z. Moi, je te dis la vérité.
Ouais.
Je crois pas qu'il y a As-Dame.
Je crois qu'il se confond que la base 3, ça. Tu ne crois pas?
Hein?
Change dealer. Good luck.
On regarde dans ma case de trade.
Aucun.
Il a tellement l'air de rigoler en me le disant que je ne sais pas tout faire. Il fait le livre en le disant.
Je suis pas fier de ce faisant. Si il a 3, tu peux le faire.
Si t'as foldé As-Dame,
Passe.
bien joué.
Ouais.
Bien joué.
Passe.
Tu l'auras très pris,
Moi, celui-là, je ne voulais pas.
non, ne poserai pas là. Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait?
Call.
C'est bien, je sais pas sa main avant d'aller manger.
J'ai au moins 30 points.
C'est bien passé quand même. Éviter que ce soit As-Roi.
Tu veux plus jamais, si tu veux plus ou moins, je pense qu'on peut plus de chances de faire comme ce soir, il faut vraiment avoir. J'ai envie de gratter, mais je peux être sur le pied.
Raise. 1,750,000.
Timothy on the attack from the big blind, reading weakness in Valentin's call. Only has Jack 4. That's not the point.
Passe.
And takes it down. Another example of the old small blind, big blind madness you sometimes get. Well played.
Passe. Passe. Passe.
Je joue 11 millions. Ah non, 10 millions 2, en 14.
21.
Moi, 7.
T'inquiète pas le 8. Hein.
Moi, j'ai 30.
Raise.
Raise. 1 million.
Le 8. Deux fois.
Ace 9 suited. Under the gun raising. But Alyosha has another ace king. His ace kings are hitting him like a typhoon. He has Valentin covered. I'm sure we will see a raise coming in. Just a matter of how much.
Raise. 3,525,000. Pass. 3,525,000.
3.5 million. Valentin does not like folding these kind of hands. wants to dominate the table, but Alyosha has had the better hand every time. I don't know whether he's picked up on that and whether he can adjust his aggression. And he does. Well played. And it was a great fold with the ace-queen a few hands ago. He just has to weather this attack, but have the best hand every single time.
It's only half. Pass. Raise 1 million. Pass. Call. Heads up.
Raise by Alyosha with a king 5 suited, called by Valentine's jack 10. Neither player's hit, but Alyosha was the initial raiser. C-betting this with his newfound big stack. He's chip leader at the moment on this four-handed final table. We've got about half an hour to a 1 hour dinner break. Everyone has got playable stacks, so unless there's a big clash like we had earlier with the ace-queen and ace-king, I expect we will still have 4 when we get to that break. For Benjamin.
Pass. Pass.
Ali? Ali, ça joue? Ah, qui sont fair play, c'est beau ça. Merci, merci. C'est beau ça, c'est beau. En plus, je peux vraiment plus les 200 là. Tu vois, c'est vicieux les 200.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Comme la dernière fois, ça fait un rouge. C'est qu'il fallait pas que j'arrête. J'ai pas vu, là. Tu l'as pas carré?
Thank you.
Je regarde jamais, non. Moi, j'ai un bout. Vous regardez, non? Si, moi, je regarde.
Frustré, quoi.
Bah ouais, c'est ça. En plus, je suis en train de imaginer au stream, vu qu'on les voit, il y en a un qui me dit « Ah, tu m'as affolé, t'avais dû le voir, rien à foutre. »
Raise 1 million. Raise. 3,600,000. Pass.
Alyosha re-raising with ace 7, using his stack effectively. Timothy, ace 10. It's a big hand, four-handed, but this 3-bet to 3.6 million smells of an ace queen, ace jack, and he may feel his ace 10 is not strong enough to continue. If he folds, it's another example of some very, very good poker by Alyosha. Hasn't been the most aggressive, but certainly been the most considered player. Timothy, though, having none of it, I think he's going to re-raise. Could be a great 4-bet. He does not believe he's behind, and indeed, we know he isn't.
In English,
6.5.
6.5.
Great 4-bet, 6.5 million. Fantastic stuff.
All in. Pass.
And a massive all-in from Alyosha. Wow. What a coup.
T'inquiète pas,
J'ai fait pipi
He
dans la
really
culotte.
is here to win this.
Ouais, ça aurait dû valer avec un style que.
Wow, what a pot.
It's only half.
This is a fascinating final 4.
Pass. Pass. Call.
$9 millions. Check.
Check.
$600.
600.
Valentine with top pair.
Cool.
Just slow playing it. Benjamin doing all the work with just 17 big blinds and 7-3. Representing the ace, but Valentin actually has it. A cute move to check this. Benjamin is actually drawing dead.
$9,600,000. Pass.
And takes down the pot.
Raise 1 million. Passe. Passe. Heads up.
7.
Merci.
Check. $900 passe.
Là aussi, je suis curieux. C'est la plus intrigante, celle-là.
Passe. Raise 1 million. Passe.
J'ai 12 au début du coup.
Cool.
Ace-3 of Valentin dominating the 4-3 of Alyosha, but he's hit the bottom pair with the 4. Valentin
Check.
nowhere near this flop. Check, check. May be able to represent the king.
Check. Check. Check.
And the 4 will pick it up unless there's some creative play on the river by Valentin.
$1,700,000.
It's a strong bet by Valentin. Not quite sure what he's representing, but he wins, takes it down. Bottom pair not strong enough in Alyosha's eyes to call.
Passe. Passe.
12, ouais. T'auras mis 5 euros, qu'est-ce que tu veux aussi ou pas?
Ouais, je vais faire ça.
C'est vrai?
Ouais.
Non.
Passe.
Ne regarde pas, tu vas être déçu.
Tu
Ah,
passes?
tu le fais bien. Yeah,
C'est vrai que tu m'avais déjà dit que je le fais bien.
Cette fois-ci, ouais, c'était pas mal.
Do you pass your 9-2? Yes, I do. Well played,
Il t'a pensé,
Benjamin.
tu fais bien, toi. C'est vrai que celui-là, j'adore le faire. Tiens, je savais même pas si c'était fait exprès ou pas.
Ouais. Je suis dans le flou total.
C'est le jeu où je peux te le faire.
$1 million. Pass. Go. Heads up.
Another domination with the ace queen against ace 5, and Alyosha, one of the only Belgian sponsored players out of Namur, very experienced on live player, is playing Valentin, who is not an experienced live player, I've just learnt, but picks up the pot quite easily there. So Valentin done very well to get to this point in the tournament. He actually won his main event seat and hotel from a €10 rebuy, and brought a friend with him who doesn't even play poker, just to come and visit the place. So he's had a fantastic week, Valentin, whatever he finishes in the last 4. And very well played, all 4. 9-8 suited for Alyosha. Nice raising hand, 4-handed. 80 big blinds now, 40 million chips.
Pass.
Valentin,
Pass.
only 12 million chips. Timothy, again, 12 million, so it's a big domination here by the Belgian. However, ace 7 in the big blind, ace 7 suited.
Go.
It doesn't, it's interesting. I like the way Timothy, he just smooth calls, reassesses. Timothy has checked.
$525. Pass.
So Alyosha picks up another pot. Doesn't always have it, but he's able to use his position and his stack effectively, dominating this final table in the final stages. However, big jumps between 4th and 2nd.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
And now they're not even attacking his big blind of Jack 5 offsuit. And you know it's your day when that happens.
Pass. Pass.
On a le droit de refaire un autre. Ah ouais, je dis juste.
Je sais.
Je te rappelle un
Small blind with Queen Jack.
Sorry,
Against Benjamin.
Ou avec ça. 10 200.
Bit of banter going on between them.
Cool.
Just a call. Benjamin with an ace-6 suited. Is he going to raise now or try and trap in position? It's a good hand, heads up. Especially as Aliosh has just called with his Queen Jack. Oh wow, okay. Did expect the raise there. 2 to the flop, and that's smashed Alyosha. Top 2 with Queen Jack. Looking suitably bored. And poor Benjamin, well, certainly saved himself money by not raising, because I think Queen Jack would have called. But nice little tickle. Little inviting bet there with the top 2.
Cool.
Benjamin floating with his ace. Doesn't want to hit it though. Probably about 800 to a million bets coming up from Aloysia now. Still a very, very good board for the top 2. May not get called though. It's a much bigger bet than I expected.
75.
I think he's hoping that Benjamin has hit something. 1.9 million bet. We know he hasn't though, so I think this hand is all over. Wow, ace-6 has called. Benjamin wedded to his ace. Alyosha has filled up, made his boat on the river. Thing is, if Benjamin was calling the turn, probably going to have to call the river. Only got 15 big blinds behind. Alyosha, massive chip leader. He's hoping he's got something. Pair maybe, or ace jack. No point asking for a count. I think he said all in anyway, so well, why are we counting, guys? Come on. He's got 40 million. What, guys, what are we doing here? It's absolutely pointless counting.
Goes on top. Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm really confused. We're counting the larger stack for no reason at all.
14, 24, 34, 35, 36, 37.
He only has 7.5 million behind.
One more time.
Ah, really? Okay.
14, 24, 34,
Sorry guys,
36,
viewing this,
37,
but this is a bit of a waste of time.
38.
I think Benjamin
800,
wanted some thinking time, which is fine.
975.
But the floor and the dealer does not have to pay attention to the request. He could just say he's all in and covers you. Simple. Could be a fantastic bluff, but Benjamin really has nothing. Ace high cannot be good here. We've had about 3 hero calls with ace high, and none of them have been good.
C'est quand je call le street.
This is a good level of poker,
Quand même plein de cas où genre.
and too many non-believers.
Cover, quoi. Donc ça me plaît pas trop là ce.
Benjamin
Pas trop celle-là. En même temps,
using, I would say, camera time. He can't really
là, il faudrait
be
que-
thinking of calling this off with ace high. It's not even a good ace, it's an ace
Il n'y
6.
a pas grand chose, qu'est-ce qu'on en pense?
Alyosha trying not to give away the strength of his hand, which is the nut. Queen Jack, absolute nuts. Cannot get better.
Le problème c'est que s'il y a bien un joueur contre lequel j'ai pas forcément les besoins.
Benjamin's just buying time for future hands and pretending he has a massive laydown. Just wastes everyone's time, I think, because I don't believe he's seriously thinking of calling.
Paire de 3 tu fais ta pique flop, paire de 7 tu fais ta pique paire de valet tu peux peut-être dans une trappe peut-être. Une partie toi tu devrais exprès avec quelques dames et même tu fasses des tapes de réflexe, c'est ça le problème quoi.
Tournament time.
Clock's been called, but I still still am wondering why he's thinking seriously about this. The only hand he can be beating is a missed flush, and that could be a better ace in the first place. So, possible missed flush with the Queen Jack of clubs, but he's more likely to have a bigger ace than ace 6, so even that isn't a call. So I am confused, my lovely viewers, but there you go. Maybe it's a French thing, I don't know.
Pass.
And I think we're about to go into our dinner break as well. Maybe he just wanted to wait till our dinner break.
Je dois l'avoir pendant le break.
It's an hour's dinner break. See you guys later.
Ça va pendant le break, c'est pareil.
Bien passé.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Raise 1.2. Pass. Call. Check. Check. Check.
Welcome back, everyone. Top pair for Valentin, second pair for Alyosha. 3 million in the pot. Neither willing to make a move too much on this board.
Check.
Dangerous connected board. And probably going to go check, check, and Valentin will pick up the first hand after our dinner break. Valentin may want to try and bet this for value,
And call.
and does.
Showdown, please.
Gets a call,
And sixes.
and Alyosha loses a pot. Very unusual, that one. Doesn't usually lose pots.
Yeah, 1-8. 8.
Ah oui, le pilote. Gentil. Ça serait beau.
Passe. Passe. Pass. 300 this moment, sir.
Et ben avec les couches, ouais, c'est ça.
Pas de bleu. Non, c'est bon, ça derrière.
Benjamin, short stack here with 12 big blinds, has a king queen. Blinds are 300, 600. So already, although there's a half ante, so 1.2 million in the board
Raise.
because we are relatively
3,300,000. Pass.
short number playing.
Pass.
Alyosha with a queen six, not a
And pass.
good call, and he folds. So short stack remains with us. Benjamin moves up a little bit to 14 big blinds from the 12 that we started this final four with.
Pass. Raise. 1.2.
Timothy with an ace 8 on the button. Any ace four-handed is going to be pretty big. Mid ace.
Pass.
Alyosha passes the queen 8, and Benjamin has 5-6 offsuit on the big blinds. Only 600 to call, and does so. It's a second pair. An ace 8 has missed from Timothy. So if there's a bet, it'll be a bet call. Timothy drawing to an 8 or an ace. Possible straight, backdoor straight draws between the 6 and 10.
Bet. 800.
Benjamin taking his time. Doesn't like to hurry these things. Should really call second pair here.
Raise.
But
2.3.
Nice hand. He's making a raise, putting Timothy to the test. Worst case is he's losing to a 10, maybe a pair. Might be an overpair of 7s or 9s possible, but he's trying to find out, which I like.
Pass.
And it's worked. Timothy's passed.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Stop le jeu.
Oh là 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 là. Bien senti encore cette folle.
Good fold by Benjamin, because ace 10 in the big blind would have raised four-handed, big hand. So it's about finding your spots, identifying the right player to attack. You don't want to always take on the strong players. If you can find a spot to take on a player you think will behave in a certain way, then that's the way to do it. Big money now between the places, fourth to first, 90,000 up top. Maybe there'll be a deal when we're down to 2 or 3.
Pass.
While away from that yet. Pair of sevens for Timothy, takes it down.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Ils vont fold. Je sais ce qui va se passer, tu vas me demander mon stack.
Combien du coup ça fait
9.
Pass. Pass.
12 millions 6 maintenant.
Alyosha with a very attractive ace-9 suited in the small blind will be making a raise.
Raise. 2,100,000.
And Benjamin with a king 10 suited may not go anywhere, and possibly an all-in shove may make Alyosha fold. So king 10 suited, very nice hand.
Call.
Top pair for Benjamin, and Alyosha has missed with his suited ace-9. So it's a good call. Chance for Benjamin to increase from his 13 big blinds, possibly up to 18, 20 big blinds. And he's in position.
1,500,000.
Oh, look, the plaques are out. The wonderful big plaques. They're $1 million each. Only Alyosha has got them because he has 37 million. Benjamin working out the best way of playing. Top pair here.
Call.
Just calls. Like that. Bit of posturing. Bit of chip play. And then just flat calls. That's a great card for the King 10 suited. Gives him a flush as well as top pair. Super stuff. And ace 9 is almost drawing dead. It's drawing to an ace.
Check.
Alyosha now slowing down and checking on the turn.
Bet. 800.
Benjamin, very small bet. Very small bet. Enticing bet. And even that is not called. So well played,
Ah bah j'ai une plaquette.
Benjamin.
Ah bah j'ai une plaquette maintenant.
Ah, je dois remettre une.
Un peu plus. Quasiment. Je sais pas.
88, 15.
Pass.
Nice pair of fives for Alyosha on the button.
Raise all in.
Pushes all in.
Pass.
No messing about. Doesn't bother.
And pass.
So small blindfolds, big blindfolds. Good way of playing a small pair. Just raises any doubt. And if you do get called, you're unlucky if it's an overpair. Might be an ace king, ace queen. You are still very much flipping. Like that kind of play with a small pair when you are on such a short table, 4 players.
Pass. 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 Passe. Passe.
Oui, qui n'est pas interdit. Je redis au cas où.
Passe.
C'est fort quand même. C'est bon, là, j'ai vu ça.
8-10.
Après, faut que tu fasses ta pique en main. Si je joue, c'est pas bon pour tes affaires. Quoi? J'ai dit, si tu fais ta pique et que je paye, si je joue, c'est pas bon pour les affaires. Je suis un peu. On va remettre plus comme ça.
Si tu sors 4 ça te fait chier quand même. Hein.
C'est le jeu. Hein.
Passe.
10 000 pour ça. 8.
T'es en train de milieu de faire ta pique, je connais ça.
Raise 1.2. Passe. And passe.
T'as combien on dit, hein?
6. On en range 2 au cas où tu voudrais. Et on en range 2 au cas où tu voudrais.
J'arrivais pas à voir 5, 6. Voilà, 11 €.
Raise all in.
C'est facile, je le fais pas comme ça, j'ai plus de chance.
Passe.
Another all-in play by Alyosha. When he has a good hand, he just puts maximum pressure on the other players. That seems to be his tactic. He's now done that 3 times since we're down to 4 players. Doesn't want to let a chink in of opportunity for the ace-7 or ace-9 to call whatever he's got. If it's a good hand, if he feels it's likely to be the best hand pre-flop, he's pushing with it. Interesting tactic.
Passe.
Ace-2 for Valentin. 22 big blinds. He's on the button. Checking a technical detail with Timothy. 2 young guns at the table.
Passe.
Decides against playing.
Passe.
Timothy also folds, so big blind wins with a pretty awful holding. Probably the worst of the 3.
Même pas, genre 11.
Non, je triche.
Passe. Passe.
Quelle chose vais-je être mangé?
Benjamin on the big blind. Tends to like a little conversation with the Alyosha when
2.1.
he's on the small blind. Raises with the Queen 2. And Benjamin has to fold his 10-6 offsuit. So dominating this table at the moment. Massive 42 million chips, 70 big blinds.
Good luck.
Welcome.
Tu roules sur la table. C'est moi dans cette position. Pan. Il fait un full dame variée, putain. On va vraiment.
Passe.
Je tombe avec ma grande de race.
$1.2. Raise.
Alyosha
6,800,000.
raising on the button with 5-2 offsuit. Benjamin, he's got his hoodie on. He's got ace-7 suited. And he's 3-bet to 6.8 million. Valentine, pair of 10s, 20 big blinds. I can't see him folding this, but we know that Alyosha will fold when it comes around. But are we going to have a battle with 10s against ace-7? Everyone keen on covering their face in some way or other. Ace-7 suited has made the 3-bet. It's a strong 3-bet to 6.8 million. Valentine, 10s, four-handed. It's a massive hand.
Passe.
Oh, wow.
Vous y allez, hein.
Folds. And a great bet there, gets through.
J'ai un bel escroc. Vous verrez dans le stream.
Jamais ce week-end.
Ah, nous, je vous dirais non, quand tu l'as dit jamais. C'est pas sympa.
C'est vrai, hein.
Moi, je l'ai chaque fois dit.
Non, là c'était avant le break, c'est sûr. Non, j'avais l'as de carreau qui s'est intéressé quelqu'un.
Putain, j'avais aussi.
T'avais un sport?
1,200,000. Passe.
Vous voulez dans le 10?
Ouais. Je suis beau.
Oh putain.
C'est bon.
Non, j'ai dit, moi je suis beau.
Possible battle here. Valentine with 2s. Alyosha with ace-queen suited. Big hand, four-handed.
Passe.
And the 2s are folded. Interesting.
Passe.
J'ai pas vu le stream, c'était bien posé là. Avec la main du coup.
Du coup, tu peux taper à 5.
Il rentre dans votre tête, les gars. Faites gaffe. Il fait tourner la tête.
Si t'as perdu 10.
Je regrette de pas pas dans le passé, vous laissez vous déglinguer là. Je pense que t'aurais jamais fold.
Passe. Passe.
Ça m'embête.
Passe.
En blind des blind, j'aurais lim.
Raise tapis call.
Raise tapis call. Si j'ai failli passer. J'aurais vu. C'est ma première idée.
T'aurais vraiment fait ça, hein, pour toi.
Ah ouais, ça va.
Non.
Yep.
C'est le reste d'un instant. Le reste d'un instant.
Ah, les gars, après,
Ah oui.
faut qu'il y ait un jeu d'information et de désinformation.
Une plaquette et tu dis ta main.
Rends-moi déjà les 200 000 de...
Ouais, les fameux.
Passe.
Il faut que tu sais un peu mignon.
Pair of threes for Timothy on the button. Very considered. Looks like he's making a big raise.
Passe.
He only has 12 big blinds and he's used 6 of them.
Passe.
He won't be showing his threes. No, not going to show threes against 5-3. So well played, Timothy. Using his short stack effectively. Half his stack going in, very strong.
Passe.
11, 12, 13, 13, 5, 13, 8. Je peux te dire que ce soir-là.
Et toi, t'as 4, 6, c'est genre 10 ans.
Ouais.
En ligne.
All in.
And this could be a misstep by Alyosha. He's gone all in with King Jack suited. 42 million, but Benjamin has queens behind with 14 million. He will call, and this could be an expensive all in with King Jack. It's worked so far, and it's one of those moves that works every time until it doesn't. Again, I'm not quite sure why he's getting a count. We know that he's covered, so it's a bit pointless counting the chip leaders' chips. I really don't understand what is going on there, but still.
Passe, showdown.
And showdown, King Jack against Queens. So only a king or diamonds will prevent Benjamin from a very nice double up. 14 million up to 29. King, 3 queen, 3 queens for Benjamin, and King drawing dead now for Alyosha. And a full house.
C'est ça.
$13,800,000.
How much is it?
13,800,000.
14, no? No, 13,
13-8.
Débarrassé pour qu'elle me ça. Le Joe arrive, je run Jésus, c'est normal. Non, j'ai pas le chip leader, il a... Mais j'ai jamais 48, hein. Jamais. Ah ouais. Ah, 48 BB, ok. C'est pas affiché comme sur internet là.
Pass.
Sorry. All in.
All in.
All in from Benjamin with a 7. Valentine maybe his turn to double up, but he folds. Wow, it's a big fold.
Pass.
Big fold there, I think, with ace jack four-handed.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
On fait le voir quand même, hein.
Pas servi à grand chose. Moi je t'avais pas de valet.
Putain, pur. 2 palais pour 100 palais.
Pass. Pass.
T'as une tête du mec qui veut passer mais qui ose pas.
Call.
Just a call this time with 9-6 offsuit. King 9 suited from Benjamin.
Check. Heads up.
King 7-7. Top pair for Benjamin. Nothing for Aliyoshi.
600. Cool. Check. 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 $1,100,000. Pass.
Benjamin
Bounce up.
takes down a smallish pot with top 2.
Pass. Pass. All in. Call showdown.
Valentin all in with the kings. Jack 8. 31 million, and Valentin all in for 10 million with a big pair. Could be a double up here for Valentin. Unless Benjamin gets very lucky. He's hit the 8, but kings are still leading. Needs to hit a jack or a 10 for a straight draw. Another 8. That's no good. Just a jack or an 8. Otherwise, Valentin is doubling up. And nice hand for Valentin. Benjamin, I think he pushed with the jack 8 and was snapped with the kings.
10,200,000.
So Benjamin losing a third of his stack, and Valentin a necessary double up. Ebbing and flowing now.
C'est un spot différent, il est open du ciel. De roi, voilà, il n'y a pas de discussion.
Big blind. Control this. Thank you. Raise 1,400,000.
Alyosha raising with a weak holding again, 4-3 suited. Benjamin happy just to call with the ace-10. Possibly laying the trap down. Valentin though, he threw 2s away twice. Once he would have hit a set about 3 hours ago. Only 1.1 million to call, 4-1. Looking to spike a 2. Good even raise here. Just calls. And Timothy with Jack 5, but only 8.5 big blinds. He is the player at risk, but not in this pot. So, pair of 2s, 3-4 suited, and an ace-10.
Check.
Would you believe the pair of 2s is winning? You won't know it, but it is actually winning. Awful lot of counterfeit hands though come in. A queen comes, a 10, an ace, a 3, a 4. Not many good cards for a pair of 2s. Benjamin betting his ace-10. And taking down the pot.
C'est 3 or 4?
3. Raise 1,500,000. Pass.
Benjamin with a premium hand here of ace queen offsuit. Alyosha has been playing small connected cards. Obviously very comfortable playing post flop. Similar stack now to Benjamin though. He's gone from big chip leader to back in the pack. 3 players fairly even at the moment. He can call out of position or, as he did, fold.
Pass. Pass. Call. Seven.
Sorry, I'm selfish.
Check heads up. $700. Pass.
Allez, allez. Let's go là. Vamos. Let's go. Allez, tu veux ta carte ou... Après. Non, je vais aller faire un tour au carte rouge là.
Pass. Raise 1,500,000. Pass. Call. Heads up. Check. $1,100,000 pass.
Nice flop there for Alyosha with the queen high flush draw. Valentin didn't hit much.
Pass. $1,800,000 pass.
Fine, 4 suited for Timothy. Very short stack now, 6.5 big blinds. Benjamin has raised with the queen 7. using his stack now to make the plays on the table. It's a nice hand, 5-4 suited, or can be, but
Call.
very short stack, very short stack at the moment, down to 5 big blinds. 8-3-4. Well, he's hit. No hearts, but he's actually ahead of the Queen 7. He may have to go with this one. He's first to act. He has a pair. No guarantee Benjamin has hit this flop or has even a heart draw. And here we go. Benjamin immediately passes. So little double up there for Timothy from 6 big blinds to about 11.
Bien joué. Il a quand même défendu.
$1,400,000.
King 8 suited for Valentin. And King Queen for Benjamin, who has raised. Valentin working out what to do with his 25 big blinds and a King 8 suited.
Raise 3,500,000.
And he's decided to take the aggressive approach and raises to 3.35 million.
Pass.
Coming back round to Benjamin with a very strong King Queen. He could do absolutely anything here. He could go all in. He could call, see a flop. Very hard to know. Valentin fighting back here. It's not a bad hand, King 8 suited pre-flop, but obviously a big dog against King Queen. Don't know what Benjamin will do.
Cool. Heads up. Check. 1,800,000.
Call with the king queen. Flop comes ace 6-2. Valentin betting this and having absolutely nothing to do with it. Benjamin backdoor flush with the king, queen of hearts.
There is 4,300,000.
Allez là.
And Benjamin picks up the pot with some very good aggressive play.
Yes, yes.
Hello, hello.
Le 4 d'être très fort, du coup je vais
Half empty?
tirer. Le 4 d'être
Half.
Ah yes. C'est 4 d'être ça, je fais du BV.
Pass.
Sur une tuque là, qui a un cœur qui vient.
Pass. Thanks.
Aliyoshi now with a pair of queens.
Go.
Just flat calls. Sneaky, sneaky. He is allowing Benjamin to hit his ace though. This could... Got a gut shot instead. Ace 2, 3, 4. The queen's well ahead at the moment.
Bet 700.
700
Call.
bet. And a call with the ace 2. Giving him that look. Ace 2 still behind. How much more value can Alyosha get out of this pot?
Check. Check.
I like this. Just checking. And the 5's come in. The straight has come in for Benjamin. Alyosha will get 0 value from his queens. And he may end up losing 2.5, 3 million. Probably looking to bet this. Dangerous though. 6, 2, ace 2, 6, 6, 8.
Alors je préviens tout de suite. J'ai quinte, mais je se le roule pas. Parce que j'ai pas.
Bit of a speech from Benjamin.
Pas la quinte au-dessus. Et ça me plaît pas.
Talking to himself when he has a very, very good hand. Got there on the river. But he's behaving like
J'ai l'impression que tu l'as tout le temps. Tu es perdu, easy check. Il faudra un random bluff là.
behaving like he doesn't know whether to call or not. There is a straight with a 6, so he may. This may be real. It's hard to tell.
And call.
I'm gonna call though for.
Queens. Straight.
And Alyosha sees the bad news. A gut shot straight hit by Benjamin.
En value, mais je te jure que si j'hésite avec petite quinte, je value pas grand chose. D'ailleurs, j'aurais presque une trade en fait. J'aurais presque une trade en fait.
Très flop surtout. Très flop surtout.
Ah oui, c'est vrai que pas flop. Le check back en or, c'est que je le respecte.
Passe.
J'ai beaucoup de respect pour les gens qui m'offrent 200 000 en plein tournoi.
Raise 1.5.
Alyosha raising with the 5s and Benjamin folding.
Alors je viens de compter et j'ai toujours oublié.
Tiens, regarde.
5, 5, 7, 17.
Ouais, 24.
Call. Check.
Jack 8 against 5s, flush draw. Fairly Alyosha and second pair for Valentin.
Call. Check.
The flush has been hit by Alyosha.
Regarde là. Mais tu le sais, tu me l'as dit là.
Not a big one though, so won't go mad.
Check.
Valentin with 13 big blinds has 2 pairs.
Showdown, please.
Alyosha
Pairs
will
and
show
flush.
the flush and take down a pot of 5.6 million.
C'est vraiment là.
Il y a une plaquette qui revient.
C'est vraiment là pour ça, les jeux, tout le monde.
J'ai un beau bouton quand même. Faire le 5.
Faut faire tapis, hein, comme avant.
Bah, y'a toi là.
Ouais. C'est plus le même schéma. Tantôt je les ai eu. J'ai fait une bouton avant. Je trouve sympa. J'aime tellement d'infos. Je suis trop sympa.
Passe.
Le belge il est sympa.
Bah oui.
Le français là, l'Alsace là, il
moi,
est
je suis pas très sympa. Hein. Moi, je t'appelle juste 2 fois quand t'es le big blind et.
Ça c'est
Raise
pas mal.
1.4.
J'apprécie, c'est vrai, il y a pas beaucoup.
Passe.
Vous aurez dû...
Surtout que la dernière fois, t'étais là, on était plus de 4. Hein. Et je peux te dire que ça valait un paquet d'argent la Ligue Blind.
Je crois qu'il y a 2 fois j'ai eu un beau.
Ouais, exactement.
Call.
Raised by Benjamin with the 8-4. Timothy on the big blind calls with 10-3. And again, neither player's hit. Been a lot of flops that players have not hit. Benjamin moving up on 33 million now. Timothy, 5.7. Every hand is important. Up and down now for Benjamin. And a gut shot for the 10-3 of Timothy. If Benjamin bets this, he may get it through. Timothy only has 8 big blinds, but they are both playing very carefully. Checking, checking. The 10 will win, but I don't think there's any way Timothy will know that.
Check. Bet. And pass. Raise 1.4. Pass. Pass.
Ah oui, pardon. C'est juste.
6-5.
J'ai pas vu l'habitude dans l'ordre.
Alyosha and folds to Benjamin's raise. Benjamin now very much in second, third gear, moving up to fourth gear and collecting chips as we go. Timothy playing his short stack very well, getting to see some flops and somehow staying alive. One big hand and everything can change.
Pass.
And this is the big hand that everything can change. Timothy on the button with 7.7 big blinds. He did raise half his stack before and may do the same again. Wants to get value from these aces. Yeah, and he's doing that.
2.5 million.
He's raising half of his stack.
Pass.
Just got to hope someone's got a hand. Benjamin with Queen 5 offsuit. Is he getting value to call? 1.8 million. No, he isn't. I think he'll fold.
Pass.
Good fold. And a bit of a waste there for Timothy with a lovely hand. Doesn't bother showing it.
Small. Okay. Raise 2.7 plus plus
Timothy raising with ace 4,
and plus.
and no one has a hand to call.
Yep.
Je vais pas m'en remettre, je pense. Je vais pas m'en remettre, je pense. Du roi dame roi 8. Enfin, j'avais roi 8 du coup.
T'avais une paire?
Non, roi 8.
Tu m'as vraiment pris pour une paire. Là.
Pass. Raise all in. Pass.
Benjamin raising with king 2, all in. Is Timothy going to see an opportunity here to call with an ace
Pass.
and folds? Risky play by Benjamin. Someone wakes up with a big hand, they're going to call. We've already seen 2 players shove all in pre-flop and get hurt. In fact, Benjamin benefited from an all-in pre-flop when he had queens against King Jack earlier.
Tu restes pas trop d'as en vrai. Tu restes pas trop d'as.
Bonne chance, hein. Quand tu l'as pas, faut réussir. Hein.
Quand tu me fais pour le cœur, si tu te rides, si tu me fais pour le cœur, c'est chiant.
Je vois le flat à 3.
Ouais, mais je
Raise 1.4.
J'ai le droit. Je m'as dit que je le fais. As dame, as
Benjamin this time raising
Raise
with
all
an
in.
ace 10. King Queen shoves all in.
Pass.
We should see a heads up here with Valentine at risk with the King Queen.
Encore une fois, c'est pas un slow roll. Je suis en train de réfléchir avec une grosse marque.
More talking to himself by Benjamin. 6 million to call, and he's got a good ace. Shouldn't really be that much thought about this.
7.5. And call.
Allez, un as ou que
He's saying LA, but it's not all over yet. 55-45. Timothy smiling, hoping that Valentin is knocked out because he will make a lot more money. But there's the king and there's the queen. So only a jack now, really, for Benjamin. A jack to hit this Broadway straight. And hearts are no good. In fact, the jack of hearts now is no good. So nice double up from Valentine. King Queen beating ace 10.
7 million and a half.
Avec des occasions, prendre le palier.
J'avoue. Avec 2-8 aussi de monsieur Aliocha là.
8. Ça peut être dame là aussi.
Ah oui, c'est vrai.
Ah ouais, là ils étaient tous pour moi.
Des dames remballées, c'est vrai. Hein. J'y pense plus. Mais...
Regarde, je vais remonter.
Quelle table finale à rebondir.
Flore, c'est pas possible une pause de 1 minute pour faire pipi. Non, de faire une pause pour faire pipi.
J'y suis allé en courant avant.
Je cours pas vite, je fais 120 kg. Je suis un hyper marcheur. Ouais, c'était un petit bol.
6.5.
Ah, c'est bon, j'ai fait.
Passe. Passe.
Donc, descendu là.
Je touche, c'est 27 je crois.
Call.
J'ai pas encore vu mes cartes, mais je vais quand même devoir une fois t'isoler. Parce qu'à un moment donné, ça va la kermesse. Hein.
Check.
C'est pas là.
Dommage.
Pas collé, celle-là.
Bet 700.
King Queen by Alyosha against Ace 9. Hits the king. Bets and Benjamin calls. King still ahead.
Attention, à chaque fois que t'as check, t'as perdu le coup.
If the king holds, this will even up their stacks a bit.
2.6.
Ace 9 folds. Nice 12 by Benjamin.
Toujours au terrasse.
Only half empty.
Ouais, mais j'ai toujours une main aussi. Et chaque fois que tu m'isoles pas, putain de merde.
T'as rien au moment où tu voulais te faire réseau. Je suis un monstre avec
Ah là là, je te jure. Trop fort.
En plus, franchement, j'ai un bel as. C'est la tête de ma mère. Hein. Tu vois ma main, tu fais plus con. Et je les check. Ouais. Ah, j'ai pas à se valer non plus, mais j'ai mieux que assez.
Pas as 10 non plus. Donc c'est flop roi 10.
J'ai dit, j'ai au-dessus.
Timothy with another premium pair. Had aces before, got no action. Now he's got tens. Again, he'll probably be raising kind of 2.5, 3 million. Let's see.
Price. 3,200,000. Pass, pass,
Just over the 3 million.
and pass.
And no one has a hand to call.
En fait, dès qu'il y a un coup qui joue, je mets pas tout blanc. C'est-à-dire, là, j'open.
J'ai galopé. Hein.
Si tu veux, je suis gentleman. Je te jure que c'est. Tu tankes.
Ok.
Si il y a une main qui joue et que je suis dans le coup, je tank jusqu'à ce que tu regardes.
Genre là, si je passe par exemple.
Non, bah, il faut qu'il défende la blâme. Il y a une action dans le poste. Je vais tanker impunément ici, tu vois. Donc, si j'open et qu'il défend.
J'ai tellement envie de courir là.
Pass.
Ah vas-y, je marque ça, je fais un 9.
Raise all in.
Voilà, si ça fait passe-passe, j'ai même pas le temps de braguetter.
And pass.
Tu vois?
Benjamin
Même pas au pissoir.
now pushing with
J'open.
pairs as
Okay, yep.
his neighbour
Blinds up.
was before.
400, 800, 180, 800.
And blinds are up 400, 800 with a 400 ante.
Bon, ça change une tonne, mais. Pas une tonne, mais quand même. De toute façon, je dois.
Raise 1.6.
Ok.
T'as beaucoup plus que ça. Beaucoup plus que ça. 27 millions de ça.
Tu vois, j'ai plus.
Passe.
Mais non.
Si, il a déjà ta 20.
Mais non,
25.
c'est 10 ça, mec.
Passe.
C'est des piles.
Putain, je suis à l'ouest. Sur le pot. Je suis à l'ouest, excuse-moi. 27.
Benjamin raising in the cutoff with 4s. He would love Alyosha to call with 5-4. He is in the big blind, and it only costs him 1 blind to call. But this is where you can leak chips with the wrong kind of hand. You have to be quite disciplined around the blinds. A good flop for the raiser,
Check.
especially against 5-4. Expect a c-bet to come in from Benjamin, and he should take this down.
Bet 3 million.
Very strong bet.
And pass.
Good poker.
Pass.
Timothy with a nice raising hand on the button, Queen 9 suited.
Mais il m'a dit sa main. Je sais pas si c'est vrai ou pas, on verra.
Raise 3,200,000. Pass.
Similar kind of amount for raising. Played the same hand every time, the same way.
C'est comme ça, je te En vrai, je me demande si on peut pas défendre. J'en ai aucune idée. Il y a forcément de la défense, 3x. Faudrait faire un peu plus, mais avant t'avais fait 3x, j'étais tenté. Mais j'avais pas la main pour.
On s'est ramené une bouteille, s'il vous plaît.
Pass.
Merci.
Yeah, thanks. Pass. Go.
Two to a flop. Ace 3 for Valentin, 17 big blinds. Benjamin up in the chip lead with 37 big blinds. fact, Valentin, I think, has made a raise.
Raise all in. Pass.
Took his time, raised all in with an ace. She wasn't sure what was happening then.
Change the other. Good luck.
Welcome. Pass. $1.6. All in. Pass, pass. 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 All in.
C'est pas trop long.
Pass.
Même pour moi, ça devient long.
Timothy with another premium hand, raising but not getting any action. That ace king, aces, tens, and has not had a single call off them, which is how he's maintained his shortish stack. Well, gained a few big blinds on top, but he's still there and fighting hard, waiting for the right spot, or rather someone to call him, because he's this time Valentin has a premium pair of nines in the cutoff.
Raise 1.6.
Raise to 1.6. Again, two big blinds, like big blind being 800.
Raise 5 million. Pass. Pass.
And
All in.
Timothy has 3-bet with the sixes, half his stack, all in from Valentin and all in from Timothy. We have nines against sixes. Timothy at risk with the sixes. 18 million in the pot.
T'en fous avec la doublée toi aussi peut-être hein. Cœur, ça va hein. Moitié du chemin. Beaucoup qu'un 6 pour gagner.
And there are 4 hearts on board, another heart, and it's a split pot.
Split.
Wow! 9s and 6s. Unbelievable there. How did Timothy get there? Split that pot when he was an absolute dog there.
Ah, ça, 2-6, 2-9, ils ont réussi à le split.
You didn't get any bracelets, so you need to stay.
Second time that's happened. That was fairly unbelievable.
Vas-y, cœur. Ils ont tous réussi, tout le monde a eu une seconde chance. Voilà, c'est ça. Lui,
Wow, what a hand.
forcément, c'est hérité. Yes.
Alyosha
Ils ont réussi à
with
splitter avec 6,
ace,
9, 9,
jack of spades,
Mais non.
malheureusement.
Putain, j'ai raté ma main.
but was
Je
not
me demandais si j'allais gagner
at
13
his
euros.
seat, so he doesn't have ace, jack of spades. It's a phantom ace, jack of spades, allowing Benjamin
1,200,000.
to raise in the small blind with 7-4. Valentin 9, 8 offsuit. Timothy with a broad smile on his face, and I think I'd be smiling if I split a pot with 6s against 9s. So Benjamin takes another pot.
Il a été vite, hein. No suspense. Clac, 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 clac.
Non, franchement, il a pas été trop rapide.
Ah, non, j'avoue que j'ai pissé 2 litres et demi.
Big blind.
You're
a big blind.
Dis-toi que tu aurais peut-être pu rater demain. Si tu t'es pas parti sur la
C'est clair. Non, mais c'est
Passe.
le ligne que je suis parti.
Comment tu joues 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, environ 17, 5 je pense. Oui.
Ah ouais. Passe. Call. Showdown.
Allez. Moi j'ai 3, lui il est couvert et moi j'ai peur de 3. Putain, il a pas fait de bêtises. Carreau. Non, tu nous appelles les carreaux. Les carreaux. Tous les bords sont sous.
Faire avec.
Attention, il n'y a pas de. Il y a des dames revolées, ça lui. Sinon, ça chauffe.
8,600,000.
Je viens de perdre un coup à taper.
Ace 8 of Timothy doubling up there against the 3s. There is our chip count, so pretty even now. Everyone very much around the 20 million mark, 25 big blinds. Timothy's double up there has equalised the table. Benjamin the loser in that pot, so anything can happen. If I was them, four-handed, I'd be talking a deal. So just to give you an idea,
Passe.
there's just over 200,000 euros. So everyone could have a guaranteed 50,000 and still play for the
It's a call.
prize and first place. 50,000 would be somewhere between second and third place, but obviously if someone doesn't want to do the deal and go for the 90, it's a very different figure. 50,000 is a lot of euros. I think that's what I would be doing if I was in this on this table with equal stacks as we now have.
Check.
So we have Jack 2 against 9-8, up and down for Valentin, and Jack technically winning. First time Timothy's been needed to stack his chips for quite a while. He's not had enough to stack, so well done to him with the ace-8 suited. Does take quite a long time to bet, Valentin.
Pass.
Bets and takes it down.
Pass. Passe.
Et on est revenu tous à égalité.
Ouais. Tout ça, ouais.
Du tout, hein.
Amir Shah with King 6 suited on the small blind.
Call.
Just calling. 7-6 for Benjamin. Will he raise and put pressure on?
3 million.
It looks like he will. $3 million. 2.2 million to call with King 6 suited. Decides against it and folds, so nice aggressive play by Benjamin there on the big blind.
Ici, c'est autorisé? Ouais. J'ai entendu les casters le dire, parce que sur d'autres side events, ça a été fait.
Genre quoi, tu peux un peu lisser, tu peux dire ce que tu veux, ou il y a des conditions. Ouais,
Je peux te dire lycée, moi. Tu peux faire ce que tu veux. Il a dit la Madrid.
Vous les regardez, enfin, je vais dire, on peut un peu dans la main. Je passe.
Passe.
On est tous pareils.
$3,500,000. Pass.
Benjamin raising with the ace-10 suited and getting it through.
En France, il faut 18, non? Faut pas 21.
Allez,
Ouais,
Faut ta gueule
22.
22. Je jure, t'es aussi jeune.
Bien sûr.
Ah ouais.
Lui, il fait plus jeune que toi.
Appelez-nous papa.
Moi, ils vont me donner plus vieux que ce que je suis, c'est sûr.
Ouais, mais c'est 30 que t'as, non
32.
Ah,
Ouais,
ouais.
c'est ça, 30, non
De manière générale, ils me disent tous plus.
35.
Passe.
Yes.
Tranquillement, 35. Hein.
Tranquillement.
Passe.
22, quoi. Ah, les deux, ils ont 9 ans plus que moi.
C'est beau, hein.
$2,500,000.
Qui tu pilotes? Je sais même pas dire.
Je sais pas, j'ai 19 ans.
Ouais, moi aussi j'ai 19. Toi?
Je crois que j'ai 19, 5, 7.
17, 12. Pas mal, pas mal.
16, 18, 19, 3. 26.
$1,600,000. Passe.
Benjamin raising with a king 7. Timothy now with 20 big blinds. May well re-raise with an ace 9. Takes his time, measures out his bet. And 3 bets.
Raise $4,400,000. Pass.
To 4.4 million. Now will Benjamin play this? Will he come back at him? We've had a few good raises and re-raises. Sometimes with hands, often without. Benjamin, 2.8 million to call. Each hand taking a long time at this point in the tournament. A lot of money difference between 30,000 and 90,000.
Je vais passer, mais je suis très suspicieux. J'ai juste pas les couilles là d'aller placer le gamme.
And followed by Benjamin gives Timothy another pot.
C'est plus dur, hein.
Pass. Pass. All in.
Alyosha with a pair of twos, any pair shoving. Can only call with a premium hand. It's a perfectly good way of protecting a small pair, especially a pair like twos or threes. Well played.
En plus, il n'y a pas de trophée, non, j'ai entendu ce aussi. C'est la volée, hein.
Quoi? Vous voulez le trophée? Mais non.
Ouais, c'est dans mes jeux, quoi. Donc on joue pour pas de trophée. On joue pour les pépettes.
Il n'y a vraiment pas de trophée? Il n'y a vraiment pas de trophée?
C'est lui le trophée, c'est le gars là avec le truc.
Passe. Passe. Passe.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand. My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.
Welcome back, everyone. We had an extra long break due to some technical difficulties. Our RFID has gone down, and we still have 4 players. We still have 4 stacks, but we will not be able to see their cards. That just creates a fun challenge of trying to work out what kind of hand they might have, and then we'll get to see them when they get turned over. So blinds have gone up. So they are now 500, 1,000 with a half ante. So 2 million in the pot. Ante is 500. Big blind 1 million, and small blind 500. So the white chips are being used now, plus the lovely big plastic million. Aloysia calling in the small blind. Benjamin has done a lot of raising in the big blind with a variety of hands, Queen 7 upwards. He's raised this time. Hasn't raised at all, he's just putting the blinds in. So Alyosha raising to 2 million on the button. Small blind folds. Valentin on the big blind with 17 big blinds. Timothy now in a lot better shape than most of this final table. And we've got 2 to the flop.
Check.
Can't see the flop. Oh, we can. That's nice. Jack, Jack, Queen. So a healthy, connected big flop for one of these two players. Just don't know which one. And we've got a check, check. So flush possibilities, straight possibilities. Unfortunately, Valentin, it doesn't matter where you put them, we can't see them. So definite straight there. The King 10's made a straight. 8-10 suited, looking good. But both players very shy about putting any more chips in. That's definitely made a straight. Someone has to have a king or an 8, surely. And someone does have a straight. I think Valentin has an 8 because of the way it was turned over. So I think he has the low end of the straight and takes down a 5 million pot.
J'ai pas suivi le coup. J'ai juste vu check, check, flop. Bon, j'arrive à lui mettre tout.
All in announced by Aloysia. Timothy, 15 big blinds, is folding, so no action there.
C'est pas la créativité, mais...
Oui, c'est très important d'être créatif dans la vie.
C'est pas
Pas que au poker d'ailleurs.
comme il fallait. Hello.
Hello.
He gave us 2 hands. He sits like 40 minutes, but...
Raise 2 million. Pass. Pass.
Benjamin with a raise under the gun to 2 million.
Pass.
And the Osha passes.
C'est là, se sentir les pièges.
That hand is over.
Pour le stream, ça a vu que vous n'avez pas les cartes. Ça marche les cartes? Je sais pas, trop bon. C'est cartes up ou cartes down? Is it cards up or card down? Is it cards up or card down?
Sorry? It's cast down.
Cardon.
Yep.
Les gens voient pas de carte.
Non, tu peux faire n'importe quoi. C'est ce que j'allais dire.
Pass.
Tu veux le compte ou pas?
Ouais, je veux bien.
Ah, 20 millions. 20 millions. 10 millions, c'est pas beaucoup.
Raise all in. And pass.
S'ils ont les caves, j'aurais pas fait.
Push all in there from the small blind, and big blind Benjamin cannot call.
Pass. Pass. Call.
Benjamin calling the small blind,
Nice.
but Valentine
3 million.
sizing up a raise to 3 million. As Benjamin called with a big hand, I guess we're going to find out pretty soon. He's got 17 big blinds, and so has Valentine. Very similar stacks, 17 million each. Although 3 million of Valentine's is in the middle.
Call.
This could be a big pot. Already 6.5 million, with about 15 behind, 15 and 17.
Check.
Not a good flop for a raiser, unless he happens to have raised with a pair of sevens or a pair of threes. Possibly a pair of twos. But it's not a flop that many raisers would like. That's not stopping Valentine. Benjamin checked to the small blind. Valentine sizing up.
Bet. 1.5.
Very small bet. 1.5 into 6.5.
Call.
Benjamin calling. The pot growing. Third heart there. Straights made. Flushes made. The scarf goes up on Valentine's face. One of his first live tournaments, apparently. And that ace should have hit one of them.
Check.
I'll find out who. Valentine going through his pre-bet workout. Lots of flipping over of the chips. And he usually makes some kind of bet. A very big bet by the look of it.
Bet and call.
Wow, bet and call.
It's 6
Snap
million
call.
and half.
Looks like 4-2.
Pair of sixes.
And Benjamin has caught a 6 on the turn and picks up a big pot. Valentine betting with a poor hand on the end. Can only get called by a better one. So he did have a draw, but only hit a pair of 2s. So it's a big pot there for Benjamin, making a snap call with the 6 on the turn. And that has knocked Valentine's stack down to about 50% of what he had. Started the pot with about 18, 19 big blinds, and I think he's below 10 now.
Only half.
C'est un genre 10. J'ai 9
Pass. Pass.
Merci beaucoup.
Pass.
Timothy picking up a pot there from the big blind.
Pass. Raise all in. Pass.
Valentine all in for 8 million. Doesn't look like anyone can call, and he takes down the pot. Only has 10 big blinds now, so shows his pair of 2s. It's winning.
Ah ouais, mais moi j'ai commencé petit leader du day. 10 millions, je suis tombé à 1,3 million. Je suis remonté à 10 millions avant la paix.
Passe. Passe.
Ouais, j'ai open, il a 3 bêtes, j'ai 4 bêtes germes. C'était une configuration spéciale parce que le tax il n'y a pas grand chose.
Je suis 27, moi, je suis
C'est exactement ça. Peut-être même.
Raise all in.
Tu combien
25. 22, 23, 24.
This time it's Alyosha.
Elle est dangereuse, hein, je te le
All
dis.
in. Looks like Benjamin likes one of his cards. Might have an ace
Avec lesquelles je paye.
or a big card.
Pass.
A wry smile as he folds his ace 4. Or something like that. Hard to tell if you can't see the cards.
Il y a dame, c'est 2 dames. Le roi dame, roi dame, je me conserve. Mais il y a un monde où je fais comme ça.
Let's play for the win.
Moi je joue pour la gagne. Hein. Je vais comprendre pourquoi je refuse de le dire. Je crois que tout le monde joue un peu pour la gagne.
Ah bah c'est pas que j'essaye de boss les gars, y'a pas moyen.
Raise 2 million. Pass.
Strong raise to 2 million from Timothy. Those 12 big blinds. And there's not been any major clashes except for the 4-2 against the, it was Jack 6 of, so 2 bad hands hit each other, but we've not had any big good hands hit each other yet. Not had an ace queen against 10s, that kind of thing. But I'm sure it'll happen at some point.
15 et demi.
C'est sûr que c'est plus de 20.
Now Yosha under the gun, making the raise to 2 million.
14 et demi.
Benjamin folding. Round to Valentin on the small blind with 8 big blinds. 8 million. Passes. And Timothy, slightly healthier, 15 big blinds.
Call.
Calls. We have 2 to the flop.
Check.
C'est tes jetons qui me partent de là.
Timothy checks his big blind.
Bet
Flop
1
is an
million.
ace, 7, 5, 2 spades. Very small bet comes in, just 1 plaque of $1 million.
Go.
Another 5. We've got a pair on the board. Spades, we've got 5s, we've got an ace. Timothy, first to act.
Check.
Belgian player reaching for chips.
Bet 3.5.
3.5 million. Much stronger bet this time. Timothy lets it go.
Let's go. Futur papa.
C'est papa? Non?
Descends. Première fois. Première fois.
Le temps c'est que ta compagne?
5 ans. Nouvelle vie qui commence.
Exactement. Hein. Il paraît que c'est la plus belle chose de la vie.
Passe.
Je suis ému rien que d'y penser.
Passe.
C'est ça, ça veut dire que c'est pour bientôt là, parce que madame elle veut plutôt bouger ou ça va?
Ça va encore.
Hop, pardon.
On part même en Espagne dans une semaine.
T'inquiète pas, ça vit hein. C'est bien.
On fait une vacance, aujourd'hui je vais acheter tous les trucs au bébé. Demain je pourrais lui acheter une poussette, des couches.
Passe. Pass. Raise all in. And pass.
And the Yosha pushing again. It's been his main strategy when we've got down to 4 or 5 players. If he wants to play a hand, he pushes. We've seen small pairs, 5s he pushed on earlier, ace-jack suited, those kind of hands. We can't see his hands now, but probably in a similar kind of vein.
Je l'ai juste pas encore eu.
J'ai entendu qu'il y avait des gros folds, des 4. Pas chez toi.
Pass.
Il y a eu des 10 effectivement. Ça les mains?
7 de carreau.
T'avais assez du carreau?
J'avais un 7 de carreau quand t'avais 2-10.
Pas censé bien.
Oui, je fais là tous les jours.
Raise
T'en veux
2.
pas, je fais là ça.
Pass. Raise all in and call, all in and
Allez,
call.
all in and call.
Oh non.
We have a big all-in from Valentine with ace-queen on the big blind, and Aloysi wakes up with American Airlines. The other players very happy about this on the assumption that the aces will win. But we've seen some very funny split pots with 2 on-board flushes. Let's see. Oh, we have 2 clubs, ace of clubs though. A club will make it interesting.
Un 2 de cœur.
And an 8. And Valentine drawing dead, finishes 4th. Fought very hard, one of his first ever live tournaments. He's an online grinder and has done very well. And Aloysi increases his stack. We are down to 3.
Du mec, 2 as, chip leader, open tout. Tu veux les stacks ou tu... Ouais,
So only big blind now.
C'est only big blind.
23 300 chez moi.
Vous jouez combien?
23 millions.
3 players left, blinds 500, 1 million with a 500. Ante.
Raise all in.
All in from Benjamin. Timothy with 11 big blinds, taking his time as usual.
Pass.
And passes. We don't get to see any hands.
À chaque fois, il nous rajoute un but qui disparaît dès qu'il y a un compte. Hein.
Alors là, j'ai perdu ma main, donc
7, 9. J'ai remarqué qu'il aime bien augmenter son stack aussi.
parce que je compte pas quand je perds ma main.
Pass. Pass.
Oh putain, incroyable, il y en avait que 4.
C'est millionnaire en jeton. C'est beau quand même. Hein.
C'est beau. Enfin, 4 c'est rare. Hein. Dans quel film là encore il y avait des millions, James Bond. Ouais, t'étais pas né, mais nous c'est ce qu'on regardait.
James Bond, mais.
Ah,
On a jamais regardé un seul.
C'est vrai.
Ouais.
Je pense que c'est sympa. Enfin, je préférais les vieux avec Sean Connery.
Raise.
Strong raise from Timothy, as he's been doing all night. Roughly half of his stack. Very interesting tactic. Don't get to see it much.
Le 23-10, j'aurais défendu, je crois.
You get a mix sometimes. Some people keep to that to 2.2x, but Timothy has a style all of his own. If he raises, he tends to raise half of his stack, and that can be as much as 4 or 5 big blinds. So an unusual method, but seems to be working for him.
Et ça, on flippe.
Keep pan on top.
Mais bon, on est 9 off, c'est un peu like.
He's guaranteed 43,000. If these three did a deal,
C'est quoi ça, non?
they would get around 65,000 each and play on for 10% and the trophy. I don't know whether there's been any discussion, but if it was done on ICM, obviously Timothy would get less than Benjamin and our
3
chip
million.
leader. Alyosha from Belgium.
Pass.
And the raise by Benjamin gets through. Timothy again just under the 10 big blind mark.
Pass.
Timothy on the small blind.
Raise
With
all in.
one other player left. This time he's done something different. He's gone all in. Alyosha. Does he have a hand to call? He has 4 times the stack, but he does not call.
Il y avait une negation vu que c'est ça.
Non, 10.
Ah ouais?
C'est neutre quoi. Ouais, non, en ce moment-ci, il est neutre. La folle de 10 à sa place.
Jamais de la vie.
Ouais.
Si je joue contre moi, encore moins.
Il paraît qu'il a foldé Valet, As-Dame, il a fait des folds de ouf.
Je dirais le fold de Dame qui est contre toi, il est fou.
Passe.
C'est incroyable. J'ai vérifié, c'est vraiment
joli. Pire, tu jam river si jamais t'as pas envie de call, quoi.
Ouais, parce que toi, tu recasseras en value, donc...
Alyosha on the small blind. Looks like he's measuring up a raise.
Raise.
Tu les sens quand même, hein?
3.5. And pass.
Raise
Tu sens les walls
to
aussi,
3.5 and then immediate pass.
Excusez-moi, on voit pas les cartes. So streaming is working, but they don't see cards.
Yep.
Okay. Much better.
Big pan on top, please.
Totalement, tu veux bien main, quoi.
Ça, j'ai un pote qui va pas trop me défoncer sur mes misplays.
Pass. Raise. 2.7. Pass. Pass.
So waiting for a big clash here between these three. Timothy on the small blind. Intensely studied by big blinds. Unusual, normally raises. Let's see.
Raise all in. And call.
All in.
All in and call.
And call. We have kings against nines. Timothy, what a coup! He's got an all in, and this is the two big hands I've been waiting for. So I would think we'll get a double up, and even later night. Double up for Timothy unless there's a 9. It's a shame that someone hasn't got an ace. Kings will be beaten. Only a 9 now for Alyosha, otherwise he will lose a quarter of his stack. And Timothy with he looks very sweet, doesn't he? An angelic smile. Doubles up with kings. Back up to 20 big blinds. No one did anything wrong there. Both had big hands. It goes in. Simple as. 3-handed, 9s. It's massive.
Okay, so
very unlucky to run into Timothy's kings.
9.6.
And
9.6.
move on.
9,600,000.
Pourquoi 2 As, c'est pour
Yeah, this is 5, 7, 9.6.
There's our new chip counts. There are not a lot between them, 30 to 20 big blinds. Still a lot of play in this tournament and a lot of money up top. 90,000 euros for first place. Just as a reminder, guys, 62 for second and 43 for third. As far as I know, no deal has been made so far. We are keeping in touch with the Winamax
Good luck.
people.
I'm sorry.
J'ai 5 blindes en 10 blindes, j'ai 2-10. Et mon chip leader du tournoi, il m'a limite en SB. J'ai jam, il y avait 2 As en face. J'ai vu, et donc j'ai faute sur tout son deuxième. J'ai dit, plus jamais je jam aussi rapidement des trucs comme ça qui sont
Le coup, je suis frappé, c'est que je suis quand même
Timothy been very patient with his 10 big blinds, dropping down to 6, finding a way of coming back up to 10, and now the full double up. It's just evened up the table. Let's see where we go with these final 3. They've all played well, to be honest, and none of them have any particular edge, I would say, either in aggression or strategy or ability. They've all got their strengths and weaknesses. They have different styles. But probably Alyosha's been the standout player so far and deserves this chip lead. But at this point, with the blinds so high and only 20-30 between them, anything can change. Got two pairs on board. An ace might be winning this flop with the kicker. The use would have an 8 here. Bet and get called by an ace for sure. Alyosha thinking about it. 1.6 million is the bet. Benjamin's definitely calling with an ace. Might even be considering with a king.
Soit tu values, c'est bien joué. Soit j'ai gagné, mais il faut catch ten quoi, c'est dur.
Trying to get a read. Got something out of him. Not sure he got too much information on the hand. Obviously didn't have an ace or a king. The room getting louder as the French beers are being drunk. So good to have a nice boisterous rail. That's something us English are good at. When one of our friends makes a final table in Vegas, for instance, in the summer, always gets a really good rail and a lot of noise. Not sure the French are actually raining the players here, they're just having a good time in the bar. Timothy back to 20 big blinds. Different route this time, all in. Gonna guess he's got ace jack or above. Be a strange bet otherwise.
Yes.
Check. Check.
3 clubs on board. And 10 now making a possible straight.
Check.
And no interest so far from either player in betting it though. Finally, Benjamin has a bet of 2 million into 3. And Alyosha folds. And didn't look like he was going to get a call there.
J'ai 20 secondes.
Ah bon,
À chaque fois, je compte mon sac et j'oublie. C'est un gros fou. J'ai 24, 25. J'ai 30 exactement. Et 100 000. 17, 18, 19, pas à 20. J'ai 23, 4 à 1 tour. 15.
And the usher on the button. With only 3 players, you've got a button, a small blind, and a big blind, and everyone's doing something.
Moi, j'ai pas regardé. De toute façon, je pense qu'il va falloir jouer.
Vas-y, on joue la main et on en pose.
All in.
Benjamin all in. Timothy in danger if he calls. Benjamin giving him a look. Wouldn't surprise me if they do look at discussing a deal at some point. It'll get a pretty good amount.
Can we check for the...
Yep, they want to have a discussion on a deal.
Là, c'est déjà sympa. Il y a 195.
ICM deal will be about 10,000 difference between third and first. And they'd still have to play on, I think, for 10%. So it'll be around about 60,000 each, maybe 65,000 each, give or take. Maybe 70,000 to Aloysi and 60,000 to 60 or low 60s. In order to work out the ICM deal, for those that have never done it, they get a chip count. Those chip counts are put into the totals, they're matched with the prizes, and the ICM will come out. So we will have a break for 10-15 minutes or so and be back with you as soon as the action comes back.
My mama told me that I need to get up and I need to get my ass out the couch. She said if you ain't gon' get to this money, then you need to get your ass out the house. She said don't you come up in here without a plan, boy, without a check in your hand. I got the message, she was spread thin, so a nigga had to expand.